Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Spends Christmas with Girls One Shots Stories Collection movie. Before we start, please go support YehosuaHernandez for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Christmas One Shots Series Deku X Some Girls, enjoy it. Chapter 1, A Christmas to Float, Uraraka. Deku looks, a shooting star. UA Academy. December 23rd. We are in the academy gym. There were boys from both classes putting up decorations, preparing tables and other things. Jiro was at one end testing the speakers with Kaminari. Siro used his ribbons to hang ornaments from the ceiling. Pony with Mina and Hagakure were making various cute crafts that they put everywhere, but we will concentrate on a certain green-haired boy who was making various drawings with different measurements, and showed them to Todoroki, who made a smaller replica made of ice. The replica had several flaws, but with the help of Yaoyorozu, who polished it, it was identical. The three boys were having fun. Yaoyorozu: I really admire your drawing talent, Midoriya. Todoroki: Yes, we have seen your notebook a few times and the drawings are very incredible. Deku: It's not that bad, scratching his neck. All this was observed by a certain brunette who used her quirk to throw the ornaments to Siro. The poor girl saw this scene seriously. A few months ago she decided to confess her feelings to the green-haired boy, but the fact that he is her best friend and teammate did not help. The girl began to avoid him so that he would not see her red face that rivaled Kirishima's hair. Over time the green-haired boy thought he had done something wrong, and tried to get closer to see if they could solve it, but the girl only gave him evasions and left, which caused the boy to slowly move away. The brunette still remembers that last talk. Deku: I am sorry. Bowing: Yes, if I said or did something wrong, I'm very sorry. Uraraka: Deku: Deku: Sorry, I think I bothered you too much. Excuse me, Uraraka, I won't take up any more of your time. The green-haired boy just turned around and left the room. She couldn't see him, but the green-haired boy shed a few tears. The brunette just collapsed. The boy she loved was there, and she was only able to watch him say goodbye without saying a word. Uraraka: You're a coward, and now I've lost him. The strong team that they had both made fell apart. They looked for new partners. Uraraka, for her part, began to hang out with Tsuyu, who didn't ask anything about the separation of both, but Deku, he was something else. He didn't speak well to anyone, so he didn't feel confident enough to join another group. That plus Bakugo's constant teasing when he saw that he was now alone didn't help him much, but it was thanks to a rescue exercise that the green-haired boy managed to get together more with Jiro and consequently with Yaoyorozu. Something that nobody expected. The three boys discovered that they had tastes in common. In literature with Yaoyorozu and in music with Jiro, he soon began to team up with both. This seemed simple, but over time they became one of the strongest teams in the academy. Jiro and Deku perfectly combined their quirks. The green-haired boy raised a curtain of air and dust while the now fighter Jiro put her rival's limbs to sleep with resounding blows or stunned them with her jacks. In the end it was only a matter of a few blows from the green-haired boy and the battle was won. Over time they began to have more techniques. With Yaoyorozu the same thing happened. The black-haired girl began leaning on her shield and her trusty staff that was now thicker, but the girl could handle it even better than before, doing impressive acrobatics. The green-haired boy waited for the signal and gave blows that also acted as a distraction. In the end the black-haired girl created a light or sound grenade that stunned the rival. It was only a matter of a strong kick and the fight was won. Socially the boy became more open, managing to maintain conversations with all his classmates, although not everything was thanks to the girls. Deku also helped Yaoyorozu understand her feelings towards a certain bicolored boy who now also hung out with them. This meant that they could talk calmly. It also helped Todoroki, who, although he remained just as serious, could talk to his friends more calmly, but soon everything went from good to bad when a rumor arose. A rumor that said that the reason for the green-haired boy's departure and the brunette was because Deku had declared himself and the girl only rejected him. This helped with false arguments where various girls told how the brunette referred to him as weak, loser, and a foolish dreamer. When Tsuyu told this to Uraraka, she went from being sad to angry. She could never address him like that. The girl went out willing to investigate who had said that. When she passed by Deku's room, the brunette thought about clearing things up with him first, and then continue with her search. Determined, she knocked on the door to meet the green-haired boy. His image was sad. The greatness that he emanated was gone. Now he seemed like only a shadow of what he had been. If someone talked about the green-haired boy and saw the new one, they would think it had all been a lie. Uraraka, Deku, it's good to see you. Deku, why? To make fun of me more? Thank goodness I have Kaken for that. Uraraka, what? No, I came to. The brunette wanted to speak, but as soon as the green-haired man looked up, she remained silent. Her expression was sad, and then she understood. The green-haired man had not been told the same thing as her. The rumor must have been worse. Deku, what? I seriously have enough with Bakugo without you coming to make fun of me too, although at least he didn't come to my room. Uraraka, whispering, I didn't say anything like that, but I'm not like him. Deku, I know I thought you were different, but telling everyone a lie? Talking about me behind my back? Making things up about me? I think you're worse, and that hurts me. I trusted you with my life. I told you secret things. You know my mistakes and successes. Honestly, Uraraka, I don't feel like doing anything. The brunette was about to speak, but at that moment Yaoyorozu arrived, who was surprised by the scene but was scared when she saw the state of the green-haired boy, so she ran towards him. Yaoyorozu, Deku! What happened to you? Deku, nothing, Yamamoto. Uraraka, did Deku? Thinking, since when does she call him Deku? Yaoyorozu, serious and cold, I'm sorry, Uraraka. I have to take this child to eat something or he's going to faint. Deku, I'm fine, he. Yaoyorozu, I know you well enough to know when you're lying. Should we go, or do you want me to put some handcuffs on you? Deku, okay, let's go. Let's see what I can cook. Yaoyorozu, oh no, none of that, young man. I'll call Jiro and have him prepare something while we arrive. Deku, do you really want Jiro to cook? Yaoyorozu, well, okay, I'll cook, but hurry up. Let's take advantage of the fact that the others have left. Deku, okay, bye, Uraraka. Uraraka, yes, see you later. Maybe I'll come visit you to see if you're better. Yaoyorozu, no! You've done enough, thank you. The chestnut was now petrified. Since when does Yaoyorozu talk to her like that? She knew she was like the older sister of the class, but that was excessive. The girl had a mix of emotions. She was sad, angry, worried. She knew that if she didn't fix things, they would never improve. But that never happened. Somehow, whenever she tried to talk to the green-haired boy, he was the one who gave her evasive answers, or the girls took him away. It even seemed that now the black-haired and violet-haired girl were fighting with her, treating her coldly. As soon as they announced that they were given permission to have a small Christmas party with the condition of working with Class B, all attempts were in vain. Now the green-haired boy was busy all the time. Even Yaoyorozu had given him a drawing pad along with several pencils. Deku, along with Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, were in charge of making ice figures and putting up decorations, helping Shiro. The brunette thought it would be the opportunity to talk, but Yaoyorozu took it away from her since she made the decorations based on all her friends using her quirk. The brunette thought about going and talking to her. She was fed up with his attitude, but this idea was constantly rejected, so she ended up giving up. She didn't want to cause more pain to the one who was her first and best friend in the academy, and continued to be her first and only romantic interest. On the other hand, although he hid it, the green-haired man was still observing who was his first romantic interest. A part of him thought that maybe it could be a lie. The most tender and friendly brunette in the world couldn't be like that, although she had already made a mistake with Kaken. He was her best friend, and yet when he manifested his quirk, he became a conceited idiot. The green-haired man didn't want to make the mistake again, but it still hurt him not to be able to talk to her. Todoroki, hey, are you okay? Deku, hey? Yes, sorry, I was rambling a bit. Yaoyorozu, are you sure you're okay? I asked if you could make one more figure, but you didn't answer. Deku, sorry, yes, I can. What do you need? Finally, they finished decorating. The ice figures would be put up tomorrow when everyone was there. Finally, they went to sleep, saying goodbye to both classes. That although the atmosphere was still tense between both classes, they could work without problems. In the end, it was for the benefit of both. The next day, December 24th, the boys got up and went to their classroom at the request of Aizawa, who surprisingly only wished them a good day in the company of their friends, and to the boys' surprise he gave them all a small gift. But the boys were not far behind, and Yaoyorozu and Ida gave a frame to their teacher, whose photo was the first one that Class A took with Aizawa. Everyone hugged their teacher, who thanked them. The boys left the classroom happy and ready to go to their party. As soon as the last one left, it didn't take long and Present Mike entered the classroom with 2 cups of coffee. Present Mike, hey! Aizawa, how are you? Happy birthday, old man. Aizawa, you're too noisy, you know? Present Mike, something, but what about you? Are you still with your usual bitter attitude? Come on, bro, cheer up, it's almost Christmas. Aizawa, whatever, what do you want? Present Mike, I was just stopping by to give you your cup of coffee. The last time you didn't drink it, you almost died, by the way. I saw the boys leave. Don't tell me you forced them to come, you're too cruel. Aizawa, I didn't give them a lesson, I just brought them to wish them happy holidays. I also gave them a little scolding. Present Mike, oh my, don't tell me that grumpy Aizawa showed any affection. Aizawa, shut up, showing Present his gift. They gave this to me, it's nice of them. Present, who would have thought, the evil caterpillar got sentimental on us. You have some incredible boys, Aizawa. Aizawa, yes, the best. Back with the boys. Everyone was in the common room. They had a few hours to get ready, so they decided to rest a little. Kirishima challenged Bakugo in video games. Mina and Hagakure whispered about the gossip they had heard. Jiro and Kaminari were on the couch. The violet-haired girl was tuning her instruments while Kaminari gave her words of encouragement. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu were practicing the ice sculptures of the bicolored boy who could already do them better. The black-haired girl only had to give him small details, but they knew that if they kept practicing he could improve. Tsuyu and Uraraka went out to the mall, promising to return before the party. Tokoemi, Shoji and Koda talked separately. Shiro and Mineta argued to see that they did not lock up the perverted dwarf, or that they used him as a piñata. Aoyama talked with Sato to see if they could make the cake more elegant. Ojiro talked to Ida to tell him how he had convinced Kendo to make a party for both classes. The first year they had each made separately. Finally, Deku was in the kitchen finishing preparing what he would make for both classes for dinner, and also for his friends to eat now and not go so hungry. The boy was going from one side of the kitchen to the other using the OFA with precision, chopping vegetables so as not to cut himself, and doing other things. After a while he finished Class A's food, so he called them. Everyone left their things and sat down, thanking the freckled boy for the food. Mina, really Midoriya, you are amazing. You can do several things at the same time. Hagakure, and you don't leave anything undone. Despite cooking for the party, you were also able to prepare this for us, and it tastes delicious. Yaoyorozu, they're right, give us your secret, he. Deku, there's no secret, I just focus. Jiro, but in what? Deku, in doing the right thing. Ida, you've always been like that, friend. Kirishima, the day Midoriya does something wrong, Bakugo will be the nicest guy in the world. Bakugo, shut up, idiot, do you want me to kill you? Everyone started laughing at the joke except the green-haired one. Deku, thinking, I hurt the person I love, I think Kaken will have to become kind. Everyone finished eating and headed to change. Now yes, at that moment Tsuyu and Uraraka arrived, who came with various packages. Both girls did not say anything and went to their rooms. After a while everyone gathered in the recreation room where, with the help of Ida, Shoji, Sato and Deku, they took the food. After leaving it, the green-haired boy returned and helped Jiro with his instrument and equipment. Finally, Class A was already in the place where they arranged everything. After a few minutes, Class B also arrived. Yaoyorozu, helping Todoroki. AAA Kendo, welcome. Come in, we just arrived. Kendo, and to think that we did this as a team. We should work more together, we do great things. Deku, checking that everything is in order, it would be a good idea. Yaoyorozu, and this is the last one, thanks Todoroki. Todoroki, it's nothing, I'm glad I can improve this technique. Now there were sculptures of the various teams of both classes, although curiously Deku's was divided, having two, one where he was next to Uraraka, Tsuyu and Ida smiling, and another where he was with Yaoyorozu, Jiro and Todoroki. Kendo, well, let our celebration begin. Jiro didn't wait and opened his laptop, which was already connected to the speakers, which were already playing music at full volume. Jiro's selection was pleasant for everyone. The atmosphere was normal to go to a happy and festive one. There was everything despite being a small event. Mina along with Pony and Hagakure organized games. They could also go to eat or sit down to talk or dance. The atmosphere was pleasant, and something that nobody would believe could happen if both classes got together. Even Momo and Bakugo were calm. No fight or explosion that could ruin the party, so the hours passed. Later in the party, everyone was seated. They had already had dinner a little, although the big dinner was still missing, but they agreed to open the gifts, so the green-haired boy left the gym, and then entered with a Santa Claus suit carrying 2 large, if not huge, sacks that looked too heavy, but the boy carried them as if nothing. Deku, Jojojo ha ha ha, I think putting up an ad saying, "Leave your gift for the members of Class A and B was a bad idea. Here are gifts that don't come from us." Yaoyorozu, I think that is made clear. There are double the gifts for each of us, maybe more. Momo, huh? Isn't Santa supposed to be fat? What's the weakling doing carrying him? Deku, if you want to do it yourself, that is if you can move at least one of these sacks. Momo, with your quirk anyone could. Deku, you haven't noticed, but I'm not using my quirk. Everyone paid attention. The boy wasn't lying. His characteristic rays were nowhere to be seen. He was carrying the sacks with pure strength. When he finally arrived with the others, he opened it, and they began to take out their gifts. Deku wasn't lying, after those that came from his classmates. Some boxes or wrappers said the boy-girl who had sent them along with the grade they belonged to. Some said secret admirer. Everyone was happy opening their gifts. Some showed them off with laughter, others with their faces red with shame. Although something curious was that the strongest triad of the UA had not received any gifts. Both from admirers and from their own classmates, Todoroki was calm as was Deku, although the exception was Bakugo, who exploded his hands shouting why the lack of gifts towards him. Momo was not a great help, laughing like a retarded seal, but at that the green-haired man's phone began to ring. Deku okay? Aizawa, Midoriya, I know you're celebrating and sorry for interrupting, but it would be a big favor if you would remove the 3 sacks that are at the entrance of the dorms. Deku, what? But I already removed the bags that were here. Aizawa, they weren't the only ones then, come for the others now. Deku, yes, Professor, cutting the call, I have to go, I won't be long. Everyone was surprised to see the green-haired boy leave, but it didn't take long when he returned with 3 more sacks. The difference was the size, they looked heavier, and the color. Each one came with a special color. When the boy left them in the center of the circle they had made, everyone noticed that they had a name embroidered on them. 1. Emerald green Izuku Midoriya. 2. Red and white Shoto Todoroki. 2. Yellow Katsuki Bakugo. Each one opened his sack and it came with a letter that said the same thing. To the favorite boys and strongest members in all of UA, this is a gift from your fan club and from all the people who wanted to leave you a gift. We love you. The 3 of them looked at each other strangely. It was strange that they received this. After that letter came another one, this time addressed to each of them. They read it and saved it. Bakugo, damn, I still don't understand how this is bigger than the ones you just brought, bastard. Todoroki, it's just the first-year girls, it shouldn't be that big. Deku, well, technically the first letter said that I also had gifts from all the people who wanted to give us something. I wouldn't be surprised if even the gifts from the girls in our group were here. Bakugo, HA. As if they were going to give you something, you useless bastard. Todoroki, Midoriya's bag is just as big as yours and mine, so his theory makes sense. Bakugo, shut up, damn it, half and half, I'll kill you. Mina, shut up, you better open up, we want to see what they gave you. And so the 3 boys began to open their gifts. Some were funny, others were pitiful, like Deku's, who received the picture of 3 girls, each one had a lipstick mark and a phone number written on it, or Bakugo's, who received the Bible. All this was observed by the brunette, who only saw how the boy of her dreams smiled embarrassedly. All those girls had achieved it. Get rid of their fears and give something to the green-haired boy that came from their heart. She knew it. All those girls could have a chance with the boy she loved. Uraraka, if I weren't such a coward. Todoroki, Uraraka, hey Uraraka. Uraraka, hey? What's up, Todoroki? Todoroki, this is yours, throwing a box at him. The girl looked at the gift carefully. It was a small box, but she could feel a weight inside. The idea arose that maybe the bicolor could have been given to her so the girl would be grateful. Todoroki, don't look at me, it wasn't me, it just appeared among my things. Tsuyu, open it, maybe it's from a fan Karo. The brunette just smiled and opened the box. She didn't expect it, but there was a necklace with an emerald inside, perfectly polished. The green color was intense. At first she thought of a messy green hair, but when she turned to see him, she found him smiling with a gift that came wrapped. The girl kept her thoughts, and then remembered her best friend. Uraraka, thank you Tsu. Tsuyu, thanks, why? I didn't go, look, it has a note, Kero Kero. Uraraka, that's true. The chestnut opened a small envelope and took out the sheet. To Ochako Uraraka. Hello, how are you? Stupid question, sorry, I'll start over. Uraraka, I know you're not going through the best of times romantically. I feel guilty since I'm involved in that. But I want you to know that I haven't forgotten you. I can't for a simple reason, and that is God. I can't even say it if you feel uncomfortable reading this. Imagine how I feel writing it. Well, I already saw that I can't write to you what I feel. Maybe you hate me, but I've decided to confess everything. No more evasions. I'll wait for you outside the gym. I won't say time because I don't know what time you'll read this, but I know that when you do I'll know and I'll be there. With love, admiration and respect, are you, secret admirer? The brunette was totally confused. Who had written all that? He mentioned that she was to blame, then could it have something directly to do with the rumor? Maybe she hated him? That would confirm her theory. The girl was on trial. She didn't know whether to leave or not. A part of her told her yes, that maybe it was the opportunity she needed to get out of the hole they put her in and win back the love of her life. Although on the other hand there was the possibility that it was a trap. Tsuyu, Ochako, are you okay? Uraraka, what? Excuse me Tsu, I have to go. The brunette quickly left the gym. Her mind was in shock. She didn't know why she had done it despite the negative, but nevertheless there she was, shivering from the cold, looking into the great darkness. Yes, you came. Uraraka, and you will listen to me. If you had something to do with all this, I swear that Deku? Indeed, there she was, her green hair illuminated by the moonlight. Deku, Uraraka, yo. The chestnut could not continue and threw herself into his arms, crying inconsolably. Uraraka, sorry, Deku, I'm so sorry, I was a coward and I lost you. Deku, you took the words right out of my mouth. The brunette was surprised and moved away from the boy only to see him with his head down, shedding tears. Deku, I felt like I messed up, that my presence was annoying you, and I decided to walk away so as not to cause you problems, and then that rumor came and I felt like my world was falling apart because the person I trusted the most, the one I loved the most, had said that. I couldn't believe it, and then my mind gave me the false answer that you had said that. That was why I walked away, and I felt bad about myself, but I decided not to pay any more attention to the bad part inside me. I decide, and today I am here to ask for your forgiveness, Ochako Uraraka. I don't know if you hate me or not, I don't know your feelings, but I am here to tell you that I'm sorry. I was wrong, and it's something I don't want to do again with you because I am in love with you. Suddenly the world stopped. The moment was unique because despite the cold, they could feel a comfortable warmth in their hearts, and in Uraraka's case it was reason enough to go and run towards the green-haired boy, hugging him with all her strength. Uraraka, don't go, please don't go. Deku, where? Uraraka, the last time we spoke, when we were alone in the living room, I wanted to tell you that, but my body wouldn't respond. I didn't want to lose you, and it broke my heart to see you leave. I wanted to hug you and tell you not to go, because I couldn't stand the boy I love walking away because of my nonsense. Deku, Uraraka, sorry, I shouldn't have listened. And wait, you said boy that I love. The green-haired man couldn't continue because he was silenced by Uraraka's lips, who overcame her fears and managed to steal a kiss from him. Uraraka, yes, I said that you Izuku Midoriya are the boy I love. The green-haired boy now remained silent, simply hugging the brunette by the hip while she hugged him by the neck, and slowly they joined in a kiss full of love that nothing could interrupt. Uraraka, I guess we have to go back inside, they'll wonder what happened to us, hee. Deku, they're in for a big surprise. Uraraka, UA's strongest couple is back. Deku, and nothing can separate us. They both started walking back, and at the entrance they found a hanging mistletoe. Uraraka, look, I guess you owe me one. Deku, I owe you a lot. They both kissed again and went inside. No one expected or believed what their eyes showed them. The sweetest boys in their class had become boyfriends. The whole class A burst into celebrations, as well as B, who had been infected with the good mood, and that's how the whole party went. The boy finished opening his presents with his now girlfriend sitting next to him. Finally, everything was over. They cleaned the gym and each went to their bedrooms, except for a certain couple who, with the help of the green-haired boy, went up to the roof of their bedrooms with a hot chocolate and a slice of cake for each one. Uraraka, did you have a good time? Deku, in the end it was an excellent day. Uraraka, I still don't understand how my gift ended up in Todoroki's bag. Deku, I put it there. I knew it was the perfect opportunity, that, and I felt sorry, you know how I am. Uraraka, that's something I love about you, They both gave each other a short kiss, and at that moment a shooting star passed by. Uraraka, Deku, look, a shooting star. Deku, true. Uraraka, won't you make a wish? Deku, why? I already have everything I could ever want. Uraraka, hey, I think I could spend the night with you. The green-haired boy blushed profusely. Both were new to relationships. Deku, of course. Uraraka, let me go get my pajamas from my room. So they both entered the bedrooms. The girl went to her room and the green-haired boy to his. After putting on his Almight pajamas, the golden age suit with a hat, Uraraka entered. The brunette let out a small laugh when she saw her boyfriend. He looked adorable in her eyes. The green-haired boy saw Uraraka's pajamas. Pink pants and a green blouse. They both blushed and went to bed hugging each other tightly. Deku, good night Ochako. Uraraka, good night Izuku. Both I love you. Chapter 2, we will create our memories together, Yaoyorozu. I love you too. Well, at least now I knew. Class A dormitories. December 23rd. In the dormitories of Class A, everyone was busy. They had organized to have a small Christmas celebration and were preparing for it. Everyone was putting up decorations or checking that nothing was out of place. The drinks would be brought tomorrow so that everything would be preserved. Deku was cooking dinner and preparing tomorrow's food that he knew would take time to cook. He didn't want anything to be missing, but in a certain room a violet-haired girl and a black-haired girl were talking nervously. Why did this have to happen to me, Kyuka? Jiro, well, you didn't do it in bad faith, or did you, Yamamo? Yaoyorozu, I couldn't. It's just that he helped me and I simply fell. Jiro, can I help you? Yaoyorozu, sigh, it's a long story. Jiro, summarize it or they'll realize we took a long time to get back. Yaoyorozu, you know that I was interested in Todoroki. Jiro, not to say that you liked it. Yaoyorozu, interested is the correct word. Jiro, how? Yaoyorozu, I told you it was a long story. Jiro, okay, I won't interrupt you anymore. Flashback. Yaoyorozu, how do I know if he feels the same if I don't even talk to him? Jiro, that's your big problem, girl, you don't even talk to him, how do you know if he likes you? Yaoyorozu, I already told you. Jiro, and have you thought about getting closer to his friends? He has brothers too, remember? Yaoyorozu, if you remember that his best friend is Midoriya, he hasn't talked to him either? Going with his brothers isn't an option. I don't talk to them either and I don't want to look like an interested party. Jiro, for someone who's the smartest, you're also a lost cause. Yaoyorozu, I know, falling down on his desk, maybe I talked to Bakugo? Jiro, seriously? Raising an eyebrow, you want to go with the firecracker? Remember how hard it was for me to convince him to play at the festival? Yaoyorozu, maybe Mina? Jiro, she doesn't even talk to him. Yaoyorozu, but she's Kirishima's friend and he talks to her. Maybe she managed to make connections and get information. Jiro, to elaborate. Yaoyorozu Ida? From what I know, he's become close to Todoroki along with Midoriya after what happened with Stain. Jiro, you know what he's like. Imitating his movements. We are aspiring heroes. Love is something we could avoid because of the risks. Yaoyorozu, why does everything have to be so complicated? Jiro, admit it, your best option is Midoriya. Deku, did they talk to me? Jiro, smiling mockingly, you are just the person I needed. Please take care of Yamamo. Deku, huh? Me? What ha do what? Jiro, he left it in your hands. The violet-haired girl ran out of the room at full speed. Yaoyorozu, still down without seeing the green-haired boy. I'm ruined, because everything is so difficult. Deku, Vice President. Is everything okay? Yaoyorozu, what? Midoriya, when? Where is Jiro? Deku, she just ran away. She said I'll take care of you. Yaoyorozu, I really hate you. Jiro-sai, sorry about that. Midoriya, you're free to go if you want. Deku, I saw that she was in a dilemma. If she has any problem, I want to help her. For some reason we are partners. Yaoyorozu, do you want to help me? Midoriya, we're not even friends. Deku, but yes, companions, next heroes, and sometimes we will have to work together. If she is wrong, then I want to help her. The boy gave her a big smile. The girl felt surprised. That smile, she could feel the confidence, the security it gave her. The girl did not hesitate to return a shy smile. Yaoyorozu, how well do you know Todoroki? Flashback end. The girl told her this and continued to summarize to her friend. Yaoyorozu, he didn't stop and I didn't ask him to. Everything I knew about him that I asked him, he answered me. With time, and you saw it, we became closer. The Todoroki thing went to the background when I saw him reading a book that I recognized. We were together almost all the time, even our training became together. Jiro, yes, you traded me for Midoriya. That hurt. Yaoyorozu, yes, but at least you and I are still friends. Jiro, and the best ones, partly thanks to these chocolates. I really love these things, eating several. Yaoyorozu, yes, and that's why you almost finished them, taking them off. Jiro, just me? What about you and Midoriya during your study halls or movie nights? You're telling me you don't eat this? Yaoyorozu, shut up. Jiro, well, now I understand, so what were you telling me? Yaoyorozu, you and I are still best friends, but Uraraka and him, it's hard to say. At first they spoke normally, but then they started to be distant. Well, she was the distant one. Then they started to fight. They argued. No, well, she caused the arguments. At first she didn't want to hear, but then he arrived and he looked depressed, tired, distracted. His characteristic smile was no longer there. That smile that gave me hope was no longer there. She took it away from him. Jiro, so you decided to listen to their fights? Yaoyorozu, it was without bad intentions. I wanted to see how I could help them talk again. He helped me and I was returning the favor. Flashback. We can see the black-haired girl walking calmly through the hallways of the dormitories. It was already nighttime. Usually at this time everyone was in the recreation room watching a movie. The girl was going to see if her green-haired friend was already free to have their movie night in the room of one of the two, but when she was about to reach the green-haired boy's room. So you're going to tell me that nothing's happening? Come on, Uraraka, I already told you I'm just helping him with Todoroki. Uraraka, and that's why they've been together now, as if they were lifelong friends. Deku, for God's sake, Uraraka, are you listening to yourself? You and I have been friends since we entered UA. Are you going to tell me I can't make more friends? You know perfectly well that I get nervous easily. Uraraka, yes, but that doesn't mean you have to be better when you talk to her. Deku, she's your best friend. Uraraka, my best friend is Tsuyu and you know it. Deku, what's your problem? At first you didn't tell me anything and now you act like I'm going to marry her. Uraraka, because I know you, I know her, I know that you are very innocent and kind, that's why you helped her. But now it seems that you don't want to leave, you changed me, you ruined our team. Deku, me? Don't forget that you started being distant with me and then you teamed up only with Tsuyu. What do you want me to do to stay alone and fail? Uraraka, you could go with Todoroki. Deku, you're angry about something else. Uraraka, you're my best friend, I'm worried about you. Deku, if you were worried you wouldn't be arguing with me almost all the time. I wanted to solve it but you act like I killed someone. The black-haired girl didn't listen anymore but was startled when she heard the sound of a slap, so she entered the room but didn't notice and hit Uraraka with the door. Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, are you okay? I'm so sorry. Uraraka, I'm more sorry. I'm fine. What's the reason for your visit? Yaoyorozu, I came to talk to Midoriya to see if we could meet up. Uraraka, her movie night, everyone knows it. Well, there it is, ask her. The brunette left the room but bumped shoulders with the brunette who took her by the arm. Yaoyorozu, I heard everything, you were cruel to him. Uraraka, you have no right to say that. The girl got out of the grip and left. The vice president saw her friend who had his hand on her cheek and his head down. Yaoyorozu, hey Midoriya these. Deku, faking a smile, hee sorry, I fell and hit myself, sorry if you're worried Yamamoto, do you need me to bring something for a while? Yaoyorozu, just the drinks, you know, I'll take care of the food. Deku, will you cook? Yaoyorozu, you will have that honor. Deku, hee okay, I'll see you later. The black-haired girl wanted to hug him, but she didn't want to expose herself since the green-haired boy thought she didn't know anything, so she just left the room, but as soon as she closed it she heard sobs from the strong boy. Deku, I'm really useless, I can't do anything right. The black-haired girl felt her heart crunch, she felt bad but decided to do nothing. Flashback end. Jiro, and the movie night was cancelled? Yaoyorozu, no, he did arrive but he was distracted. I knew it, and pretended to fall asleep and I felt him lean on my shoulder. He was crying, he cried until he fell asleep. I laid him on my legs and stroked his hair. It hurt me to see him like that, but that's when I realized. Jiro, your change in attitude, your way of seeing things, your feelings. Yaoyorozu, I didn't like Todoroki, I admired him for his personality, but when I discovered that was when I realized the one who stole my heart was a green-haired man capable of destroying concrete with a single blow and helping anyone but who also needed help. Jiro, what you said is very beautiful, but now that you know that you like him, what will you do? Yaoyorozu, I don't know. God, Jiro, I'm the same as when I was with Todoroki. Jiro, the difference is that here you talk to him, and you know that you like him. Yaoyorozu, yes, but I don't know how to tell him that. I couldn't even tell him even if he stood in front of me or knocked on my door. At that moment there was a knock on the door. Jiro, coincidences of life. Yaoyorozu, I highly doubt it's him, we are 20 students, remember? Deku, Yamamoto, if Jiro is with you could you tell him that Ida said they should come to dinner or they'll get cold? Yaoyorozu, sigh, yes Midoriya, I'll tell him. Deku, oh okay, then we will wait for you. The footsteps of the green-haired man were heard as he walked away. Jiro, wow, and I thought I was being blunt with that idiot Kaminari. Yaoyorozu, was I? God, I'm sure he hates me and will stop talking to me like he did with Uraraka. Jiro, calm down girl, you're just hyperventilating. By the way, you didn't tell me how it all ended with Uraraka. Yaoyorozu, well, that was a prearranged fight. She was trying to defeat him, I don't know why, and I was trying to make her apologize to him, but I never succeeded. Jiro, I still remember their fight, they gave it their all. It almost hurt me to see their fight well before it hurt me, but now I feel a little less bad. Yaoyorozu, yes, not me, but now I don't even know what I want anymore. Jiro, you love him but you're a coward and you won't tell him and you'll probably suffer when you see him with someone else. Yaoyorozu, Kyuka, that's cruel. Jiro, but you know it's true, girl, either you confess to her or you'll just be the best friend and confidant, and you know that will hurt you. Yaoyorozu, but how do you want me to do it, Kyuka? Jiro, we are aware that we can no longer ask Midoriya for advice, right? Yaoyorozu, shut up, covering her face with her hands. Jiro, well, are we going to have dinner or do you want your green prince to come for you? The black-haired girl just blushed but decided to ignore her best friend. They both approached the door, and as soon as they opened it she didn't notice and bumped into someone. Yaoyorozu, ouch, it really hurts, Kyuka, don't cross me like that. Jiro, smiling mischievously, it wasn't me you collided with. Deku, I am sorry Yamamoto, I should have touched. Yaoyorozu, no, it wasn't your fault, Deku. Jiro, I'll guess, Ida is talking to us. Deku, yes, sorry. Jiro, it's nothing, sorry, I have to go ahead, the idiot Kaminari sent me a message, I'll see you in a bit. The violet-haired girl ran away, leaving them alone. Yaoyorozu, Kyuka. Someday you'll pay me back, I swear. Deku, sorry if I was too insistent, if you want I can go ahead. Yaoyorozu, no. Sorry, no, I didn't mean that, It's just that you and I mean, I'm not saying that you but I owe you no, it's complicated too much. Deku, look, maybe you need to talk to someone other than Jiro, hehe, she can be very aggressive. Kyuka, I heard that. At that moment the green-haired man froze, but the vice president took him by the shoulders and made him walk. Yaoyorozu, yeah, she won't hurt you, even though you're right that she can be aggressive, but I have to thank her because she made you and I friends, right? Deku, yes. Yaoyorozu, hear about Uraraka. Deku, well, let's go have dinner Yamamoto, I bet you'll like what I made. Yaoyorozu, if you want to talk about her or what happened. Deku, I'm fine, Vice President. The girl did not bring up the subject again. Finally both arrived at the recreation room and from there they went to the dining room. Everyone was seated and as soon as they saw the green-haired boy arrive they began to yell at him to hurry up, something that the boy did by hurrying and serving all the dishes and then sitting down. Another change that occurred in the breakup of the friendship was the way of sitting. The boy was forced to sit in a corner away from the brunette, and the black-haired girl sitting apart from everyone, but if they spoke to him he answered. Deki, well, I'm leaving, I hope you like dinner, whatever took time to prepare for tomorrow is already being prepared, tomorrow I will finish the rest and finish what I have now. Everyone, thank you Midoriya. Bakugo, tch I should have insisted on buying a pizza. Kirishima, hugging him, don't be bitter Baku bro, even you like Midoriya's food, look, you didn't even leave a stain, ha ha ha. Bakugo, shut up or do you want me to kill you? Ida, okay, that's enough for you too. Thanks for dinner Midoriya, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's. Deku, yes whatever you say, well I'm leaving now, I'm tired, I spent most of the day cooking and tomorrow will be the same. Yamamoto, hey, I'll wait for you in my room. I bought a movie. Deku, I'll pass this time, I'd feel better being alone. The brunette didn't let this opportunity go to waste. They had been talking to me for a while, and she had even stopped calling him Deku to only use Midoriya. Uraraka, Deku, do you think we can talk more later? Deku, hee, nobody understood, I'm tired, if they come I'll be deeply asleep. The boy walked slowly, everyone was looking at him, he had been like that for a while, isolated, he only talked to Yaoyorozu and Jiro, every now and then with the others, only when it was a test or he had to cook to ask them what they were craving, but this time it was different, they felt that there was something strange but they did nothing. Little by little they went to their rooms, but a certain black-haired girl was not satisfied, so she waited, and when there was almost no one there she decided to go to her friend's room. The girl knocked but received no answer, she knocked on the door again and nothing, she called his name and still no answer. The black-haired girl was starting to get strange, so she knocked louder but still no answer. The girl began to use her quirk to knock louder, she almost knocked on the door which left many marks which caught the attention of her friends. Bakugo, what the hell are you doing? Ida, Yaoyorozu, you know perfectly well that you are mistreating the school supplies that were given to us. Yaoyorozu, Deku isn't here. Everyone fell silent. Kirishima, come on Yaoyorozu, that was a good joke. Mina, yes, we all saw that he came to his room, he was very tired. Tsuyu, he overexerted himself, you know how he is Kero. Yaoyorozu, no, I swear it's not there. Todoroki, how do you expect us to believe you, when you were breaking down his door, and he told us he was coming to sleep? Yaoyorozu, that's why, you saw how I knocked, left marks on his door, I'm yelling at him and I'm calling him on the phone, his attitude wasn't what I was showing, if you could hear me why couldn't he? No matter how tired he is, he would come to open it so you wouldn't bother him. Jiro, she's right, Midoriya isn't here. Bakugo, what the hell are you talking about? Todoroki, Jiro, are you sure? Jiro, I can't hear his breathing, there's nothing on the other side. Now it was the turn of the explosive blonde who started playing like crazy, making the door rumble. Bakugo, come on you bucking nerd, get out of there before I break down your damn door and make you leave on your knees. He didn't receive an answer either, but a loud noise coming from the back of the room made them alert. The blonde didn't think twice, and with his explosions he knocked down the door. Upon entering he was greeted by total darkness. The black-haired girl looked for the switch, but as soon as she turned it on, nothing happened. The light didn't come back, but immediately she created a flashlight that was too powerful at the same time that the blonde made explosions with his hands and Todoroki used his fire side to light up. The scene before them scared them. Not only was Yaoyorozu right when she said that the green-haired boy was not there, but also his room seemed to have been a war zone, his books on the floor. His Almight figures were scattered, some broken. The window that overlooked the balcony that each room had was broken, the posters were torn, and the bed split in half. Everyone was scared, especially the black-haired vice president who was trying to find a clue of what happened. Everyone was walking looking for a note, or something that would give them a clue. Mina, this looks like a horror movie. Ida, taking a frame that had a photo of him and his green-haired friend along with Ida's brother. Does anyone know if he had enemies? It could be a clue. Bakugo, knowing about One for All and fearing for his friend the nerd. He has too many even for a student. Tsuyu, this Himiko Togakero. Kirishima, maybe some ally of Overhaul remembering Rappa while sweating cold. Jiro, gentle. Todoroki, stain. Mina, Shigaraki. Uraraka, muscular. The girl felt like crying. The green-haired boy had enemies that could finish them off with a single blow. In her room, the girl was about to fall apart. She had been rude to Deku, she had treated him badly, and now he was missing. Suddenly the girl stepped on a book and slipped. Tsuyu was the one who approached and helped her up. The girl appreciated the gesture. Ida, Uraraka, are you okay? Uraraka, yes, just lifting the book, I slipped on this. At that moment something fell from between the pages of the book. Everyone looked down. Uraraka picked up what she saw were photos and put them on the desk. Everyone looked to see and saw that they were photos of the boy with Uraraka. They looked happy. It was as if everything that had happened between them, the distance, the constant fights, were just a farce. Kirishima, that's weird. Why would he have this stored here? He has more frames, even though they're different. Suddenly the chestnut began to cry inconsolably. The little frog immediately wrapped her in her arms. Tsuyu, Ochako, what's wrong? Kero. Uraraka, those photos, I had thrown them at Deku. The last time we argued, he wanted to fix things. He even wanted us to go out to the fair. He knew that I love going on the Ferris wheel. He told me, you like it because you are closer to infinity. My gravity girl, I only threw the photos at him. I tore some of them, and only threw the pieces at him. Todoroki took the book from Uraraka's hands and found that there was a part that was slightly separated, as if there was something in between. The bicolor opened the book and dropped more photos on the desk. The brunette wasn't lying. There were some that were broken, but the green-haired man had glued them with transparent adhesive tape. Tokoemi looked at the cover of the book. Tokoemi, I know why he kept them here, and more specifically in this part of the book. Todoroki, what do you mean? Tokoemi, it's a poetry book, and if my guess is correct, the poem he chose to save the photos was taking the book. I'm right. Todoroki, what does it say? Maybe it could be a clue. Tokoemi, I don't think so. Listen. You are not the person who should walk by my side. Because you are the same sun that guides me. The one that illuminates my worst darkness. Suddenly everyone fell silent, and after a few minutes a bang was heard. They turned to see, and it was Yaoyorozu who had slapped Uraraka. Todoroki immediately grabbed Yaoyorozu, preventing her from doing anything else. Yaoyorozu, you despised him. You were with him, and yet he, for God's sake, Uraraka, he loved you. That's why he wanted to fix things with you. That's why he spent time with me. Why he asked me for help to confess his feelings. Jiro opened her eyes at that moment. The black-haired girl never told her that. She was surprised. She didn't need to use her quirk to hear her best friend's beating heart. Everything she said was true. Yaoyorozu, my gravity girl, infinity girl, only he called you that. Unlike that idiot Bakugo who insults you by calling you a damn round face, and it doesn't seem to affect you. Bakugo, now what did I say? Yaoyorozu, you don't have the right to worry about him. The black-haired girl looked fiercely at the brunette who was rubbing her cheek. Yaoyorozu, I told you that day, you were rude to him, you were an idiot. I heard everything, even the slap you gave him. Well, now feel his pain, and I hope you remember it every day. I don't want to slap you every day, it would be a waste of time. Ida, I'll go tell the director about this. Minor, from the girls' fight? Ida, no, about Midoriya's disappearance. Yaoyorozu, I'll accompany you. Ida, okay, let's go. Everyone else to their rooms now, not a word of this understood. Everyone except Uraraka, yes. Tsuyu, Ochako, we have to go. Uraraka, yes, this I'll catch up with them right now. Tsuyu, if you want to talk, what Yaoyorozu said was wrong. Uraraka, I said Tsu caught up with them right now. The little frog just walked away. Uraraka, I love him too. The brunette had a photo in her hands. The photo showed them smiling and hugging, both wrapped up warm. They had gone skating. The girl crumpled the photo in her hands and simply collapsed on the floor, starting to cry. Ida and Yaoyorozu quickly went to the principal's office and explained everything to him. The principal listened to them calmly. When they finished, he sent them to their rooms. They would carry out an inspection of the entire campus and the surrounding area. Both boys had no choice but to accept. Their classmates were waiting for them in the recreation room. Todoroki, what did they tell you? Ida, they'll do an exhaustive search of the campus and the surrounding area. They sent us to bed. Bakugo, tch bunch of idiots. If someone has Deku, that makes them believe that he won't come for us. They keep us here like animals. We are easy prey. Uraraka, we have to help in the search. Midoriya is our friend and companion. He has helped us all and we must. Ida, you don't decide that. We will follow orders and we will be here, now to sleep. Let's hope that tomorrow the situation is better and we have news of him. Mina, and what about the party? Hagakure, will it be cancelled? Ida, no, we'll continue with that. We have the decorations and Midoriya wouldn't like to see us sad. Todoroki, but he won't be there. Yaoyorozu, don't say that, he'll come back. Everyone went to their rooms. In the end, the black-haired girl was on her bed caressing her pillow. Yaoyorozu, where are you? I miss you, Deku. The girl fell asleep without realizing that a figure with green rays was outside her room. Deku, Momo, I never thought my feelings would change, but now I know. The figure disappeared. The next day. There were no classes, they knew that, so many decided to get up late. But for a black-haired girl, the schedule she was used to was embodied in her. She couldn't go back to sleep. She decided to get up and go eat something. The black-haired girl was getting dressed when she hit her forehead. Who was making breakfast was Deku. The girl had a fleeting thought. Yaoyorozu, maybe I'll be back. So with that positive thought she got dressed and went out to the kitchen. When she was about to arrive she felt his presence, so the black-haired girl felt happier than ever. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, you're back. But when she entered she saw no one. There was only her. The girl looked everywhere and just couldn't find the green-haired boy. She even left the kitchen and came back in, but nothing. The reality of last night dawned on her. Feeling bad, the girl took a plate and poured herself some cereal without desire and went to sit down to eat. The cereal was her favorite. She had personally bought the box, but she felt strange. The cereal tasted strange, pasty. She decided to just eat a little more, and so she did. When she finished she thought she had taken Ida's, but when she checked the box she saw that no, he had taken the one she bought. The girl got depressed and went to her room. When she entered she went to her desk. She had several photos, with her parents, one of her as a child, with her friends in high school, another with Jiro, another with the girls, another with the whole class, but apart from that, in a frame that she made herself she had a photo with the green-haired boy. They were returning from going to the movies at the request of the black-haired girl. It was the first photo they took. The black-haired girl took this one last one, caressing the green-haired boy's face, and felt that he shed some tears. Yaoyorozu, if I weren't such a coward, Deku, I'm sorry, but I couldn't help it. I love you. The brunette saw the frame, made of steel with an engraving of rabbits and matryoshkas in a green and red color. The girl looked at the back. And in the end, when you think everything is lost, a light will protect you. Some think of it as a white light. I prefer it green. The girl raised her face, determined. She was not going to get any more depressed. Yaoyorozu, he will return. If he can break the bones of his enemies with a single grip, then there is no villain in this life who can claim victory over him. He will return. He will come to the party, and I will confess my feelings to him. Yes, that's what I will do. I need to see what I will wear today. The girl ran to her huge closet, which when opened revealed the incredible amount of elegant clothes she had. Even in her civilian clothes she looked expensive, the life of a princess, but the brunette didn't want to look like that. She was looking for something more peaceful. Yaoyorozu, excited, I'll go shopping. I'll tell Jiro wait, she hates that kind of thing. Maybe if I tell Mina or Hagakure thinking about what clothes they would both choose. God no, maybe you're a no. I can't take the boys, well maybe Todoroki. The girl began to think about the situation. Yaoyorozu, me, a girl who entered by recommendation, whose family is known in the heroic society, and the son of the new #1 hero entering a clothing store. No, it's definitely out of the question. I'll go alone then. Her spirits did not decline. The girl was willing to find something that would make her feel comfortable for today, so she took her bag and left her room ready. Her clothes were jeans with a somewhat loose pink blouse and dark glasses, along with black Converse tennis shoes and her brown bag with the gold closure. Jiro, where are you going, elegant girl? You already know where Midoriya is, right? Yaoyorozu, scared. Eat Kyuka, that's not done. No, he hasn't returned yet, although I'm sure he will. Jiro, will the power of love bring him back? Smiling mockingly. Yaoyorozu, no, because I believed in him. He has an impressive strength. There is no villain who can face him. Jiro, do you blindly trust that your boyfriend will come back? Yaoyorozu, we are not dating yet, but yes, I trust that he will appear today and I will see that beautiful smile again. Jiro, the smile that made you fall in love. Yaoyorozu, exactly. Jiro, you're in a very good mood, you didn't even shut me up or deny it. Yaoyorozu, what can I say, Kyuka? I'm sure it will be a great day. Jiro, yes, and speaking of a good day, where are you going? Yaoyorozu, you don't want to know. Jiro, come on girl, I'm your best friend, I have to know. Yaoyorozu, I'm going shopping. Jiro, you were right, I didn't want to know. They both laughed, and started walking to the recreation room for something to eat. Jiro, so you're 100% sure he'll come back? Yaoyorozu, with pride, yes, he is the strongest person I know. I am sure that at some point today he will be in the recreation room sitting on one of the couches. And as if by magic, they both entered the recreation room and found the green-haired man sitting on the largest armchair with a large plate of katsudon. Deku, hello, good morning, or I guess afternoon, ha ha ha. Both girls, good afternoon. Midoriya reacting, wait, Midoriya? Deku, yes. Both, scared Kaya. I didn't know whether to put the typical AAA or put it as a note of. The girls screamed loudly, but I decided on this one. The green-haired boy was stunned. The scream was so loud that it hurt his ears. Deku, well, at least you didn't attack me with your jacks or shoot me with an elephant tranquilizer. At that moment everyone entered the arcade thinking they were attacking. Todoroki used both sides. Kirishima came in his unbreakable form. Mina came ready to throw acid. Everyone was ready, but they didn't expect to find the green-haired boy without a scratch. They immediately thought of a clone. The crazy blonde with sharp fangs appeared in their minds. Todoroki and Aoyama launched a combined laser and fire attack that the green-haired boy easily dodged. Deku, hey, what's up? Siro joined the attack along with Tokoemi, Mina, Mineta. The boy dodged him again almost without problems again. Deku, hey, it's me. Now if the whole class they attacked together again except for Jiro and Yaoyorozu. The green-haired boy took out his characteristic raise as a sign that he was using the OFA. Deku, hey, calm down, what's going on, why the aggression? However, no one paid attention, they only concentrated on attacking, they all got into a combat stance. Deku, let's fix ourselves with the soda. Everyone lit up, Bakugo generated big explosions, Todoroki let out all his fire side, the atmosphere was tense for the boy, he knew it would end badly for him. Deku, no? Well, if that's what you want, taking a sip. The boy stretched out his hand to Yaoyorozu. Deku, mints, now. The girl didn't know why, but she created them without problems and gave them to him. The boy put them in his soda and using the OFA shook the bottle. Deku, well, go for it. The boy threw the bottle at them, which exploded, throwing them out of confusion. The boy took advantage and started hitting them. He took advantage of the fact that his two best friends, Bakugo and Todoroki, were distracted and using their blind spots, He grabbed both of their heads and hit them, leaving them unconscious in a minute. Leaving the strongest out of the fight, the others had a bad time. Finally he finished and sat down but realized that the table was destroyed along with his plate. Deku, and now this I seriously can never eat comfortably. Yaoyorozu mai. Mito Midoriya. Jiro, is it really you? Deku, is it so strange that I wake up late? Jiro, late? Midoriya, what time did you get home last night? Yaoyorozu, leave that aside, where did you go? Why weren't you answering my calls? Jiro, where did you sleep? Deku, last night I didn't go out, I went to bed at the time I told you, I didn't go anywhere, I don't have any calls from you Momo, and well I slept in my bed where else? At that moment Todoroki was getting up like the rest of his friends. Todoroki, Midoriya, your room is destroyed. Deku, what did they do to my room? Bakugo, us damn it? What did you do to him? Who did you fight with? Deku, with no one, I was asleep like I told you. Ida, let's get rid of any doubts, let's go see. They all walked down the hallway until they reached the green-haired boy's room. Deku, damn, who made these marks on the door? Yaoyorozu, Midoriya. Deku, I would believe it from Bakugo, but Yaoyorozu? It hurts. Bakugo, open up already, damn it, and wherever it's a trap and you're a clone, I swear I'll kill you myself. The green-haired man took the knob and opened the door. Everyone was surprised to see the room in perfect condition. What they saw last night had been a dream. There was no debris and nothing was out of place. Todoroki, but how is it possible last night everything was? Kirishima, destroyed, your bed was split in half. Deku, so much movie really affected them, they even see things now. Everyone looked at each other. What happened last night seemed very real, but out of nowhere Uraraka came out among the tumult of her friends. Uraraka, you can't just say that didn't happen, we all saw it, this was a mess, your bed split in half, your figures thrown everywhere and your books torn up. Deku, I really don't know what makes you think that. Uraraka, taking the poetry book, if I hadn't passed by, I wouldn't have fallen with this book and I would never have seen that you had the photos. At that moment the brunette opened the part where the boy had the photos, but the green-haired man's hands acted quickly and closed the book violently, and then put it back in its place. Deku, I don't know how you knew about that book or those photos, but never mention it again. Uraraka, I love you too. Can't you see? That scream, the declaration of a brunette that made the black-haired girl feel tiny, she felt out of place, as if everything had turned black. Time passed slowly. She managed to see her beloved green-haired girl who was looking down. Deku, whoever loves you doesn't hurt you, they don't look for fights, they look for solutions, and you did the opposite. Uraraka, because I felt like I was losing you, I felt like I would never have you by my side again. Deku, I love you too Uraraka. Then Yaoyorozu's world fell apart, her beautiful day suddenly turned into a horrible nightmare, but Deku's slowly opening mouth brought her back to reality. Deku, I guess you wanted to hear those words. I admit that I was also hoping to hear you tell me that you loved me, but the more time passed, the more you fought, the more reasons you looked for to argue you were the one who took charge of pushing me away from you. I'm sorry, Uraraka. I can't reciprocate, and I really ask you to never touch my things and get out of my room now. Everyone leave. Todoroki, but Midoriya, we. Deku, come out now. Although she said it in a normal voice, the tone and the way she did it caused everyone to stay still. More than a request, it sounded more like an order. Everyone ran out. Uraraka turned to see the green-haired boy, who still had a serious face. His expression was different from usual. The last one was Yaoyorozu, but she stood in the doorway of the room but went back inside only to see how the green-haired boy fell to his knees and began to cry. The girl ran and hugged the green-haired boy. Deku, look at me, so strong and everything, and a girl managed to defeat me. Yaoyorozu, Deku, you are the strongest I know, you managed to defeat the entire class almost without problems. Deku, almost? Yaoyorozu, will you start off being conceited? Deku, I'm sorry Yamamoto, you must think I'm pathetic. Yaoyorozu, seriously? I'm hugging you and you say you're pathetic? You really are weird. You have to learn that you're the strongest, but also human. You're not pathetic. You can break, and that's okay. Deku, Yamamoto, I think I ruined the day. Yaoyorozu, stop saying that. Deku, sorry. Yaoyorozu, if you apologize for everything, the word loses its meaning, you know? Deku, but well, you know. Yaoyorozu, come on, boy, you have to eat something, you couldn't do it. Deku, yes, hey, and now that I think about it, Yaoyorozu, where are you going all dressed up? Yaoyorozu, fixed? You're the second person to tell me that. Deku, it's just you look very pretty. The boy fell silent when he heard what she said. Deku, well, I don't know what. Yaoyorozu, do you think I'm cute? Deku, beautiful, shutting up and turning red in embarrassment. Yaoyorozu was so red that Kirishima's hair looked pink, but she decided to get up and help the green-haired boy sit up. Yaoyorozu, I was about to go shopping. Deku, shopping? Don't you have too many clothes? The black-haired girl raised an eyebrow, to which the boy decided to remain silent. Yaoyorozu, that's why you and Jiro have told me that these clothes look very elegant. I want something more normal, casual. Deku, if that's why, I think you shouldn't do it. Don't change into something you're not just because of a standard. Yaoyorozu, you're kind, but it's something I want to do and not by a standard. I would feel more comfortable. Deku, okay, I believe you. Can we go eat now? Yaoyorozu, yes, but I'll give you a punishment. Deku, and why? Yaoyorozu, for disappearing young man. Deku, but I already told you I was right here last night. Yaoyorozu, I'm the vice president, so don't argue. Deku, whispering, corrupted, what is my punishment? Yaoyorozu, you're going to accompany me on my shopping trip. Deku, I'll get it cheap. They both laughed and left the green-haired boy's room. Finally they went to eat, and from there they went out to do the girl's shopping, but she bought too much. The poor green-haired boy went into each store and came out even more loaded. In the end he had 4 bags hanging on each arm, and he was carrying too many boxes. The poor green-haired boy couldn't see. The boxes covered his view. Finally the black-haired girl took pity on him, and they sat down at a small hamburger stand. Deku, hey, I know you like clothes, but this is too much. Yaoyorozu, not all of it is mine and not all of it is clothes. Deku, hey. Yaoyorozu, there are also gifts. It was difficult to find them on this day. Deku, that's why I bought it before. Yaoyorozu, okay, stop talking and eat more, you'll need it. Deku, you're not going to tell me you're planning to buy more. Yaoyorozu, no, but we have to go back to the dorms now. Deku, thank goodness. Yaoyorozu, but if you want I can keep shopping. Deku, no. Sorry, let's hurry, I have to finish cooking. The black-haired girl smiled, and without rushing they ate. Finally they arrived at the academy. Quickly the boy finished cooking, everyone rushed to finish decorating. The green-haired boy finished his food. When he finished everyone went to change. The green-haired boy went to take a shower, and when he came out he found a suit that was the perfect mix of elegance with something casual. Deku, how strange, I didn't have this in mind. The boy checked it completely in case it was a trap. Deku, don't be silly, how could it be something bad? It's just clothes. Well, that's what happened to Spider-Man. The boy put on his clothes and went out. Finally the party started. Everyone celebrated happily, having fun without problems. They broke a piñata and the drinks were delicious. Finally they began to open their gifts. Yaoyorozu, Ida and Todoroki bought gifts for everyone. Denki, don't show off your riches. Yaoyorozu, I'm sorry, it's just that I didn't want to give it to just one. Ida, you are my family, we celebrate together. Todoroki, we stick together and I wanted to do that. Everyone laughed, their gifts were beautiful, no one complained. Finally the green-haired girl gave a gift to Midoriya. Yaoyorozu, open it. Deku, oh okay, thanks. The boy opened it. It was incredible. It was an Almight jacket, but it was a limited edition. It was divided into all the outfits that the one hero had worn throughout his life. There was a scarf, a pair of new tennis shoes, but there was something else at the bottom. The boy took it out carefully. It was a photo of the two of them the time they had gone to the fair. The sunset was perfectly reflected and the boy was smiling next to the black-haired girl. Yaoyorozu, there's something about the frame, I'd read it if I were you. The frame was also incredible, metal with designs that referred to both. The green-haired boy saw that it had a writing on top. Sometimes we will feel pain when we lose someone. There are several factors that can cause this, but what matters is that we always keep a smile. I was going through a rather strange moment until you came along, but someone took that smile away from you, and I want to give it back to you because that smile gave me strength at the time, and it's only right that you have it. The boy smiled and hugged the black-haired girl. Deku, thanks Yamamoto, you're the best. Yaoyorozu, I know he. Deku, well, it's past the time for gifts, go to the table and I'll serve you. Everyone nodded. Yaoyorozu, can I help you? Deku, sure, it helps if I give you your gift. Yaoyorozu, of course, wait, what? Gift, what gift? Deku, close your eyes. The moment the brunette closed her eyes, she felt something being placed in her hands. When she opened them, she saw a green rabbit but with the girl's heroine costume. Yaoyorozu, this is. Deku, sorry if it's not what you expected. Yaoyorozu, I love it. The black-haired girl jumped into the boy's arms, hugging him tightly. Deku, Yamamoto, no, I can't breathe. Yaoyorozu, sorry, it's just that this is beautiful. Deku, well, leave the bunny so you can help me. I need you to try this dish. I think I put too much salt in it. Yaoyorozu, of course. The girl came closer and was about to try, but then she felt something hit her lips. It was soft, but before she could react, the sensation ended. The green-haired boy cut the kiss. Deku, well? Yaoyorozu, yes, it tastes a bit salty, although I'll need a second taste. Deku, really? Yaoyorozu, taking him by the shirt, yes. Deku, you come here. They both gave each other a kiss, warm, tender, full of love. Deku, I've wanted to do this for a long time. Yaoyorozu, why not? Deku, maybe because I was going through a hard time and because I was helping you with my best friend and I felt bad that you didn't feel the same, and then my feelings, and then what happened with Uraraka, and then I. The green-haired man's habit of murmuring appeared, so the girl just hugged him. Yaoyorozu, Izuku Midoriya, I love you, did you need to hear that? Deku, now yes, although I still don't believe it. Yaoyorozu, then I'll have to kiss you until you believe it. Deku, well then try hard. Yaoyorozu, don't scold me, Izuku. Deku, so I'm Izuku now? Yaoyorozu, if you don't mind. Deku, it's cute, Yamamoto. Yaoyorozu, we have to hurry up with the food, then we continue. Deku, you started it. Yaoyorozu, how do we tell them without them having a fit? Deku, we'll think of something together. The girl gave him a tender kiss on the cheek and they began to serve the food. Finally they sat down to eat. After a while the temperature began to drop. Yaoyorozu, I'm already cold. Todoroki, do you want me to get you a sweater or light the fireplace? Yaoyorozu, no, I have a better idea. At that moment the girl's quirk ignited throughout her body. Fibers began to come out and join together. Everyone was surprised to see a jacket that was the green-haired boy's hero suit with a hood that had antennas. It was an exact replica. Mina Yayao. Hagakure Yaoyorozu. Ida, WH because you have. Todoroki, that jacket? Yaoyorozu, what? I can't have my boyfriend's jacket? Everyone spat out their food. Siro, no boyfriend. Kurishima, you and Midoriya? At that moment the green-haired boy entered the dining room and felt the tense atmosphere, which he understood when he saw the jacket that Yaoyorozu had. Deku, so now you know nice Momo jacket, but I want one too if it's not too much to ask. Yaoyorozu, of course, love. At that moment the girl took out a jacket that was a replica of the girl's hero costume. Deku took it and put it on. Then they gave each other a short kiss and continued eating. The others didn't believe it. They had questions. Mineta and Kaminari were about to throw themselves at the green-haired boy, but Jiro stopped them with his jacks. Nobody asked questions. They had too many, but they decided to leave the couple alone. The party finally came to an end, but the new couple still wasn't sleepy. Yaoyorozu, you owe me a movie night. Deku, you're in luck. Tomorrow I have nothing to do and I'm not sleepy. Yaoyorozu, are there any soft drinks left? Deku, too many. Yaoyorozu, I'll go ahead to arrange, you take the refreshments. Deku, cups and popcorn? Yaoyorozu, isn't it bothersome? Deku, for you my lady anything. Besides, I endured too many boxes and bags today. Some popcorn and soda won't defeat me. Yaoyorozu, he's really strong, I'll wait for you. The boy nodded and prepared everything. After a few minutes he arrived at the black-haired girl's room where she was already waiting for him leaning against the door frame. Deku, I told you so. Yaoyorozu, it's already a show-off. They both smiled. The green-haired man came in and left all his things. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, come, see this. Deku, what? As she left, she noticed there was a mistletoe in the door frame. There was one on each of the girls' doors. Deku, it must have been Mineta and Kaminari. I can take them out. Yaoyorozu, it would take a long time, you'll do it tomorrow. Deku, yeah, well, we have one right on top of us. Yaoyorozu, a little late, don't you think? Deku, well, yes, but you have to make it worth it. The black-haired girl smiled. They kissed and hugged. Yaoyorozu, Merry Christmas. I love you, Izuku. Deku, I know, smiling. The black-haired girl raised an eyebrow. Yaoyorozu, are you going intergalactic? Deku, hee, I love you, Momo, Merry Christmas. They both entered the girl's room holding hands. After a while the movie ended, but the boys fell asleep before, but it didn't matter now, they were together, and they knew nothing would separate them because they would fight to make their relationship last a long time. From that moment they decided that they would create their own memories together. Chapter 3, A Romantic and Noisy Christmas, Jiro. Sometimes you're so weird, you know? Half a year ago. June 23rd. You're an idiot, Kaminari. I trusted you and you alone know I'm the idiot. I trusted him. A violet-haired girl was leaning on her trusty under the armchair in the UA recreation room. The dorms were empty. Everyone had gone out. As Jiro remembered, Mina had organized a trip to the movies, taking advantage of the fact that it was the weekend. Her best friend Momo Yaoyorozu had tried to cheer her up by taking the rocker girl along, but she decided to stay when she saw how an electric blonde calmly accompanied them. Her patience reached its limit when the boy approached her as if nothing had happened. Kaminari, hey Kyuka, let's go to the movies, are you joining us, babe? The violet-haired girl held back the urge to yell at him and slap him in front of the whole class just because Yaoyorozu had grabbed her by the shoulders. The blonde didn't notice anything and went back to his friends. Kaminari, your loss. Yaoyorozu, Kyuka, forgive me. Jiro, it's nothing, Yamamo, have fun, everyone. Yaoyorozu, and you? Jiro, I have my base with that, I will feel better. Her friend nodded and gave her a hug. The violet-haired girl's attitude was that of a rude girl. She did not feel comfortable with such displays of affection but returned the gesture to her friend. Everyone left and the girl collapsed. She began to cry. The rude and always serious Jiro Kyuka had broken down. Soon that sadness turned into fury, a feeling that she got out by hitting with all her drums. Her father had shown her that this was a good method of relaxation, so she put on her headphones and put on Black Night by Deep Purple. The song did not have a rhythm that would help her get her anger out, but she waited for the part of the small drum solo, which she made louder and longer, but she was not satisfied. She felt that desire to hit the first person who crossed in front of her, so she took out her phone and started watching her songs. AC/DC Shot to Trill was the song that won. The girl hit hard, even her hands rumbled, and so several songs passed. The violet-haired girl played with a fury uncontrollable. There was a moment where tears began to come out. Finally the inevitable happened. One of her drumsticks ended up breaking, which angered the girl, who hit the other one to end the song, and then let out a scream taking out her anger. The girl sat on her stool and then stood up, grabbed her bass along with a pocket amplifier and its cable. Finally she went to the recreation room. After a few minutes a certain green-haired man entered the bedrooms, caught the attention of the rocker, who wiped her tears and continued playing. Deku, I'm here. Hello? Is anyone home? Jiro, they won't listen to you, Midoriya. Deku, where are they? Jiro, They went to the movies, I don't know where else. Deku, I'll guess, Mina's idea? Jiro, exactly thinking, please go away Midoriya, I'm not at my best. Deku, are you okay? Jiro, thinking, damn him, yeah, nothing's wrong, I'm fine. Deku, Jiro, I know you're not talking to us, but you're shaking, your voice is broken, and I see tears in your eyes. Maybe I'm not someone you can trust, but I can help. Jiro, no! Midoriya, just go. The girl was about to break down again. Someone wanted to help her without even knowing anything about her, and she just wanted to push him away. Suddenly she remembered everything they told her before entering school. Your attitude is not feminine. You won't get a boyfriend like that. You have the attitude of a child. The girl began to cry until she felt someone take her by the shoulders. Deku, I won't leave, I care about you a lot. Jiro, mockingly, sorry Midoriya, I don't feel the same. Deku, no, I wasn't talking about that. Jiro, calm down, boy. Deku, I mean you're an amazing person, a great partner. I don't like seeing you down. Jiro, calm down, boy, well, thanks. Deku, okay, I get the point, I'm leaving now. The boy released the violet-haired girl and started walking towards his room. Jiro, thinking, why do I have to push away everyone who tries to help me? Midoriya waits. Deku, what's wrong? Jiro, what are you doing here? Haven't you been to the movies? Deku, no, I went to see my mom and she invited me to eat. Jiro, I see Midoriya, sorry for pushing you away. Deku, it's nothing, I'm used to it. Suddenly the girl felt bad again. Not long had passed since Uraraka and Deku decided to end their relationship. Now she understood why the green-haired boy decided to move away. Jiro, Midoriya, can I ask you a question? Deku, what happened? Jiro, how were you able to cope with your breakup with Uraraka? Deku, if you wanted to push me away, just say so. Jiro, I'm sorry. Deku, sighing, it was difficult, she was my light. Her smile was my guide to be a better person and her presence was my support, my push. But she made a decision, obviously it wasn't how we painted it. Jiro, huh? I remember you guys gathered us all together to say it. Deku, yes, but it was because Mina started with her jokes. Uraraka got angry. We discussed again and made the decision. Jiro, did they fight? Deku, we broke up in the afternoon/evening of the previous day. We argued. We had been doing it for a while. But this time it was different. Her attitude was stranger. The fact is that she was hurtful. Too much. For the first time in our entire history that we met on the street, she screamed. She was going too far. As soon as I raised my voice, she slapped me. I decided to go to my room. She was calling me. I don't know why. I closed the door in her face. She knocked until she ran out of strength, I guess, and I was left alone. Jiro, oh hey, I am sorry. I didn't know that. Sorry if I reminded you. Deku, it's nothing. Well, answering your main question, it hurts and it will hurt for a long time. Do you know why I became friends with Yaoyorozu? Jiro, no, I never asked. Deku, I was training, but then I remembered her words in our fight, her hit, the times I tried to fix things and she just gave me evasive answers, and then I remembered the rumor. She had a boyfriend, that I was just a facade to her parents and friends, because having the leader of the destructive triad of the UA as a boyfriend was incredible. And then I let out all my power, or at least what I can handle. I gave in to anger and began to train at a demonic pace. I was furious, unhinged, my punches were full of pain. I hit punching bags and they didn't last, just one hit, and they flew out with a hole. I started the boxing pair, I was so full of pain. But I couldn't release it. I let out a scream, but it seemed that my power gathered in my vocal cords because it broke windows and it was heard very loud. That's how Yaoyorozu found me. She went to the place where the sound came from and found me kneeling, panting weakly and crying. Jiro, and then I hugged you. Deku, very cliché, hee, but that's how it was. Taking it out on things didn't help. I even took it out on her. I treated her badly. When she hugged me, I felt pathetic. I got up and pushed her. I was rude to her. I don't want your pity. That's what I told her. I kept training and she wanted to get close to me to stop me. I knew she was going to hurt me. I wanted to avoid it. But I didn't listen to her, and then. Flashback. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, stop right now! Deku, go away Yaoyorozu, this doesn't concern you. Yaoyorozu, I'm your vice president, and I'm ordering you to stop right now and go to the infirmary, or you'll get hurt. Deku, standing in front of her, you order me? Who are you to do it? You better leave while I'm good to you because you're not even my friend and you come to give me orders. Yaoyorozu, are you really saying that? We're friends, but we're also part of this family, so stop right now. The green-haired man only gave her a serious look before turning away, ignoring her. Yaoyorozu, you're an idiot. The girl didn't know when the green-haired man approached. She could only see a blur of green. Suddenly he was in front of her, and she could only see his hand on her shoulder, and then poor Yaoyorozu went flying, hitting the wall. Flashback end. Jiro, did you hit Yamamoto? Deku, I don't know what I was thinking, but yes. Jiro, and then? Deku, I expected her to leave, to hate me. It would have been the most logical thing, but she stood up and went towards me. I wanted to get out of there, but she was right. I couldn't move anymore. I just jumped, but I couldn't land because I had no strength left. I fell suddenly to the ground. She came running, hugged me, told me that everything would be okay, and took me to the infirmary. I apologized about 20 times, but she cared more about my health. When Recovery Girl discharged me, Yaoyorozu asked me why I was sick. I couldn't keep lying to her unless after what she did for me. I told her everything and she didn't leave, she stayed with me. Listened to me and supported me, she helped me get out of the darkness. Jiro, so you were able to overcome her. Deku, I wish it was that fast. My friendship with her caught everyone's attention, you saw it, but then they got over it. But the one who didn't was Uraraka. She looked for an argument with me, she was evasive, she made it almost impossible for me to get over her. I even thought about changing schools, but I didn't. Over time I learned that she didn't decide for me. I didn't have to change my dream for someone. I learned several things and that helped me. It also influenced that Yaoyorozu helped me. She never walked away. Jiro, yes, that's her. Deku, but well, that's how it was, but why are you asking me? Jiro, I. Deku, okay, don't worry, if you don't want to tell me, no problem. I'll make something to eat, do you want? Jiro, no problem? Deku, no, I won't be long. The boy smiled at her and went into the kitchen. The girl didn't know why. She didn't trust him that much, she hadn't spoken to him. She even felt resentment towards him for stealing her best friend, but without realizing it she ran from the recreation room to the kitchen. Jiro, you wanted to know why I'm sick? Deku, I was worried about you, but if you don't want to tell me I won't. Jiro, did you know that Denk Kaminari and I had a relationship? Deku, so it was true. Jiro, did you know? Deku, I suspected it. You had stopped bothering him. He tried hard to make you laugh. We all saw a change in both of you. Hagakure swore she had seen you kissing outside a record store, but we all said it was a lie. Jiro, so it was her. Deku, yeah, I think so, but anyway, go on. You don't mind if I talk to you while I cook, right? I've got everything ready. Jiro, of course not. It helps that I can learn something from your cooking. Deku, okay, but first of all, this will take a while and I think you're hungry, so preparing a sandwich at an incredible speed with his quirk, here you go. Jiro, if only I had held on, but thanks for the broccoli sandwich. Deku, how funny. If you need another one, tell me. Jiro, sorrows are less with bread. I think that's what my mother used to say, biting her sandwich. This tastes really good. Well, let's start with the basics. I confessed to Kaminari after the cultural festival when we were in first grade. Deku, the same day as Uraraka and I, Jiro, really? Receiving a nod from the green-haired man. Well, as I was saying, he told me he felt the same. We started a relationship, only we agreed not to tell anyone, unlike you guys, Only Yamamoto knew. This was for 2 reasons. 1. We didn't know how to say it, we were new at it. 2. I didn't want them to laugh at me. Deku, I understand. Jiro, yes, he proposed that, and like I told you, I was new to relationships, so I said yes. Looking back on it, whoever proposed that must have told me something, but well, he and I became boyfriend and girlfriend and everything was beautiful, but at a certain point our relationship became monotonous. He never did anything for me. I'm not saying I'm selfish. Everything I get is on my own, but at least my attitude changed. I treated him less badly. I helped him with his homework, but he only tried to make me laugh, telling silly jokes and some offensive ones even though my old self laughed. He made a nice gesture, then he started treating me like before, carefree. Scruffy, he forgot when I had a concert or if we had a date he started treating me like a friend, then he started criticizing me, that I didn't look like a girl, that my room wasn't feminine. He became more of an idiot than he already was. Momo told me that I could ask him for some time so he could reconsider, but I insisted on saying no. I wanted to help him. We talked. I told him that those things were hurtful and he seemed to understand. Our relationship seemed to be nice again. He tried to fix things, but... The girl closed her fists and began to cry. The green-haired boy put down the knife with which he was cutting some pieces of meat and ran to hug the violet-haired girl. Deku, stop. If you don't want to continue, I won't force you. Jiro, wiping away tears, I'm fine. I just need some water and another sandwich, maybe 2 more if it's not a bother. Deku, none, they're leaving now. Jiro, well. Flashback. Yaoyorozu, so you're going to make your relationship public? Jiro, yes, if Uraraka and Midoriya could, why can't we? Yaoyorozu, excellent idea. I just think he should know too, ha ha ha. Jiro, I know, and that's what I'll do right now. I'll go tell him about this decision and I'm sure he'll support me. Yaoyorozu, lucky girl. Jiro, the problem is not that he treats me as a friend but that he can help it. We agreed not to tell anyone because it would raise suspicions if he acts romantically with me, so this will solve the problem. Yaoyorozu, I knew the decision, now go before you get nervous. Jiro, I know, I'll see you later, Momo. The girl left and went to her boyfriend's room but didn't find him. She met almost all of her friends, but she felt happy for the first time when she saw Mineta. Jiro, Mineta, where is Maminari? Mineta, Kaminari? If you want it, you'll have to give me something in return, hee. The girl knew where the perverted dwarf was going. Jiro, sigh, it's okay. Mineta, excited, really? Jiro, yes, just close your eyes. As soon as the pervert closed his eyes, the violet-haired girl smiled maliciously and hit him with her jacks, making him writhe in pain. Mineta, okay, I give up. The girl stopped attacking poor Mineta, who was still having spasms. Jiro, now tell me, where is Kaminari? Mineta, I don't know. The girl stares at him, raising her jacks. It's okay, it's in the janitor's lounge. Jiro, what are you doing there? Mineta, I don't know, I just know that he goes there very often, maybe he's making a surprise. Jiro, thank you. The girl ran out and finally reached the janitor's room and opened the door to find her boyfriend in an intense make-out session with a first-year student. Kaminari, what happened, Kyuka? Jiro, Denki Kaminari. Girl, Denchan, who is she? Jiro, I'm your. Kaminari, is you a friend? Jiro, friend? She was your idiot girlfriend. Girlfriend? But Denchan, you said you didn't have a girlfriend. Jiro, well now he's right, enjoy your life. Denchan. The girl walked away quickly, but the blonde called her. Kaminari, Kyuka, wait. Jiro, staring at him, never in your life call me Kyuka again, understood? Only my closest friends call me that, and you are no longer one. The girl walked away, leaving her ex-boyfriend alone, who couldn't see how she burst into tears. Flashback end. Deku was silent. The story the violet-haired girl told him was too much. The poor girl was trembling. Deku, Jiro, me. Jiro, do you have food yet? Or at least another sandwich? Deku, are you okay? Jiro, yes, I'm just a fool who thought I could have a normal relationship. A rude girl who isn't feminine, whose attitude isn't cute, who pushes everyone away, whose quirk is considered useless. And so the girl began to insult herself with everything they said to her when she was younger, even what her classmates from lower grades at the UA and her own ex-boyfriend said to her. But she shut up when she felt the green-haired boy hug her tightly. The violet-haired girl couldn't resist any longer and burst into tears. Deku, you may be many things but nothing of what you say. Jiro, really? What am I then? Deku, a beautiful, strong girl, whose way of being is rude but warm with those who deserve it, with great musical talent, incredible quirk, and a great musical taste to mention some of your qualities. Jiro was surprised. Apart from her best friend, no one had told her about it. The violet-haired girl continued crying in the green-haired boy's chest. Jiro, Midoriya, do you think I'm a good girl? Deku, good girl? Jiro, forget it, I'm just being ridiculous. Deku, hugging her and caressing her head, sometimes you're so weird, you know? It was at that moment, the girl's hurt heart managed to show signs of life. A constant beat made her blush, but she pulled the green-haired boy away to look at him while wiping away her tears. Jiro, you have a unique talent for complimenting women. Deku, that makes me unique, I guess, just like your weirdness. Jiro, so I'm unique? Deku, I only know someone who can play multiple instruments. Jiro, although they are the basics? Deku, that doesn't make you any less amazing, give yourself credit. Jiro, I guess I'll listen to you. Hey, you won't have. Deku, another sandwich? Ha ha ha, it's on its way. I already finished here and made one for myself. Jiro, well, better make several and take them to the arcade. I'll bring the soft drinks. Let's watch a movie. Deku, sounds good to me. They both smiled, did what they thought, and enjoyed the movie. When everyone else arrived, they were surprised. No one expected the union of them two, although they did not make much scandal except a certain brunette who out of nowhere spoke affectionately to the green-haired boy again, even calling him Deku again, something that surprised everyone. Since they could, she began to call him by his last name, but that did not matter to the couple who continued watching the movie, even putting the second part. Yaoyorozu joined them. The movie was paused while the boy gave his companions dinner but returned to finish watching the movie. At the end they put part 3. Everyone else began to leave, even Yaoyorozu, who hugged her best friend. The violet-haired girl returned the gesture with all the affection possible. The girl said goodbye to the green-haired boy, but as soon as she hugged him she whispered, Yaoyorozu, thank you. Deku, anything for my teammates. The black-haired girl went to her room. The boys continued watching the movie until it ended. The green-haired boy left Jiro in his room. Jiro, well, that was fun for a horror movie. Deku, you're right, ha ha ha, do you have something to do tomorrow? Jiro, no, why? Deku, what a coincidence, me either, it's the weekend and we could finish watching the saga. Jiro, a marathon of my favorite slasher movie series with a great friend? Sounds tempting, do you have more to offer? Deku, a marathon of my favorite slasher movie series with me, add more of those sandwiches you liked. Jiro, we have our movie afternoon scheduled then, ha ha ha, don't be late. Deku, anything, we're just rooms away, Jiro, well, I guess I have to go to my room. Deku, yes, that created. Jiro, well, see you tomorrow, Midoriya. Deku, see you tomorrow, Jiro. The boy walked away slowly, almost as if he didn't want to leave. Suddenly, the violet-haired girl, without knowing why, ran until she collided with her friend, hugging her with enthusiasm. Deku, and this? Jiro, thanks for everything. Deku, as I said, you're too weird, it's nothing, I'll see you tomorrow. Jiro, yeah, see you tomorrow. And so began a great friendship. It did not affect anything, but it did manage to get a certain chestnut to argue with the green-haired boy again, although he avoided her. For Aizawa's part, he was fine with seeing Deku with someone other than Uraraka. In his words, it was already monotonous. So months and months passed. Even when they had their internships, they sent each other messages. Over time, a new alliance of companions was formed. The new Deku squad composed of Deku, Jiro, Yaoyorozu, and Todoroki. It was already common to see them together. From time to time they went out and came back late but happy. Even the serious Todoroki had no problem showing a smile, and very occasionally when he laughed, things ended with the Bikugo's relationship with the black-haired girl, something that his two best friends already saw coming. As soon as they found out, they congratulated them. Everything was great, and even with a relationship in their group of friends, things remained the same. The only difference was, besides the displays of affection that these two, both Midoriya and Jiro, preferred to give the couple their time, they didn't want the situation to be awkward, even though they said there was no problem. From time to time Jiro was seen going out alone with the green-haired boy. They both knew each other so well and trusted each other so much that she allowed him to call her Kyuka at the same time that the violet-haired girl stopped referring to him as Midoriya to call him Deku or Izuku when they were alone. But there was something else, something they wanted to avoid mentioning but inevitable, a feeling that began to bloom in both of them. At first they thought it was because they went from being friends to confidants, but then they recognized that no, they were both in love with each other, and even if they knew it they were afraid. After all, they had been hurt before. December 1st, Deku's room. Jiro, ha ha ha, I still remember his face. Deku, it was a one-time thing, Purita. Jiro, but at least he's happy, even though what a way to find out that your feelings were reciprocated, what nerve of Hatsum, creating an applause machine that went wrong and that's why they kissed. Deku, well, another couple for Class A, do you think he broke it on purpose? Jiro, what do you mean? Deku, his babies were already coming out well, there were no explosions or failures, a machine going out of control at the precise moment they were together is suspicious. Jiro, calm down Sherlock, it's a coincidence. Deku, a very big one. Jiro, well yes, but that's love, I guess it fixes things when you don't have the courage. Deku, oh my, are you getting sentimental? Jiro, shut up, silly, it's not that, it's just that there are Momo and Todoroki. Deku, there was no paranormal energy caused by a baby with wings, bow and arrows. How warlike is that concept of Cupid now that I think about it? Well, there was nothing paranormal there, you and I helped them. Jiro, but what if we hadn't done it? What if it was our friendship that brought us closer, and that was what made us give them the push? Deku, are you saying that we became friends just to make those two boyfriends? Jiro, it's an idea. Deku, very complicated and evil, because if that were the case, would we be talking about breaking up with our respective partners just for that? Pain united our friends? Jiro, well, sad. Deku, sorry. I didn't mean that's why I didn't want God ruin it. Jiro, do you still miss her? Deku, what? Jiro, Uraraka, do you still miss her? Deku, I can't lie to you, it's complicated. A part of me says that even if I don't hate her I should forget about her, but another says I can't. She was very important to me, she helped me grow, and I sound ridiculous. Jiro, no, sometimes I miss Denki too. It's weird to call him by his name after so long, but I guess I'll forget about him someday. Deku, it's just that I would have liked to know when it was, when the last time we were going to be together was, I mean as a couple. Obviously I know when the last time I saw her was, but before we fought, before she told me to buck off, there was a night when we were okay, but I don't remember it. I don't remember when the last time I kissed her was, when I hugged her, when I could sit next to her. Jiro, Izuku. Deku, hey, it would be cool if they would give notice like the lawyers who say, this will be over in 15 days, ha ha ha, take advantage if there is a movie or something you want to do, you have 15 days to vacate. The green-haired boy smiled, but the girl knew it was pain, she couldn't help it. The boy stood up and went to his mini fridge. Jiro, you don't have to sound funny with me when I know it hurts you. Deku, does it hurt? I'm fine, I have no reason to complain. Jiro, come here, look me in the eyes, stop shaking. Deku, I'm fine. Jiro, starting to cry. Jiro, no you're not, get up in front, stop dodging. Deku, I being hugged by her. Jiro, push me and I'll kill you, hee hee. Deku, sorry if I'm crying, it's just that. Jiro, it hurts you to have lost her. Deku, does that answer you? Jiro, yes, come here, you help us, but who helps you? Deku, I guess God. Jiro, don't be a clown and come. The girl pulled the green-haired boy towards her and hugged him tightly. Ending their relationship was painful for both of them, but at least Jiro wasn't bothered by her ex daily. She could understand the boy, but without knowing how her hands slowly went down to take the boy's. She knew of her feelings towards her new best friend, but she didn't know if he could feel the same after what she said, but still she couldn't help but squeeze her hands, which caused the Ikoto to look up. She also couldn't help but approach him slowly and put her forehead on his, nor lower her head slowly until she met his. Much less steal a kiss, that's right. Jiro Kyuka was stealing a kiss from the shyest boy in the entire academy. The green-haired boy was surprised, The kiss lasted little, but as soon as they separated, the violet-haired girl saw the green-haired boy's tears. She didn't cause them, but she felt guilty. Jiro, I don't know. Deku Kyuka. But the rude girl couldn't finish. She got up quickly and headed to the boy's room door. Deku, Koyoka, wait. Jiro, sorry, Midoriya. Midoriya was starting to hate his last name. Every time people say it, he moves away from him. And so the girl left the room. The poor green-haired boy broke down again. He lost his girlfriend, and he lost the girl who stole and repaired his heart. Deku, I'm really useless. For her part, the girl ran to her room. She was crying, although no one noticed except her best friend, but before she could reach her, the rocker locked her room. Yaoyorozu, Kyuka. Kyuka, open please, it's me, Momo. Jiro, I'm a fool. Yaoyorozu, Kyuka, aren't you? What happened? I thought you were with Midoriya. Jiro, I kissed him. Momo, I kissed Midoriya. Yaoyorozu, and how can you call yourself stupid after that? I know you like it. Jiro, because he's still hurting about Uraraka. The black-haired girl remained silent. Now she understood everything. Yaoyorozu, Kyuka-yo. Jiro, I want to be alone, Momo. Yaoyorozu knew she had to intervene, but she knew Jiro was difficult. It hurt, but she stopped insisting. After that, everything went downhill. The next day, when the brunette thought that everything would go back to normal, she realized that the green-haired man only greeted her, and Jiro didn't even try. But he did greet his ex. And so the days passed. The distance between them grew until one day December 20th arrived. Everyone was in the classroom, waiting for Aizawa to arrive. The boy went to his place, and after that he went to his seat, only to be greeted by Uraraka, who, after seeing the union of both, tried to join again with her ex-boyfriend, but he was evasive. Everyone thought it would be the same, but they were surprised when he returned the greeting. The violet-haired girl felt her heart break, and then her rage when the brunette gave her an arrogant look. Yaoyorozu, Kyuka, calm down. Jiro, Momo, I forced him to do that, and now she thinks she took izuku from me when she only hurt him. Yaoyorozu, Kyuka, you're upset. Jiro, rightly so, she pointing at Uraraka, she only hurt him, and she will do it again. Uraraka, Yaoyorozu calms Jiro down or she'll hurt herself. Jiro, I'll hurt you if you don't stay away from him. Yaoyorozu, Kyuka, Jiro, calm down right now, and you Ochako Uraraka, also control yourself. Don't get involved in what you don't know, and if you're going to cause a fight, let it be during training. Aizawa finally arrived and started classes. At the end, a certain pink-haired woman with acid power asked permission to organize a Christmas party in her dorms, to which her serious teacher responded. Aizawa, if you are responsible for cleaning, after all it is your dorm. The whole class burst into cheers except for two boys with purple and green hair. Aizawa, well, you can go now. I'll make the classes shorter so you can organize yourselves, understood? All, yes, Professor Aizawa. Everyone was slowly leaving the room celebrating. Mina was organizing tasks with Ida, who was supervising her ideas. Mina, Jiro, will you play? Jiro, I don't feel like it, Mina. Mina, with a pout, let's go. All, please, Jiro, we only trust you. The girl didn't listen, she just wanted to say no and go to her room. Her face remained serious with the same expressionless face as always, but among all the noise she heard a voice. One she had waited for so long. Deku, please, Kyuka. The girl quickly looked for the green-haired man but couldn't find him. She was getting desperate. Jiro, okay. If I tell them yes, will they leave me alone? All, yes. Jiro, okay, then I'll do it now, leave me alone. Everyone made way for the girl, who walked calmly but never found the green-haired boy. December 22nd. Poor Jiro was about to explode. He was killing himself rehearsing, but it seemed like a certain brunette wasn't going to make it easy for him. He was looking for anything to argue with her, especially Kaminari, who was behaving like an idiot. But there was something that worried her. The green-haired boy was either very busy or avoided everyone. He handed in his homework and everything, but he left classes quickly. She only saw him when they were having breakfast, in class, and when they were decorating. Not even his best friend Todoroki or Yaoyorozu knew anything about him. He didn't answer her calls, and she was sure that no matter how much Uraraka bragged that she and he were back together, and that the green-haired boy was giving her a gift. He was lying because she even seemed upset with her, and although she wanted answers, her other classmates didn't take it seriously. It even seemed that they agreed that she just decorated and that was it. That bothered the girl, so she only helped decorate and locked herself in her room. Finally the party arrived, everyone was gathered, the recreation room looked beautiful, the food was ready thanks to our green-haired boy who was still missing, the violet-haired girl was searching for him non-stop. Jiro, getting ready, what if he doesn't come? Yaoyorozu, why wouldn't I? Jiro, what if he gets fed up with me and Uraraka? What if he spends his time with his mother? What if he never comes back? Yaoyorozu, and why do you think he'd get fed up with you? I believe you about Uraraka, but not about you. According to what I know, his mother went on a trip with his father, that's why he'll be with us. He's a born hero, and his dream has been to study here since he was a child. Do you think he'll never come back? Jiro, but... Yaoyorozu, but nothing, young lady, and stay still or I won't finish. Why must your hair be so short? Jiro, shut up, I like it that way, pouting. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, if I change you. Jiro, what did I tell you? Pointing his jacks at him. Yaoyorozu, calm down, you don't have to be so rude. Jiro, that will never change. Yaoyorozu, okay Kyuka, I'll hurry up now. Jiro, thanks, do you think he'll make it? Yaoyorozu, yes, have faith, your green prince will come, he wouldn't miss this for anything. The violet-haired girl smiled and stood still. The party started, everyone was dressed up but the green-haired boy wasn't there, but the violet-haired girl didn't care. Jiro, he will return. She had to play first, she thought she could dedicate a song to her green-haired boy but he hadn't arrived yet. She was about to change the song when Yaoyorozu passed behind her. Yaoyorozu, he sent me a message, he just said, I'm here but I don't know where he's referring to. Play it anyway, I'll record it and show it to him. Jiro, thank you Yamamoto. Yaoyorozu, you can always trust me. The girl winked at him and sat next to her boyfriend who smiled at the violet-haired girl. She was nervous, she knew he would arrive but what if he was mad at her? Or what if what Uraraka said about them getting back together was true? She would end up looking like an idiot. The girl was about to cancel everything when she felt a breeze and a voice behind her. I trust you. No more fears, Jiro Kyuka had returned. He took his guitar and made an excellent rendition of You're My Best Friend. Everyone applauded him. It was incredible, but the green-haired boy did not appear. That made the violet-haired girl feel a little sad, but her phone began to vibrate, so the girl took it out. It was a message from him. Deku, you were amazing and you looked well, I'll tell you how you looked. The girl hugged her phone and let out a small cry of excitement. She had heard him. She had heard him, but wait, there was one question. Where was he? The girl typed as fast as she could. Jiro, Izuku Midoriya, where are you? He immediately received a map in response which pointed to something he couldn't believe, followed by a message. Deku, don't worry Jiro, everything's okay now, you know why? Because I'm here. The girl ran to Yaoyorozu, she was also intrigued, the map pointed to the dormitories. Jiro, where the hell is it? Yaoyorozu, the important thing is that he is here. Todoroki, maybe closer than you imagine. Both, hey? Do you know something Todoroki? The two-tone only aimed at the small stage. Mina, and with you, someone who was absent for a long time but never forgot us, our partner, friend and chef of Class A Izuku Midoriya. The violet-haired girl opened her eyes as wide as they could. There he was the whole time and he was behind the stage, covered by the curtains. That's why she didn't see him. That's why she heard his voice behind her. The girl was about to cry, but she also wanted to beat the green-haired boy up. He had ignored her for so long. But then she stopped herself, a black jacket, red t-shirt, jeans and his classic red tennis shoes. There was nothing different about him. So why the hell was he absent for so long? Suddenly he opened a case and managed to take out a keyboard. He adjusted its bass and turned it on. The girl expected him to call him so they could play together, but what happened she didn't expect. The green-haired boy played every note as if he had been instructed. He was warming up. Deku, good night now. I know what present Mike feels. Well, first of all I want to thank you all for being my friends. for allowing me to be part of your family. That's all, ha ha ha. I didn't prepare anything more inspiring. Bakugo, if you're going to do something, do it now, nerd, or I swear I'll beat you to a pulp. Deku, scared. Yes. Yes, I'm coming, Kaken. I just wanted to say before that this is a song dedicated to a certain girl who stole and repaired my heart, Kyuka. I don't know if you're mad at me, although you're right, and you'll be more mad knowing that I couldn't bring you a gift. Well, yes, but no. Bakugo, hurry up, damn it. Deku, ignoring him, this is your gift, this is your song. And so he began to play. The soft melody of Elton John filled the recreation room. It was clear that he had rehearsed, but he was also enjoying singing. He did it softly. Each note, each key came from the heart. The violet-haired girl was surprised, and soon she was crying. She wanted to throw herself at him and cover him with kisses, but she decided to wait. If she had tried so hard to master at least one song, then she should finish it. Deku, how wonderful life is while you're in the world. And so it ended, the song ended, and the whole class burst into applause except Uraraka, but that didn't matter. Suddenly no one saw her but Jiro. Kyuka pounced on the green-haired boy, knocking him to the ground, and in that instant she gave him a kiss, the kiss she always wanted to give him. Jiro, you're a fool. Deku, I know, but I'm your fool, and now stop or you want your gift to be ruined. Jiro, Riri. The girl was trying to speak. Deku, yes, a gift. I lied about not bringing you anything, I hope you don't mind. They both stood up, and from the case the green-haired man took out a small square plate wrapped. It measured approximately 10 centimeters wide by 40 centimeters on each side. The girl didn't know what it was. She was going to shake it, but the green-haired man stopped her. Deku, I wouldn't do that if I were you, hee. Jiro, but what is it? Deku, open it and you'll see. Everyone started shouting for her to open it, so she tore off the paper very carefully. What she saw made her almost want to marry the green-haired boy, faint among other things. It was a mixture of emotions because before her eyes was the original 2-disc vinyl of Deep Purple, Machine Head and Made in Japan. The girl couldn't get over the shock that the green-haired boy had put her in, but when she felt him hug her, the violet-haired girl came back to reality. Deku, I'd open them if I were you. Jiro, what? But why? Deku, guess. The girl leaned on the keyboard, opening both albums. The girl just screamed the loudest she could, so loud that even Present Mike heard it. Both albums were autographed, but it wasn't just an autograph that had passed through time. It was a new one, and it was obvious because it said, "With all the love and respect to the next heroine and rocker Kyuka Jiro of Deep Purple." Jiro, my. Deku, me? Jiro, my love, I love you so much. And so the girl jumped on the green-haired man, who picked her up and didn't let go. He spun her around until he got tired. Deku, does it have anything to do with the discs? Jiro, you'll have to find out. Deku, then come here, kissing her with lots of love. Kyuka. Jiro, do you want to be my girlfriend? Jiro, will I have more albums like these? Deku, okay, it was a mistake buying them. Jiro, haha, come here, silly. Izuku Midoriya accepted. I want to be your girlfriend. They both kissed again. Jiro, am I still a good girl? Deku, you're so weird sometimes. Jiro, but you love me like that. And so they both joined together, in front of all their friends, who applauded with enthusiasm until they got tired. Even Bakugo supported his childhood friend. He even smiled in a non-sadistic way and stood up to congratulate him in front of everyone's incredulous gaze. Mina silenced everyone with Hagakure's help, and they began to shout to a song played by the new couple, shouts that were followed by everyone. Jiro, so, will you please your fans? Deku, only if I play the guitar. Jiro, then I'll take my bass. They both nodded and got ready. You Got It resonated throughout the arcade, and when it was over they thanked each other to get off and put on some music. After all, they wanted to enjoy the party and their relationship. Deku, I love you, Kyuka. Jiro, until the end of the world. Deku, and let us once again be stardust gathering in infinity. Jiro, have I told you that you are too cheesy? Deku, you can start now, hee. And so they both kissed again, Jiro hugging the green-haired man's neck and he hugging her waist. A new couple had formed and no one could separate them. Chapter 4. Christmas with the family, and a new year in the multiverse. A new day. No one can see what happens in the sea of infinite possibilities. One by one the worlds move in perfect synchrony. No other world could collide with the other, each one of them with its own timeline, but at that moment they all coordinated in something. It was almost Christmas. Maybe the only difference between them would be a day or even hours, but this could be minimal, but in the end each world lived it in its own way. Earth 423-18. December 24th. Somewhere in Japan. We found ourselves in a shopping plaza not far from the city center. There, a family was strolling around, calmly looking at all the displays. The older couple was a brunette and a green-haired man who, holding arms, smiled, feeling each other's warmth. On the other hand, their companions smiled, amused at everything they saw. They were two women. A tall girl with white hair and a horn on her forehead was walking next to another shorter girl with brown hair. Both girls walked ahead of the older couple and looked at the brightest displays, guided by the lights and the objects inside them: necklaces, bracelets, bags, dresses, etc. It didn't matter because both girls were enchanted by everything their eyes could see. The older green-haired man, seeing that the girls had moved further away than usual, slightly let go of his partner to get the attention of both young women. "Deku, girls, don't go too far, please, or I'll lose sight of you." For her part, the smiling brunette separated a little from her partner to approach his face with the intention of giving him a kiss. Uraraka, giving a kiss to her partner. Hee, calm down, honey, they are not little girls. Deku, hee, I know, love, but this is a big place, don't get lost. Uraraka, smiling, calm down, Papa Bear, we come here very often. Even when Nana was little, the two of them know this place well. The green-haired man just smiled and kissed his partner's hand. Deku, hee, it's okay, I'm just worried, love. For their part, both girls quickly approached their parents until they were standing in front of them. Eri, we're here. Nana, hee, sorry Dad, it's just that everything is great. Deku, oh, you are? Nana, yes. There are so many things, I think that's one of the reasons why I like to come during these times, hee. The green-haired man just smiled and ruffled his youngest daughter's hair. Deku, hee, I know, I think it's something you got from your mother. The green-haired man just smiled, but his wife gave him a light elbow in the stomach. Deku, well, it's getting dark. Do you want to grab something to eat before heading home? You know dinner's ready, but if you want to eat something first. Uraraka, yeah, can we go to that restaurant? I haven't tried anything since I left the agency. Deku, hee, I think I know which one you're talking about. Eri, hey, yes, please, we have to go, please Dad, it's been a long time since we all went. Nana, you can't fight with the three of us. Deku, well, I guess this is a battle I can't win, hee, let's go then. Nana and Eri, yes. The smiling Midoriya sisters walked ahead of their parents, who smilingly moved forward, resuming their pace. Deku, wow, I can't believe the year went by so fast. Uraraka, and Ayo. Deku, tomorrow is Christmas. Uraraka, yep, that reminds me, my love, we have to buy the Deku gifts? Hee, calm down, I already took care of it, honey, don't worry, in fact I thought about that a long time ago. Uraraka, hee, since when? Deku immediately got totally flustered, looking away, making his partner smile. Uraraka, since when, Izuku? Deku, hee, well, I started saving up at the end of July, and I started buying them in October. The brunette opened her eyes in surprise, but then a smile appeared on her face. Uraraka, and you're surprised that the year passed quickly? Deku, in my defense I thought it would take longer. Uraraka, wait, but if you bought the gifts without telling me, where does that leave me? Deku, why? Uraraka, well, you didn't tell me anything about you buying them before. Deku, but well, sorry, it's just that I wanted it to be a surprise because I also bought gifts for you and I didn't want you to know what they were about. The brunette looked at her partner with her eyes wide open. Uraraka, what about me? Deku, yes, after all you are the most important person in my life along with my daughters and my mother, I couldn't leave you out, my love. The brunette felt a tear threaten to fall. They might have been together for years, but those little surprises, those little details that he had with her made every day something new. After this, Uraraka smilingly kissed her husband, snuggling into his chest. Uraraka, thank you, my love, although you didn't have to do it. Deku, well, I couldn't leave my beautiful wife out of the best celebration of the year. Uraraka, Izuku Midoriya, who has a lot of respect for me. The brunette just smiled, but after a while she quickly raised her head, remembering something important. Uraraka, Espera. Deku, what's wrong? Uraraka, well, it's just that I. The brunette turned her gaze, scratching her head slightly, missing the green-haired boy. Deku, what's up, Ochako? Uraraka, nervous but well, seeing that we were already close to December, I thought we should bring forward the gifts, but I saw you were very busy, so I decided that I wouldn't bother you this year and bought some things for everyone, hehehe. The girl just kept looking away with a nervous smile. For his part, his partner just smiled and took the brunette's hand, squeezing it lightly so as not to hurt her. Deku, really? Uraraka, yeah. I didn't start as early as you, but you already know, doesn't that bother you? The green-haired man just looked at the sky and then looked back at his partner to kiss her. Deku, not at all, my love, thank you and sorry for not telling you. I think this time it is my fault, I made you spend. Uraraka, don't say that, Izuku, you said it yourself, you are the most important person in my life and also my family. Besides, I was going to buy you something without telling you anyway. Deku, you wait, is there something for me too? Uraraka, of course, what kind of wife would I be if I didn't buy you anything? Deku, my love, you are already the best wife in the universe without having to buy me things, Both adults smiled at each other and gave each other a long kiss, then put their foreheads together and looked straight ahead. Deku, I guess there will be a lot of gifts for the girls this year then. Uraraka, I believe it. Deku, well, I think they deserve it after all, they've worked very hard. Uraraka, yes, I still can't believe that Nana is about to graduate. Deku, I don't believe it either, just look at Eri, it seems like it was yesterday when she was just a little girl. Uraraka, well, if we look at it from our point of view, they have never stopped being our girls, Deku, that's true, but well, let's go eat now home. Uraraka, and now you're finally going to tell me what you made to eat all day. Deku, no, not yet, smiling, but you can try to guess if you want, my love, Uraraka, hey, that's unfair, Izuku. You didn't let me into the kitchen all day. I think the only thing I can guess is that one of the dishes has meat. The smell is easy to identify, By the way, speaking of dinner, did you ask Sato for the cake? Deku, yes, I sent him a message in the morning and he said he would be the first to send it. He arrived home in the afternoon before we came. He had a lot of work. We weren't the only ones in the class to ask him for a cake, At least we asked for it in advance. Uraraka, okay, but the others are too much, you have to give them their space too, Deku, I invited him to the house to have dinner with us, but he said he would spend it at home, just like us, a family Christmas. Uraraka, I understand. Deku, yeah, me too, but I had to try, right? The green-haired boy continued walking next to the brunette until not far away they saw how their daughters were signaling them to come closer, which they both did not take long to do, quickly arriving with the girls. Deku, what's up, girls? Everything okay? Nana, yes, Dad. But Eri was looking at things and remembered that she had to give something to her boyfriend. Eri, blushing Nana. Uraraka, that's right, little Koda, you invited him to dinner, didn't you, daughter? Deku, I see, so that's what it was about. The green-haired boy watched as his eldest daughter blushed and turned her gaze. The boy will not forget that day when he saw his daughter arrive home holding hands with Mandalay's nephew. Both young people came to give him the news of their relationship. Koda was dying of fear and nerves because although he admired the green-haired boy, now he had to confess that he had a relationship with his daughter, and he did not know how she would take it, although fortunately for the black-haired boy Izuku approved it without any problem. After all, he knew Koda. He trusted the young black-haired boy and he had already been getting an idea of the relationship since not long ago. After all, Eri is his daughter. The green-haired boy smiled nostalgically and looked at his daughter. Deku, And what happens? Eri, well, I wanted to ask you for help, Perk. The green-haired man was surprised by this, so he couldn't avoid the question. Deku, help me? Wow, I didn't expect that. But why? The question made the white-haired girl turn even redder. It's not that she was afraid of her father or anything, she just didn't know how to ask him for help with that. The girl couldn't find the right words until Nana, true to her promise to help her sister whenever she could, said things as they should be. Nana, Eri wants to know if you could help her choose a gift for Koda. Eri, Nana! Nervous. Deku, surprised me? I mean, it's not that it bothers me, but why? Eri, well, it's not that it's sexist or anything, it's just that you're a man and so is he. Besides, he admires you understand, right? You have a student-teacher bond with him and well, I thought you could help me. The green-haired boy saw how his daughter lowered her head nervously and slightly sad. Izuku understood that the little sadness he showed was because she felt useless. She felt helpless for not knowing what to give her own boyfriend and sorry for having to ask her father for help. The now adult understood, so smiling he took his daughter's head. Deku, do you really want me to help you with that? Eri, I know it's a bit silly, Dad. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. Sorry if I embarrassed you. The green-haired man looked at his wife, who smiled slightly. Izuku released his wife and hugged his daughter, who looked at him. Deku, well, I must admit that I'm no longer old enough to know what young people like these days, but I can use my old nerdy knowledge to help you a little, daughter. Eri, really? Excited. Deku, ha, but of course, Eri, after all I am your father, I will help you in everything I can. I just hope you are not embarrassed to go into the stores with your old man. Eri wiped her tears while smiling. Eri, be embarrassed? Why would I do that? I'm accompanied by my favorite hero and my father at the same time, thanks, Dad. Deku, don't worry, we could see some things at once if you want, before we leave or early tomorrow morning. Eri, yes, we can do both if we don't find something today. Deku, okay, can we go eat now? I'm really hungry. Eri, well, let's go. Nana, I hope so. Deku, what's up, Nana? Nana, while you were talking to Eri, I did the same with Mom, and could you wait for us here, Dad? Deku, why? Nana, it'll only take a few minutes, we won't take long, I promise. Deku, but where are they going? Uraraka, smiling, it's December, darling, it's a surprise, we can't tell you. Deku, come on, not even a little spoiler? Nana, spoilers are bad, Dad. Deku, well, I guess I have no choice. Uraraka, we won't be long, love, don't worry, besides, it's my revenge for not telling me anything about dinner. Deku, well, now I'm more worried, Nana, don't exaggerate, honey. Are you coming, Eri? I need your help too. Deku, hey, no, don't leave me alone, I'll get bored. Eri, no way, Dad, sister, promise. Deku, little traitor. The three women just smiled knowingly. Uraraka, don't move from here, darling. Deku, and where else could I go? Nana, stay right there, Dad, no cheating, you understand me. Deku, okay, I get it, I'm not going anywhere. Uraraka, when we get back we'll go eat Izuku. The brunette kissed her partner, who returned the gesture with affection. The three women advanced until they were lost from the sight of the green-haired man, who smiling turned his gaze, seeing that there was a small place where they sold takoyakis, and where you could also sit down, so he quickly turned to where his family went to make sure they didn't see him, and once he was sure, he headed towards the place he had already chosen. Deku, ha, considering how long it will take, I can probably buy something to eat. The green-haired boy approached the stand and ordered 10 takoyakis and some tea. His one for all sounded like an accelerated metabolism, so after a while the boy was already quite hungry. So taking advantage of the small opportunity, the adult hero ordered other things and sat down to eat. In the place they had a television which broadcast a news channel. Izuku used to watch these newscasts to keep up to date with everything he could, which wasn't as much as before, since some time ago there was a considerable decrease in the crime rate. For his part, Izuku felt satisfied to have contributed to this scenario happening. The green-haired boy smiled as he remembered his former mentor Yagi Tashinori, or better known as Almight. The freckled boy was sure that this scenario had been a dream for the American/Japanese hero. The boy was totally focused on his thoughts that he did not realize he was not alone until he saw a shadow looming behind him. The boy saw it clearly and smiled again, continuing to eat calmly. Deku, surprised to see you here, Kaken. That's right, the explosive blonde was behind his green-haired ex-teammate. The blonde hadn't been in the square for long, and when he saw the unmistakable green hair he knew immediately who it was. The blonde took a chair and sat in front of his best friend. Bakugo, the surprise is mine. I didn't think there were nerds like you in this place. Deku, ha ha ha, well you know, as long as I don't have the mask on I can go unnoticed. Besides, if I were you I'd shut up. Let's remember that one of the reasons why we are friends is because we were both nerds. Bakugo, he shut up already. The blonde gave a slight smile and hit the table, remembering his childhood. Deku, and what are you doing, Kaken? Knowing you, anyone would think you'd be at home or out on patrol. Bakugo, usually I would do that or stay at the agency, but Kami wanted to come. You know how they are. She and Asuna are pretty excited about the holidays and wanted to see the place and buy some things. You know that here is the best tree in Japan and all that shit. Deku, yes I know, remember that I was the one who helped put it there this time, haha. Bakugo, true, your damn hair blended in with the tree foliage. Luckily they didn't leave you here as part of the decoration, haha. Deku, shut up, Kaken. Bakugo, it's your fault, nerd, but anyway, changing the subject, how are you? What's the reason for the walk? Deku, almost the same, plus we wanted to take advantage of the fact that Nana had gone on vacation. Bakugo, it's hard to believe, isn't it? It seems like just yesterday that our daughters and my son were barely crawling, and now they're about to graduate from UA and Shiketsu. Deku, you said it, dude, I guess we're getting old now. Bakugo, ha ha ha, shut up you bastard. By the way, has Nizu already told you what he's doing for the graduation? Deku, not you anymore? Bakugo, not yet, that damn rat has it in secret. Deku, okay, but there's no need for insults. Let's not forget that rat gave you your teaching job. Bakugo, look, don't lecture me, Deku. Deku, okay, we don't want to have a fight here, or do we? The green-haired boy raised his hands, smiling while his best friend looked at him with a smile. Bakugo, ha ha ha, no, after all we both know who would win, right? The green-haired boy looked at his best friend with a challenging smile as he took a sip of his tea. Deku, of course, it's a question that doesn't need an answer. Bakugo, do I detect a hint of sarcasm, Deku? Deku, ha ha ha, calm down, Kaken, we're even, right? Let's not forget that these are dates of friendship. Bakugo, don't come with some bullshit Christmas propaganda speech, you know I hate that stuff. Deku, I know, you don't have to get angry. Bakugo, sigh, at least I won't be so bored. Deku, now that I think about it, you said you came with Kami and Asuna, right? Bakugo, yeah? Deku, and Tashinori? Don't tell me you left him. Bakugo, hey, do you think I'm that bad of a father? Deku, please tell me this is a rhetorical question. Bakugo, imbecile, no, I didn't leave Tashinori. It's just that I don't know what got into the two of them, and they didn't say that we should stay close while they went I don't know where. Deku, I see, but that doesn't answer my question. Where is Toshi? At that moment a young man with short beige hair appeared in front of the two adults. The boy had a half smile on his face and brought with him a tray full of food. Tashinori, hey old man, here's our food. Bakugo, how did you call me dwarf? Deku, hey Toshi. The green-haired boy looked happy to see the son of his best friend and rival. The boy turned to look at the green-haired boy and smiled a little more. Tashinori, hola tio Izuku. Deku, how have you been? Tashinori, pretty good, thank you, and you? Deku, ha ha ha, well what can I say, there isn't much to tell, the bad guys keep doing their thing and I'm in charge of stopping them. The green-haired boy smiled at the boy who smiled more animatedly. Deku, and tell me, how was school? Tashinori, pretty tense to be honest, you know, how is my senior year? My goal is to be among the best. Deku, seriously? Wow, that's quite an achievement. I understand that only your mother and Inesa had an incredible GPA, right? Tashinori, yes. But if they could do it, then it means it's not impossible and I can do it too. Deku, ha ha ha, I see, then try hard Toshi, I know you'll make it. The boy just smiled, thanking his uncle for his support. Tashinori, thank you, Uncle Izuku. Bakugo, smug. Tashinori, now that I think about it, besides surpassing my mother, I think I'll also surpass the old man next to me, hee. That's also my goal. Bakugo, what did you call me, damn brat? Tokyo, anciano. The boy only received a blow to the head from his father. Bakugo, learn to respect your elders, dwarf. Tashinori, you don't even respect Grandma Mitsuki. Bakugo, don't bring the old lady into this. Tashinori, you see. That's what I mean. Deku, yes, it's clear he's your son. Bakugo, don't even get involved, you bastard. Deku, I'm just eating. Father and son continued arguing for a while they were watched by some of the people who were there. For his part, Izuku did not take long to finish what he had ordered, and fortunately after a while the argument was over and the three were calm. Bakugo, and what are you doing tomorrow, nerd? Deku, well, being at home, you see how the current situation is, hee. It seems that I managed to fulfill my promise. Bago, which one? Deku, no matter what happens, statistically one or more heroes will always be there to help people, hee. At least now we can be a little calmer on that side. Bakugo, ha ha ha, damn, it's true, then it's your fault that I'm so bored later. Deku, and why do I tell you no? Bakugo, ha ha, damn, but hey, what did you make for dinner? Deku, that's a secret, Kaken. Bakugo, don't buck with me, I don't even live near your damn house. Deku, haha, I was joking. I tried a few American recipes, nothing fancy. My dad had some written down. It took a bit of work, but I managed to get it right. Bakugo, wow, we did the typical thing, although my mom scolded me. I don't know what the witch expected, next time I'll pay you to cook. Deku, haha, you're a real case, Kaken, but well, we'll see next year. By the way, tell me what you've heard from the others. What will Kirishima and Mina do? Bakugo, I don't know, I think they also prepared the typical stuff, something like that Kirishima had told me. Deku, I'm Vio. Bakugo, what about the ponytail and the half bastard? Deku, Momo, and Todoroki? I think they'll stay in Japan this year to spend time with their family. You see, last year they went to Europe, but I think Momo got sick or something. Bakugi, ha ha ha, it makes me laugh how you mention that they went to Europe as if it were the most normal thing in the damn world. Deku, well, you see, the most important and richest family in Japan, hee. I suppose they can afford such luxuries. Bakug, ha! Damn rich people. Deku, ha ha ha, yeah, I believe it. The boy lifted the tea container he had and clinked it with Bakugo's, who did the same gesture and then took a sip. Deku, cheers to all this, Kaken. Bakugo, cheers, damn nerd. Deku, I won't see you tomorrow, so I'll toast right now, hee. Cheers to more peaceful days like this one and the ones to come. Bakugo, true, cheers to that and to never stop fighting for what's right. After all, it's because of you that we still have this world intact, haha. The green-haired man smiled and continued drinking his tea. After a while, they both finished eating and minutes later their respective partners arrived. Apparently, the women had met by pure chance, just like the men. The difference was that the women of each family had several bags that they hadn't had before, as well as some boxes. Uraka, look, Kami, it seems we weren't the only ones who met. Kami, that's true, hello Izuku. Izuku, what's up, Kami? Uraraka, hola Bakugo. Bakugo, round face. Suddenly a girl came out from Kami's side, hair similar to her father's with eyes similar to the adult former Shiketsu student. The girl smiled and greeted the green-haired boy enthusiastically. Asuna, hello Uncle Deku. Deku, how are you, Asuna? Nana, good night Uncle Bakugo. Bakugo, super shorty, raising his drink. Eri, how is this your Kaken? Kaken, honestly boring. Kami, Hey Katsuki, you said you were going to wait for us. Are you already eating without us? Bakugo, I'm just leaving the cam agency. I was a little hungry, it wasn't that much. Toshinori, yeah, sure, it wasn't much. Bakugo, will you shut up, you smartass? Deku, and what's in the bags, my love? The brunette approached her partner to give him a tender kiss. Uraraka, things hee. Deku, hee, you know that's not what I meant, right, cheater? Uraraka, hee, I know, but you still can't find out yet, love. Until tomorrow, you know the rule. Deku, ha, okay. Nana, can we eat now? I'm hungry. Uraraka, me too, let's go. Deku, well, you guys are in charge, aren't you coming to eat with us? Kami, we would love to Izuku, but we still have some things to see, maybe another day. Deku, sure? It won't take long. Bakugo, well, I must admit that this time I would take your word for it as long as you pay, damn it, but if I can get home sooner even though I went a little longer without eating, I guess then it will be worth it, so screw you. Deku, ha, I say that you should eat something, Kaken. After all, I think that after a while you will eat something that will not leave your stomach full, rather it will make you hungrier. Bakugo, shut up, don't say such stupid things here, do you want to die, idiot? Kami, just like old times, ho Chaco? Uraraka, hee, I think some things never change, Kami, but it's too bad you couldn't come with us. Kami, maybe we could do something in the new year, it's been a while since I saw some of your classmates together. Uraraka, that's true, we'll have to tell them. On the other hand, the children watched in confusion as their mothers spoke peacefully on one side while on the other it was obvious that they were about to fight. Toshinori, Sai dad will never grow up. Eri, hee, that's how they've behaved since I remember, Toshi, you don't have to be ashamed. Asuna, that's true, Eri has known them longer than us. Toshinori, still, he's grown up now. Eri, calm down, better tell me how you've been. How are things? Toshinori, I can't complain, I always try hard. If there's something I have to thank the old man for, it's that he's made me improve myself more and more. I can't complain about that. Nana, that's great, Toshi, but what about that girl you were dating? Toshinori at that moment acquired a light crimson tone on his cheeks which he quickly covered with his hand and turned his gaze, something that in Eri's eyes he had also inherited from his father. Toshinori, how do you know about her? Nana, maybe because I'm your sister's best friend? Toshinori, Asuna, you damn gossip, did you tell her? Asuna, well, it was something unexpected. With how busy you are, I didn't think you had a girlfriend, much less that she would be the daughter of the hero of the wind, Inasa Yorashi. Toshinori, the Odio. Nana, he and well? Toshinori, we're fine, sometimes we help each other study on topics we don't understand well. Nana, ha, that's great, I'm happy for you. Eri, at least we don't get along like our parents, it would be too much of an explosive fight twice as much. Asuna, hee, we'll leave that for the academy training. Eri, ha, yes, I remember when Shinso-sensei sent a summons to your parents because you blew up the USJ combat arena. Todoroki, Asuna, you are an idiot. Asuna, shut up, if I'm the daughter of the exhaustive hero I have to overcome his power, or don't you know that we are part of the singular singularity? Toshinori, that doesn't justify it. The Bakugo brothers began to fight until they both felt a slight tremor under their feet, which was also felt by Eri and Nana Midoriya. Eri, hey, yeah, did you feel that? Nana, good thing I wasn't the only one. Again another one was felt, this time slightly stronger. The glasses around made a ripple in the water they had, making more people aware of this, and even the brothers' fight stopped. Toshinori, Asuna, please tell me it was you who did that. Asuna, I can only control the sand of my quirk. Another tremor was present, now the hanging lights moved, the ground moved in a slightly stronger way, making that now both the people who were in the stores and the parents of the children were alerted. Uraraka, what's going on? Kami, that felt really weird. Deku, and I thought it was your explosions, Kaken. Bakugo, shut up, Deku, this isn't the time for stupid jokes, something's coming. On the other hand, the people who were on the street saw how many more people were running towards the square, making them follow them as well, which alerted the green-haired man who approached the balcony and then looked up to see the glass walls of the square, seeing how in the distance something like a stain was approaching quickly. Kaken isn't coming, he's already here. Then the green-haired boy and the blonde boy saw the same thing approaching at full speed. That strange object was already about to reach the place, so they quickly and instinctively grabbed their children and their respective partners to cover them and prevent a cloud of glass caused by the abrupt intrusion from hurting them. Something had managed to burst into the square, and it wasn't friendly. The adults looked back to the front only to see how now occupying the entire courtyard of the plaza was a monster of considerable size. It was a giant with a deformed face and grayish skin. The creature stood still in place, but the civilians did not, and seized with fear began to run. The monster only followed them with his gaze. On his face a line appeared and grotesquely opened, showing that it was something similar to a mouth. It had rows of fierce and sharp fangs. Some of these were broken, but the splinters looked terrifying anyway. His mouth began to drip a bright red liquid that gave the impression that it was blood. The monster crouched down, and then raised his face, giving a scream that sounded throughout the plaza. Everyone covered their ears because the sound was deafening. Suddenly from the back of the monster came a subject who wore a kind of black trench coat which had many rings stuck to it. His boots were black with the tip metallic. His face was covered by a white mask with irregular red blotches. His hair was black. It wasn't that long, but it looked dirty. The mysterious guy stood in front of the creature, and after him more and more subjects began to come down, which began to run everywhere, following the civilians or entering the stores to cause more damage. Deku and Bakugo gritted their teeth as they watched this with annoyance. Deku, damn, who would even think of going into a store at this time of year? Don't they know what day it is tomorrow? Bakugo, I don't think they care much. Deku, I think it's time to teach these guys some good manners. Nana, Dad, are you going to? The green-haired boy began to walk towards the balcony while the jacket he had of Almight opened, which began to disappear, now forming a green suit with black lines. At the same pace the boy's clothes began to change. The pants acquired the same color, joining with the top, generating a red belt with a knife in the back. The suit reached the shoulders, where then gloves appeared halfway down the muscle, white with dark blue lines that reached the part of the fingers. His red boots were also covered by black armor as well as his knees. The boy took his mask and put it on, as well as the mask that had also formed hanging from the neck, which made a click, showing that the suit had been completed. Deku, ready for action, old friend? The blonde, for his part, tore off his shirt, showing that underneath he had the beginning of his hero suit. He grabbed his wristbands and tightened them so that both quickly changed size, forming his classic grenades. His pants also changed, and finally he grabbed the face from the part of the eyes, generating his mask. Bakugo, this is what my damn day was missing, a good fight. Uraraka lowered the bag she had and joined her hands. Suddenly her clothes changed color slightly and began to modify, changing to the color pattern of her hero suit, covering her entire body and generating her boots and wristbands. The nanobots that made this change possible also went up her neck, and were lost at the back of her head, covered by her hair, to then create the brunette's visor and making a click just like her husband's suit, meaning that she was ready. Cammy, wow, you guys have the best designs, hee. I hope I'm not left behind. The girl took a breath and released a large amount of smoke which covered her completely, taking a short time to dissipate but showing that she was already wearing her heroine costume. Nana, sister. Eri, stay here, children. The white-haired girl opened the zipper of her jacket, showing that her blouse had also changed, and soon covered the jacket to, after a very short time, transform into her hero suit alongside her parents. Eri, Dad already sent an alert message to Koda with our location, although help was not long in coming. Deku, okay daughter, while we arrive, let's try to keep these things at bay. I assume that monster will be a big problem. Bakugo, ha, you faced a damn gnome that could kill us without a problem. You're not going to tell me you're afraid of this fat ball. Deku, no standing on the balcony, but I'll save the best for last. The boy only lowered his mask to show his smile and at an incredible speed disappeared from the sight of his family and friends, appearing on the roof of the plaza, and then propelled himself towards the ground, making a loud bang as he fell, raising a large curtain of dust and making the villains come out of the stores to see what had fallen. When the dust dissipated, they could see how the boy was on his knees and then stood up and cracked his knuckles. Deku, what's up? Hands up, everyone. The villains were stunned by what they saw because they didn't expect the number one hero to be there. Returning to the top where the others were, Asuna looked excitedly at the green-haired boy, as did Nana. Asuna, that was amazing. Bakugo, Aki had to make his damn superhero landing. Someone should tell him that crap is bad for his knees. Cammy, shut up and go there to give your best, my love. Bakugo, well, that jerk won't get all the fun. The blonde smiled sadly, and with his explosions he launched himself down like a torpedo, hitting some villains with force, leaving them unconscious instantly. Cammy, what do you say, Uravity? We leave all the fun to them. Uraraka, you're not that lucky, come on, daughter. Eri, I wouldn't miss this for anything. The girl prepared to jump into the fight, but the brunette quickly noticed how the other teams from both families were preparing to jump into the fight as well. Uraraka, seeing the three of them, and where do you think you're going? Asuna, where else, Santo Chaco, we'll go help them. Nana, we already have our provisional licenses, Mom. I did my internship with Dad, you know, we are authorized to fight. Tashinori, what she said. The chestnut was about to jump but was stopped by her mother. Uraraka, no way, it's fine that they have their licenses but they're not ready yet. The brunette looked at her mother with a clear face of confusion. Uraraka, daughter, okay, look, I'll make it easy. Having permission to do something is not the same as being ready to do it, and you don't even have your suits here. Throwing you into battle like that would be dangerous, risky, and irresponsible on our part. Nana, but Dad did the same thing at my age and wearing only a jacket. Uraraka, first, I'll kill your father for telling you that, and second, don't argue. It's an order, miss. I won't risk them. Eri, listen to him, Nana, you know there's no point in arguing. Mom, but… Urarajka, look, you want to help and that's great, but this is not the time. Nana, I won't stay here doing nothing, we're not useless. At that moment the brunette smiled, missing the youngest girl because she thought her mother was furious with her. Uraraka, and when did I say they would be left without doing anything? The younger brunette was still intrigued by the answer, which caused her mother to smile and ruffle her daughter's hair. Uraraka, when I said that you wouldn't fight I meant it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to leave you aside. It's true, your father fought at your age with nothing more than a jacket, but there's something you might not remember, and that is that I was there. Today you will do what I did. The younger brunette saw her mother, who smiled. Things downstairs, although they were still rough, did not get any worse because Deku and Bakugo could control the villains. Uraraka, now I will assign you your missions. Nana, you, Asuna and Tashinori will not fight unless it is absolutely necessary. You will help with the evacuation of civilians and leave. Do not return to act like heroes. We will see you outside. The former Shiketsu student, the white-haired girl and the brunette approached the balcony before jumping into the fight, being watched by their daughters, son and sister. Uraraka, this is something they should have learned at the academy, and you Nana learned it from your father. It's not just heroic work, service also counts. The brunette turned to see her daughter, who looked at her impressed. Uraraka, go now. We'll see you in a while. The brunette smiled and launched herself into battle with her daughter and her friend. Nana stood for a few seconds watching this in amazement when she returned to reality in a hurry. Nana, understood Mom, okay, you two lazybones, you heard my mom, time to get moving, let's go now. Asuna and Tashinori, yes. The trio of aspiring heroes began to do the assigned task, while below the adults demonstrated once again all the experience they had acquired over the years. Although unfortunately there was something that this great team ignored, and that would be a nuisance. For their part, the teenagers evacuated everyone in a hurry. Asuna's sand worked as a signal so they could escape, as well as a shield and weapons so they would not be hurt. For their part, Tashinori's explosions sent the rest of the villains who tried to attack them flying, as well as making them not get closer. Nana, for her part, was the one in charge of helping the wounded or those she heard were among the rubble, even using her quirk. Suddenly something had gone through the roof with force, and a jet of water was thrown, which transformed into the snout of a dragon, which suddenly took a villain who was going to attack Eri from behind. The girl turned around only to see how her boyfriend had arrived at the battlefield, and with the water she was taking care of many of the monsters. The boy approached the white-haired girl at the same time that one of the villains also did so. although with murderous intentions. Fortunately for the girl, the black-haired man had arrived first and raised his hand, stopping the confused villain. Kota had taken advantage of this to kiss his girlfriend. The villain, annoyed by the interruption, raised his arm, which transformed into a scythe, but from Kota's hand came a ball of pressurized water, which hit the villain in the face, knocking him out instantly. Eri, do you always have to be late? Kota, well, how was I to know that my aunt was going to wash the suit, and besides, dinner was supposed to be later. Deku, hey guys, it's not that I'm not happy to see you Kota, but this is not the time to do that. Kota, nervous, why yes. Forgive me Deku Sir Deku yo. Eri, you should calm down, better fight. When it's over, do you think we should go eat? My father is paying. Deku, yes, I heard that, miss. Kota, okay, hee, I'll pay my share. The black-haired man kissed his girlfriend, and quickly jumped back into the fight. As the minutes passed, the villains fell one by one, which made the leader quite angry. He gave the order with his hand for his monster to attack. The beast obediently ran towards the locals, attacking with its claws or tail, destroying everything around it, even breaking the columns, causing part of the square to collapse. Deku and Bakugo turned around quickly but were comforted to see that it was an already evacuated and empty part, so they hurried and defeated the remaining villains and then stood in front of the monster and his master. Deku, well, if there's one thing I hate more than Mondays, it's the guys with all-for-one airs. Your teammates are defeated, you're about to fall. Why don't you just keep it simple and surrender peacefully? The villain approached the green-haired man and his monster stopped to walk behind him. The hero did not look intimidated at all. He even activated his one for all once again. His muscles grew slightly. His body tensed as did his gaze, which seemed annoyed even under the mask. The villain stood in front of the hero and looked at everyone else, and then raised his arms. Villain, this couldn't be simpler. It's just what I wanted to show my power. I don't want to be like All for One. I want more, and the best way to show my power is by killing you. Your golden age is over, Hero Deku. Your history, an old dog. My power has no limits, and today I will show it to you. The green-haired man, annoyed, clenched his fist. He would end this once and for all. But then, to everyone's surprise, the monster opened its mouth and swallowed its owner in one bite. The green-haired man took a few steps away, surprised. Deku, well, this is what happens to them for choosing the violent path. Bakugo, ha, now all we have to do is defeat this Nomu attempt, and we can. But the blonde couldn't finish his sentence because he saw how the creature began to tremble. Steam came out of its body, and then it began to scream, making even the earth shake slightly. The glass vibrated and some fell. The heroes covered their ears and saw how the monster let out circles of energy which raised curtains of dust. Bakugo, what the hell is going on, Deku? Deku, I have no idea. But then the villain's laughter was present. It didn't seem to come from the speakers of the place but rather from the monster itself. Everyone looked at this in astonishment. The beast stopped roaring and the villain began to speak. Villain, you called my creation Noma Ground Zero? Ha ha ha, no. You are very wrong. My beauty is beyond those things that All for One created. They were powerful, yes. But they lacked a good guide, and that spoiled child Shigaraki was just a fool, a puppet who did not know the potential he had in his hands, but I did. Deku, what are you talking about? Villain, what's the point of having a gun if you can't control it? Deku, no. Villain, behold the scientific marvel, ha ha ha. Bakugo, what the hell is going on, Deku? The green-haired boy turned to look at his best friend. He didn't have to be very smart to figure out what was going on. Deku, that idiot. At that moment the abomination began to grow even more. Its skin turned black with brown tones. Even in some sections the skin could not bear the change and opened, showing the blood of the beast, but the most horrible of all was to see how the face of the monster began to melt, falling against the ground, burning everything in its path. It seemed even more corrosive than Mina's acid. The terrifying thing was to see how the skull of the monster was exposed, and it began to break between screams of the creature, to open in half and begin to deform to form the mask of the villain. Deku, he mixed with his monster. The abomination was finally complete. The horrible monster bent down to look at the boys, and then a crack appeared in the mask, giving rise to a horrible smile worthy of a nightmare. Bakugi, you're bucking with me. But then the monster began to shake. Lines of energy came out of its body while the claws dug into the concrete left deep marks. Izuku would not stay still waiting for a future attack, so he charged his one for all to 100%. The boy prayed that his plan would succeed and threw himself under the monster to unleash a punch which lifted the creature, but the green-haired boy did not stay alone there, and jumping back he propelled himself again to kick the monster in the air, giving it a fierce kick in the stomach and throwing it out of the square with force. Bakugo, what did you do, Deku? Deku, my job. If we fight here it will be closed territory. We will not be able to move freely and the square is very damaged. At any moment it would come upon us. Besides an open field we will have more opportunity. The boy just gained more strength and went out through the hole that the monster had left, going after him. Uraraka, Deku is right. We have to catch him and not let him escape. That monster has become even more dangerous. The brunette started to run. She touched her body and pushed herself up and then raised her hand. A rope came out of her suit which she tied to one of the enormous supports. Uravity deactivated her quirk, and with the momentum she had obtained she left the place. Koda, wow, your family never ceases to amaze me, Eri. Eri, I know, can you give me a hand? Koda, hold on. The black-haired man approached his girlfriend, and immediately afterward a bed of water formed under their feet, and then they shot out of the place, following the brunette and the green-haired man. Bakugo, damn braggarts. Kami, will you take me? Bakugo, smiling wherever you want, beautiful. The girl smiled and got on the back of the blonde, who used his powerful explosions to follow the boys. Outside, the green-haired boy was fighting with the monster, who now seemed less slow, and having someone controlling his movements made it easier to fight, which began to put the boy in trouble as he used his size to his advantage. The people had already moved away from the area. As soon as they saw the green-haired boy they knew they were safe. Izuku fought, trying not to hurt anyone and waiting for his companions to arrive. Deku, well, this couldn't get any better, but you're going to lose anyway. My teammates will arrive soon and you know they'll kick your deformed ass. The villain just started laughing, alerting the boy. Villain, that's true, you and your friends might be able to take me on, but you know what they say, divide and conquer. Then Izuku felt a tremor under his feet as he saw how the monster began to divide. Blood fell with the wound that had formed in the middle of his body, but these cuts became scars and then gave way to another equal monster which had viscosity in its reborn part. The villains observed Deku, who swallowed saliva. Deku, good thing I didn't eat well before fighting. At that moment the other monster ran to the other side before Deku's surprised gaze at the speed he had. Deku, he's fast. Villain, and tell me what you're going to do now, hero. Deku, damn. The boy dodged a blow from the villain and quickly brought his hand to his ear using his communicator. Deku, Kaken, don't come here. Bakugo, what the hell are you talking about, Deku? Deku, what did you hear? Don't even think about coming. Bakugo, again with that, you won't stay with the glory alone, damn it, it's almost here. Deku, it's not that, idiot, this shit cloned itself, the other monster is going north. Bakugo, you're joking. Deku, I wish. Bakugo, damn it, fine. You take care of that stupid thing. The green-haired man didn't have time to respond and only grunted when he was hit by the monster and thrown several meters. Bakugo, for his part, just growled annoyed and changed the frequency of his communicator. Bakugi, hey, dwarf nephew of Mandalay, are you there? Koda, why yes, what do you need? Bakugo, release the one-horned dwarf and come to my location, I already sent you the coordinates. Koda, but we're heading to the same place. Bakugo, not anymore, there's another monster, that stupid son of a hitch cloned himself. I'll need you to keep all the bucking civilians at bay. I don't want any casualties when I use my explosions. City Pero. Uraraka, go kid, we'll be fine, we're 6 people, we have to know how to divide ourselves to make an attack plan. Koda lightning. Eri, we'll be fine, honey. Mom's right. Go and finish off that monster. Koda, I don't doubt that you're going to have problems, love. Eri, so? Koda, hee hee, it's just that I really want to go eat with you guys. Eri, ha ha ha, you're a glutton, Koda Izumi. The girl prepared to jump, but before that she kissed her boyfriend. Coda, also, Mr. Bakugo scares me. Eri, you see. Ta, okay, but don't kick me out. Eri, I'll see you tomorrow? Coda, yes, I already thought that with this the dinner would be cancelled. Anyway, I'll let you know as soon as I get home. There won't be a problem. Eri, okay, good luck. Coda, thank you, and the same to you. The black-haired man turned around and the girl quickly jumped. Coda moved away quickly while Eri was still in free fall until, using the same rope system as her mother, she managed to hook herself onto a wall to start swinging. Eri, thanks for the idea, Mom. Back with the young heroes, they had already evacuated all the civilians. The emergency services had already arrived, as well as the police, who interrogated the boys who showed their respective hero licenses, so they did not have much problem and left the place. After that they left knowing what was happening from the news. Asuna, we have to split up, our parents are in different directions. Nana, Loisi. Asuna, will you be okay? Nana, my parents are closer, I'll stay out of it. Mom's right, we can't interfere yet, will you be okay? Tashinori, I hate to admit it, but I'm more worried about the villain. Our parents are strong. I don't doubt they'll finish him off quickly. But anyway, we have to be there so they don't worry about us. Asuna, he's right, we have to go now. Take care of yourself, Nana. It was nice to see you even if you were out for a few minutes. Send me a message so I know you're okay. Nana, I was going to tell you exactly the same thing. Both of you take care of yourselves. The boys nodded and went off in different directions. Back with Deku. The green-haired man was in a bit of a bind, and the monster was strong. Although it wasn't like the Noma he fought years ago, that didn't make it any less dangerous, as it had a fluid that was the same as the one it secreted when it evolved, managing to melt things in seconds. Deku stayed away from the monster and hit it with everything he could: cars, trash cans, even lamps. The boy had already received several hits, which, although it hurt him, also made him happy because they charged his suit with the absorbed kinetic energy. The green-haired boy was about to strike when he saw how the monster loaded a truck that seemed to be water and threw it at him. Izuku reacted quickly, and using his one for all managed to not only withstand the blow but even stop it. The boy took the truck by the chest and threw it at the monster, and then threw himself, charging the kinetic force, and one for all. The truck hit the monster, but immediately exploded, showing that what he had actually loaded was not a water truck but a gas truck. Fortunately, Deku's suit was fireproof, so he was able to pass almost without problems through the flames, only enduring the scorching heat. The monstrosity opened his eyes only to see Izuku approaching at full speed without giving him a chance to do anything. The boy quickly extended his fist, which was charged with 100% of his strength plus the power of the absorbed kinetic force, and hit his rival in the face, generating a strong shock wave which made the buildings vibrate as well as the windows, moving the cars away and extinguishing the flames. The monster had been thrown several meters, rolling on the ground until entering a demolition zone, suddenly to end up crashing into a crane that had a wrecking ball which fell on him. Izuku stood up but looked down, seeing how on the ground was one of the crane's plates which said, "How do I drive? 1-800-555-0199. The boy read the plate and threw it to the side. "Deku, someone will call, very annoying." The boy looked up at the sky to smile, and after gathering strength, he took a great leap, throwing himself in the direction where the monster had fallen. A couple of seconds later, Eri and Uraraka had arrived at the place to find themselves on the path left by the battle. Uraraka, well, we have to follow your father-daughter. Eri, it seems so. The females did not stay still and moved once more. It had not taken Izuku long to arrive where the attempted Noma had fallen, which had gotten up with quite a bit of trouble because it was noticeable that it had been injured. The light from the headlights and the moon illuminated the monster, which now had its mask broken. It was split in half with a large crack from which blood was gushing out. "Villain, you damn! Deku, surely that can be cured with a band-aid." "Villain, the door!" The villain threw himself at Deku, who did the same, but before arriving he charged his one for all and gave a loud clap which made the monster fall on his back. Izuku quickly rose up with a jump, and giving a kick in the air he propelled himself down, trying to hit the monster, but it moved away, making the boy hit the ground, showing a huge curtain of dust. "Villain, It seems I miscalculated. Your strength is not something to be taken lightly. Deku, thanks, a lot of people say that, but that won't save you from anything. I'll finish you off today. The villain gave a loud roar in response which made the boy cover his ears. Deku, and why was that? To demonstrate your bad breath? Because if so, it worked very well. The boy returned to the charge but unaware that the villain had prepared a trap, and with that roar he had distracted the boy to take the chain of the wrecking ball and pull it towards him, causing the enormous metallic mass to hit the green-haired man, who was pushed towards the monster, who hit him with his fist, burying him in the ground. The green-haired man thanked Melissa and Hatsum that his suit was so resistant that if not, something would have already broken. But unfortunately for him, his rival did not stay still there and quickly gave him a strong kick that pushed the boy towards the place that was already half demolished, causing part of it to fall on him. Villain, ha ha ha, it seems I found your weak point. You may be very strong and all that, but in the end you are human, you have limits. Compared to me you are just a branch, you were stupid to come just for me. The green-haired boy managed to get out of the rubble with problems. His arms seemed dislocated and now something was definitely bleeding. He wasn't sure if it was his head or some other part of his body, maybe even both. The boy looked at the monster annoyed but quickly saw how above it 2 points were approaching quickly, which made him smile. Deku, ha ha ha, you know, maybe you're right. I am human and obviously I have my limits, but there's something you're forgetting. Villain, what? The green-haired man stood up as he took off his mask, showing that he was smiling. Deku, I didn't come alone, I just split up from my team. You said it yourself, divide and conquer. The annoyed monster approached the green-haired boy, but before he could do anything against the boy, he felt something fall with force on his head, hitting him violently and managing to knock him down, raising a curtain of dust which when dissipated showed that it was his wife and eldest daughter. Deku, and here is my team, or well, my family, hee hee. Uraraka, hee hee hee, I thought you'd have problems. Deku, I had everything under control. Eri, and being under that rubble was part of your plan? Deku, I had to distract him somehow so they could arrive in an epic way, hee hee. The family of heroes had reunited as the monster stood up once more. Villain, no matter how many there are, I'll kill them anyway. Uraraka, plan F? Eri, is there a better one? Deku, let's do it. Villain, I'll kill them. Deku, if it was just me you were facing, just maybe you would have had a small chance. But now you're facing the three of us, in short you're screwed. Uraraka, or as I say, admit it monster, you just hit the jackpot. The boy smiled as he adjusted his mask. Deku, gosh, that phrase never gets old. The green-haired man raised his arms and charged strength, and then lowered them, creating a curtain of dust which momentarily blinded the monster, but giving Eri the opportunity to run towards him and charge energy in her full gauntlet, hitting the monster with enough force to knock the air out of him and making Uraraka manage to get on his back to grab him by the mask and pull him back. The villain raised his head and tried to grab Uraraka, who used her quirk, removing gravity and making him slowly begin to float. Eri and Izuku prepared themselves. Izuku took his daughter by the shoulders and took a big leap, then in the air turned and threw the girl who had charged energy in her boots against the monster, landing on its stomach. Izuku also pushed himself and fell, kicking the beast's mask, managing to break it even more, causing some pieces to separate from the mask. Deku, that's my daughter. Uraraka, this isn't over yet. The family was back on guard. Uraraka deactivated her quirk and the villain stood up with problems, but before he could speak or say anything else, Uraraka ran towards the wrecking ball. Uraraka, Eri conmigo. You were, yes. Villain, you guys aren't going anywhere. The monster tried to stop them, but Izuku grabbed his tail, stopping him in his tracks. Deku, and you either. The green-haired boy began to spin him around until he threw him towards the building being demolished, causing the impact to make everything fall on top of his rival. The green-haired boy thought that was it, but it wasn't over yet, and with difficulty the monster began to get up, making Izuku sigh. Deku, wow, monsters like you never give up. Uraraka, do you want a hand, darling? The green-haired boy turned to see how his wife was behind the ball of destruction which was floating in the air. The green-haired boy quickly understood and stepped back, giving his daughter the opportunity to take the chain, and using the strength provided by his suit managed to give it a few turns, and then release it in the direction of the monster. Izuku let the ball pass and only held on to the chain being dragged by it. The villain with problems managed to block the enormous object, deflecting it with force, throwing it upwards, but he did not count on the boy was hanging from the chain, and using it as a pendulum she kicked him, blinding him momentarily. Uraraka waited a bit until she saw that the object had managed to have a considerable height, and deactivated her quirk. The object of destruction began to fall with speed, but Izuku, who managed to get on the wrecking ball, gave it more momentum by hitting the air, and before falling he jumped to fall with his family, who saw how the villain was hit, and almost knocked down. Finally Izuku charged his one for all, and I look at his family. Deku list? Eri, as much as possible. Uraraka, it's time. Deku, then go ahead. The adult threw his wife and daughter forward and then pushed himself. The villain was almost defeated, and the only thing he could see before being defeated was the Midoriya family, who were charging the last blow. In the end the impact had occurred. It had not been with much force, but it had been decisive. The villain had finally fallen. His mask was shattered. The family stood up, illuminated by the light of the news helicopter, which recorded how the three members raised their fists in a very clear sign of victory. Izuku had let go of some energy by doing this, clearing the clouds. For her part, and not far from there, traveling in a taxi, Nana Midoriya watched the news on her phone with excitement, amazement, and respect because her family had won. The girl saw the large postcard that her family gave to the reporters, knowing that one day she would be there. Back at the scene, Uraraka and Deku managed to get out of the crowd of people, followed by their daughter. Uraraka, well, not bad for one night, right? Deku, ha ha ha, a pre-Christmas victory, what more could you ask for? Eri, he is our gift to the people, the promise that heroes will never give up. Deku, you said it, daughter, you said it. The adults and the teenager walked on the roof of a house while their suits dissolved, returning to their normal clothes. The three went down with the help of the green-haired man and his incredible quirk to come out into the light in their civilian facet. A few blocks from there, little Nana saw them and made the taxi stop. The girl paid the transport and got out of the vehicle with all the shopping bags to go to her parents, who once they saw her also ran and joined her. Once the family was reunited, they headed to their house, calling a taxi. Upon arrival and before dinner, they turned on the TV, watching how in another part of the city Bakugo, Kami and Kota had also taken care of the villain. Deku, well, an explosion that powerful would knock anyone down, I think. Uraraka, it's Bakugo. At least there wasn't much property damage. Eri, maybe because Aunt Kami is here now. Plus Kota looks really cute putting out the flames. Nana, you only say that because he's your boyfriend. Eri, shut up, blushing. The green-haired man smiled but approached his family. Deku, well, be that as it may, today we managed to make significant progress. I want to congratulate the three of you. We are a great team, thank you. Uraraka, you don't have to thank me for anything, my love. After all, you said it. We are a team as well as a family. We support each other. Eri, exactly. Nana, well, I share the opinion, but I don't know if they should include me. I didn't help in the fight. Deku, maybe. But that doesn't mean you won't help. If it weren't for you, the civilian casualties would have been many. Remember, daughter, we are heroes. We defeat the bad guys, but we also save people. Sometimes it seems very complicated to do both, but a good person. Nana, it makes a difference. Deku, exactly, you already did your internship with me, and you know what? I can't wait for the day when that photo pointing to the image on the television where it showed Uraraka and Eri next to him will have you too. Nana, thanks, Dad. The brunette hugged her father, who returned the hug while being watched by his wife and his eldest daughter. Uraraka, no doubt about it. She's as emotional as we are. Deku, I think so, but well, don't forget what day it is today, and sorry, but so much fighting made me even more hungry. Who wants to eat? Uraraka, well, I must admit that I am quite hungry. Deku, I know, a part of me thinks I should hit the villain more because of that, Uraraka kissed her husband, who hugged and returned the gesture to his wife, and then looked at his watch. Deku, well, then we have to eat. Wash up and I'll take care of tidying up and whatever else is needed. The three women, yes. The green-haired family did as requested, and after a while everyone was already having dinner. The dinner passed without a hitch, a familiar, comfortable atmosphere that no one could interrupt. After a while and the family was satisfied, they stood up and together they cleaned the table, took the dishes to the sink, put away the remaining food, and Deku washed the dishes with the help of his wife, who dried them and put them away. In the end, the family put on a movie and quietly watched it until it ended. The boy saw his phone, surprised by the time it was. Deku, wow, time really flies, time to go to bed. The boy stood up next to his wife, but his daughters replied. Eri and Nana, Dad, let us stay a little longer. Deku, I would love to, but this day doesn't work like that. Don't you want to see what Santa brought you tomorrow? Both girls looked at the green-haired man and raised an eyebrow. Eri, really, Dad? Nana, we're grown up now. Deku, yes, but for me they will always be my little girls, so go to sleep or they won't bring you anything tomorrow. Uraraka, you heard your father, go to sleep both of you. Both girls did not argue anymore, and with a smile they hugged their father. Eri, okay, but can we go to the Christmas fair tomorrow? Nana, see. Deku, don't you think I spoil you all too much? Uraraka, what if I want to go too? Deku, okay, but I want them in their rooms on the count of 3 too. The green-haired man hadn't even finished his words when both girls disappeared from his sight. Deku, that always works, Uraraka, see or vi. Deku, and you two go to sleep. Uraraka, hey, that's not fair, I'm not a child. Deku, I know, but if you don't go, there won't be a gift either. The brunette looked at her husband and immediately smiled. Uraraka, well, I just hope Santa isn't too tired. Deku, well, we agree that it's still Christmas Eve, right? The green-haired boy smiled and accompanied his wife to their room, where after a while they finally fell asleep. The next day the girls were the first to wake up, and after this they woke up their parents, who smilingly accompanied their daughters to the ground floor of the house. The girls already knew everything concerning these festivities, but that did not prevent them from still getting excited when they saw their gifts. The smiling brunette went to the kitchen, where she put the water for coffee for herself and her family. The girl returned happily, seeing how her daughters and her husband were sitting on the floor near the gifts waiting for the brunette. Deku, we're waiting for you, love. Uraraka, thanks, here honey. The green-haired man thanked the gesture and invited his wife to sit next to him, who did so with a smile. One by one, the members of the Midoriya/Uraraka family opened their gifts. Perfumes, jackets, t-shirts, photos, among other things, were in the many bags and boxes that were around the huge Christmas tree. Once they did this, they stood up and arranged their respective gifts. But at that moment, the green-haired man and the brunette turned to look at each other at the same time with a knowing smile. There was a special gift for their youngest daughter, and it was time to give it to her. Uraraka, well, I hope you enjoyed your gifts, girls, but there is still something else. Eri, anything else? Deku, yeah, we'll go for that, so you two stay here. Nana, why? Uraraka, you'll see, daughter. The adults left the place to return a short time later with a metallic gray briefcase. The white-haired girl immediately knew what it was and went to her parents' side, taking out her phone and missing her younger sister. Nana, what's going on? Eri, so that's what it's about. Nana, what about? Deku, daughter, maybe you thought not, but yesterday I heard you. The youngest daughter just hung her head sadly, remembering that, and waiting for a scolding. Nana, sorry Dad, it's just that you guys have always been an inspiration to me. You're the greatest heroes the world has ever seen, and well, it's not that I want to follow tradition out of obligation, but I also want to do my part to make the world a better place. I want to help, save people. I want to be a hero that rescues everyone with a smile. The girl shouted this loudly, surprising and delighting her parents and sister. Deku, Nana, look daughter, you know perfectly well that we have never hidden anything from you. We always did the best for you. We always respected your decisions, and with respect to you, it was the same. We talked to you and you decided to enter. As parents, you must understand that we are proud of you and everything you have achieved. We never imposed anything on you. Even if you wanted to be a nurse, teacher, veterinarian, you would always have our support. There is your sister who, despite being a professional heroine, is also a doctor. There are many ways to be a hero besides the profession itself. The brunette just looked at her father without interrupting him because something inside her told her that whatever the conversation was going to, it would be very important. Deku. But well, I think I'm straying from the main topic. Daughter, yesterday I noticed your desire to help us in the battle, and it is great. You have that spark in you, which is wonderful. As I told you before, it doesn't matter what profession you had chosen because I know that you would have achieved it because you are a great girl. A wonderful being and someone of whom I am extremely proud. The green-haired man began to shed tears, but without stopping, he continued talking. Deku, last night I saw that you had an incredible gift of leadership, which is incredible, and I'm eager to see how you use it because I know it will be for the best. The green-haired man saw how tears began to flow from his daughter's eyes. Deku, being a hero is not an easy job. There will be times when we will stumble, and worse still, we will fall. We will feel powerless. We will feel that the weight of the world falls upon us and crushes us, but that does not mean we are going to give up. Nana, it is okay to feel fear, but we cannot let that stop us. You will be someone wonderful, daughter, and there is no doubt about that. The boy was hugged by his daughter, who ran towards him suddenly. The boy responded to the hug and spoke for the last time. Deku, Nana, I'll be with you for the rest of my life. You'll see my life through your eyes, and I'll see yours through mine. For her part, the brunette joined the hug and also spoke. Uraraka, daughter becomes mother and mother becomes daughter. And then they both spoke in unison. Deku/Uraraka, this is all we can give you, this is our legacy. The adults stepped aside and stood up to place the briefcase in front of their daughter, who took it and placed it on the table to open it carefully and with a mixture of caution, care, doubt, and emotion. Eri approached with the camera focusing on her sister's reaction, managing to see how the girl opened her mouth and eyes, surprised beyond belief because in front of her she could see a totally new hero costume as well as some accessories such as medical or water containers, etc. etc. Deku, oh well, and that too, hee. Nana, WW, what is this? Deku, well, it's your Christmas surprise, daughter. We were talking with your Aunt Hatsum and we made some calls to UA, so here it is. Same system as our suits. You'll use it until you graduate, obviously, but we preferred that you know it was already ready. When the time comes, the world will meet the greatest superfamily of all time. The parents approached the little girl, taking her by the shoulders. The girl was crying uncontrollably, apparently inheriting her father's uncontrollable way of crying. Eri, who was also crying, approached and finished recording. Then she set up her phone to take pictures. After seating her parents and sister, a small photo session began. One photo would be chosen to later adorn the wall, along with more photographs that showed that the family, as they are, couldn't open another one. Deku, Merry Christmas family, Merry Christmas. Thus ended Christmas for a heroic family, a family that despite all the adversities never gave up, a family formed by the love of two people, an indestructible team. Because the love between heroes is the strongest and purest there is. Earth 199-19, somewhere in Japan, early morning of December 25th. Christmas, a special date for many people. In the city of Japan, a pleasant warmth was felt for everyone, and despite the fact that it was quite late, there were quite a few people in the streets running from one side to the other with gift boxes. Some were still unwrapped, showing that they were toys or clothes, scarves among other things. Obviously, they were adults who were not accompanied by their younger children. The incredible thing about this is that the city was in total calm despite the crowd, and is that everyone, despite being running, only did it in a hurry and not necessarily with fear, because it had been more than several years since there had been a major threat in the city. People could breathe and do their shopping in peace, knowing that there would be no evil lurking, and although they did not want to admit it, they owed it to a boy who was previously repudiated by all, and when the moment came proved to be the greatest hero that everyone had ever known. A hero who was even willing to give his life to protect everyone, a hero who had even returned from death itself to end with the job once and for all, but after so much time had abandoned the title of hero to simply become an anti-hero, the one who was capable of even killing if the situation required it. The boy who abandoned the hero ranking before the astonished eyes of everyone, and who right now was also running from one side to the other. That's right, Izuku Midoriya, or as many knew him, Ronin, was in his battle suit running from one side to the other. His increased speed made it almost impossible to distinguish in the crowd, and in his arms he carried several boxes of considerable size, as well as in his whips from which hung more boxes or hooks with clothes. The boy had also been infected by the Christmas spirit, and now ran non-stop through all the stores he saw. The clerks only saw a black blur with green, and after this the exact amount of some products. In one of those the freckled man threw his black whip towards a tall building and rose with speed, managing to reach the top, and once there he took off his mask to answer a call from a sleepy black-haired girl. "Ronin Digga? Yaoyorozu, how are you, love?" "Ronin, okay, I already have Aries and Toya's gifts. All that's missing is Todoroki's, Tsuyu's, her children's, my parents', yours, and I guess I'll be done. How is everything there?" Yaoyorozu, "Well, there's not much to say. I got Toya to sleep and Eri to stop talking to Koda." Ianin, ha ha ha, you should have left her as a princess. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, it's already 2 o'clock. Toya was between excited for his gifts and sleepy because his sister wouldn't let him sleep with so much noise. Ronin, look, you would be the same as the girls, so you can't have much of an opinion. Yaoyorozu, but it's not the same, clumsy wolf. Ronin, okay. By the way, speaking of Eri and Koda, did you help the girl with her gift for the dwarf? YehosuaHernandez, it wasn't that difficult. Did you buy him something? Ronin, what kind of father and father-in-law do you think I am? Yaoyorozu, the kind who shot her son-in-law when he confessed that he was her daughter's boyfriend. Ronin, no, it doesn't matter. Yaoyorozu Izuku. Ronin, he didn't go to kill. Yaoyorozu, maybe not, but you scared him to death. Ronin, well, if he can handle the shock, he can handle a woman's mood swings when. Yaoyorozu, finish that sentence, and you'll fall asleep in the yard today. The green-haired man just smiled, but soon his gaze was fixed in front of him, and in the distance he could see a plane which was flying lower than allowed. Yaoyorozu, what, you're not going to finish it? Are you afraid of me? Ronin, seriously, love, do me a favor and check the police reports. Yaoyorozu, what happened? The green-haired boy saw how the plane descended dangerously, approaching the buildings. If he managed to hit them, he would ruin Christmas for everyone. Ronin, I think the Grinch came to ruin the holidays. For her part, the brunette did as requested and turned on the TV, lowering the volume as much as possible so that her children would not wake up. The woman flipped through the channels one after the other until she found something disturbing. Apparently, there were reports that a terrorist group had managed to hijack a plane from America heading to Japan. Yaoyorozu, Izuku? Ronin, what's wrong, Momo? Yaoyorozu, I think I found what you were referring to. Ronin, tell me this was just an airplane test gone wrong. Yaoyorozu, I think terrorist groups are not on the airline payroll to be able to pilot. Ronin, sigh, well, there goes my quiet night. Yaoyorozu, I'm going there. Ronin, no, stay with the boys, I don't want them to wake up. Yaoyorozu, do you know how to bring down airplanes? Ronin, no, but I know a dragon that might be able to help us. Yaoyorozu clutched the phone tightly and was obviously worried about her husband, so she only managed to say, Yaoyorozu, take care of yourself, love. Ronin, I'll come back home, Momo, I promise. The boy hung up the call and put his mask back on, carefully managed to lower the gifts and tie them to the antenna, then stood up on the edge of the building and then simply dropped and immediately spread his wings and headed towards the plane. On the other hand, at home, the brunette watched the news which warned about the dangerous incident. Momo trusted her husband, but that didn't stop her from worrying about him to the point where she even squeezed his wedding ring. Back in the city, the green-haired man was already quite close to the plane which had entered a nosedive. The anti-hero, seeing this, quickly went down, also managing to arrive before the aircraft, surprising everyone present, who looked up and began to run terrified because without a doubt seeing something like that would scare anyone. The boy just turned his head until boosting his voice with his one for all he spoke, managing to make everyone present hear him. Ronin, do me a favor and stop running. I won't be able to do anything if you're here, because you could get hurt. Now move aside. The boy's scream sounded powerful and loud. The people afraid of the plane wanted to flee in terror, but the fear of what the boy could do could more so. Listening to him, the people began to move away from the place, managing to clear the area quite a bit. Izuku, seeing this, took out his sword, which was quite different from the one he previously used. This one now seemed more traditional, being the only different that the edge of the blade was a beautiful black color. The boy held it with both hands and raised it in front of his face. The plane was falling with speed. Izuku turned on his pyrokinesis, causing the heat to increase with speed, and then managed to enhance it with his one for all, making the heat now totally scorching. The boy, covered with his suit, was also forced to use his black whips, forming a thick armor that managed to protect him from the heat. Izuku opened his eyes, showing that they were lit. His pupil burned in a majestic green color, and after a few minutes he exhaled a great amount of steam. Ronin, I will not fall to the Dios dragon. Ryujin will not fight. The green-haired boy shouted this while making some movements with the sword, and then raised it in the air, causing the fire to head towards it, and surprising everyone present because a huge green dragon had been summoned. The dragon rose with great speed and surrounded the plane, squeezing it with its body, managing to stop its fall. Izuku, for his part, did not stay still and quickly managed to move his sword, making the dragon follow it, and with this he managed to make the plane fall more carefully, and without hurting any buildings. Izuku was pressured, but after a few overwhelming minutes he saw with satisfaction how his plan had worked. The large aircraft had fallen gently. Izuku, satisfied, disappeared his technique and put away his sword. The boy saw how the lights inside the plane were still on, but he also saw how people wanted to approach slowly to what using his wings to intimidate stopped the passage of all. Ronin, no one comes closer, this is not over. The boy slowly approached the door and carefully took the handle, and was then alerted by his predatory sense, which indicated imminent danger. The boy let go of the door, but before he could get on guard he was tackled by something that flew out of the plane. Izuku was dragged a few meters away from the plane by the impact. The boy opened his eyes only to see how on top of him was a chair from the plane. The green-haired boy took it off him and stood up, only to see how in front of him was a boy no taller than him with long white hair. He had him tied in a style similar to Destro. His uniform was simple, it even seemed that he wasn't even trying to protect himself. Izuku was on guard, but that stranger just smiled. Oh wow, they were already waiting for me. Ronin, who are you, kid, and why did you hijack that plane? So you already knew about me. Ronin, believe me, terrorist hijacking planes is something very difficult to ignore. Really? And I was just coming to buy a Christmas present. Ronin, well, sorry to ruin your party, but the store is closed, so grab your things, don't be difficult, and I'll take you to your new house in. Wait a minute, aren't you supposed to be? Yes, you're that famous anti-hero. Hee, what's your name? Oh yeah, Ronin. Ronin, do I know you? You're the guy who was accused of being a traitor. Yeah, I remember hearing about you on the news. You used to wear a green suit. The green-haired man, for his part, was nervous. He knew nothing about this guy, so he immediately put himself on guard. Ronin, I'll just say it one more time, kid, do I know you? Ha ha ha, what a coincidence in life. No, I must say no, but you met my father. Ronin, really? And who was that? Because looking at you, it seems like you're just an imitator of Destro and his family, not his son. Are you talking about this? Taking her hair? No, it's just a tribute. He really made the city shake. Deku, yes, sure, everyone says the same thing. But no, I don't mean him. My father, it was years ago, on an island. You and your friends were there by pure luck, and my father went with his team. Don't you remember? The green-haired boy opened his eyes. It was an island, but that island to the south, the one where he had met Nine. Ronin, yes, I remember, so I assumed your father was with Nine. Exactly, how perceptive you are. He was there. He faced heroes like you, in fact, your companions. Ronin, there's no one like me except me, but if what you're saying is true, then what's this about, kid? Is it revenge? Well, I actually came here to get revenge on those who defeated my father, you know, cause riots until they arrived. But what better way to pay tribute than by killing the man who defeated their leader? Ronin, you're either smart or very stupid, because you're going to face me. Ha ha, well, first of all let me introduce myself. My name is Hayao Makihara, son of Hoyo Mikihara and Kiruka Hasaki. Ronin, mummy, why slice? At that moment the boy launched himself into battle, showing impressive speed, but thanks to his predatory sense the green-haired man was able to dodge him before he could attack him. But the boy did not stay there, and showing off that speed the white-haired young man launched an attack which was a spear which was formed with his hair, managing to graze the green-haired man, who bent his head slightly. Ronin, wow, so that's your quirk, you inherited the ability from your mother. Hio, you flatter me, but no, I'm part of the singularity, remember? I'm stronger than my parents because I didn't just develop one of theirs, but... At that moment the boy let go of his hair, which rose up showing an enormous white mane, and with the same speed shown before these strands were launched towards various objects and got tangled in them and then turned into white monsters. The boy had chosen a Christmas tree, a reindeer and a gingerbread cookie which acquired monstrous features. Black eyes and a mouth full of fangs. Hio mixed and enhanced the two. Ronin, yeah, I was wondering how you were planning to make so many messes. The fight started again as a 4 against 1. The boy wanted to get closer to his enemy, but the objects, although they did not seem like it were dangerous, it seemed that unlike his father who only controlled them and that's it, these had a conscience and abilities of their own. The tree threw thorns and spheres at full speed at the same time that he used a series of lights as a whip. The reindeer could throw its antlers and give fierce bites, as well as powerful kicks. Even the cookie, which might seem harmless but like his companions it was also dangerous because its strength was much superior than what Ronin believed. On the other hand, the green-haired man also had to dodge the boy and his attacks, which did not seem to stop even though he was using his quirk on objects. The boy was in a slight hurry and had even managed to be hit on some occasions slightly. Izuku was annoyed. All this time he had been quite condescending. He doubted the abilities of his rival, and that had cost him. In addition to, he saw the time. He couldn't afford to prolong the fight because if he continued like this he would prevent more parents from shopping and would even attract more attention. Besides, there were still people on the plane who were afraid of leaving. He couldn't put them in danger. Izuku stood on guard again and prepared himself. He would use his entire arsenal if necessary, be it weapons and skills, but he would stop this once and for all. Ronin, I never understand why your kind are always like this. They come for revenge even though they know they won't win. It's illogical. Kid, you could have done something good with your quirk, become someone better, but no, honestly I don't understand your whole circus. I mean, you just hijacked a plane and came to cause chaos for an absurd revenge? Son, that fight happened before you were even planned. Now you just came to cause so much scandal for what? Anyway, I'm going to defeat you. Hio, I love your kind. They've always been so optimistic. No matter how much trouble they find themselves in, they'll always believe they can win. Bunch of idiots. All heroes are the same. The boy smiled as he said this, advancing towards Izuku. His creatures moved aside and finally the white-haired boy stood in front of Ronin, who stared at him until after a while he smiled under his mask. Ronin, wow. Hio, what's so funny? Ronin, I thought you were smarter, kid, but now you've just proven to be dumber than I thought. Hio, annoyed, why? Ronin, because you made a mistake. You said I'm a hero and that's where you're wrong. The smiling boy tilted his head, making the white-haired boy even angrier, who was unaware that the green-haired boy had taken out a kunai and held it in his fist, clenching it tightly. Ronin, I'm an anti-hero. I wouldn't mind getting my hands even dirtier. After all, they wash easily with soap and water, Hio, angry son of a. Ronin, let's get serious, shall we? Oh, and by the way, get out of my sight before something really bad happens to you. The white-haired man was close to attacking, but then he realized how an orange light turned on below him. When he looked down, he saw how his rival's hand was close to his stomach and immediately generated a fireball. Ronin, I told you so. The freckled boy smiled and then the attack was launched, throwing the enemy away with a fireball which was so powerful that it even made the boy go through the plane. Ronin, that's a home run. The green-haired man was ready to fight, but then he saw how the white-haired man got out of the plane using his hair as if they were tentacles which lifted him up. Hio, you're going to die. At that moment the white-haired boy's fury exploded, his hair stood on end violently, and then he threw himself against various objects. People dropped the gifts or ran so he wouldn't touch them. One of these spears was thrown at a man who had a box with a toy robot. The man was motionless. paralyzed by fear, but before the attack arrived something collided with the hair and exploded it, causing the man to return to reality and run terrified. In the same way, something similar happened with other locks which were quickly cut or exploded, causing them to burn, being useless. The white-haired man, seeing this, got even angrier and quickly turned his gaze to the front, seeing how the boy had his sword in one hand and in the other he had some shurikens between his fingers, and in his fist he held a kunai. "Ronin, it's time you knew my other abilities." The green-haired boy activated his one for all once more, adopted a calm posture, and put the sword in front of his face to breathe even more calmly. The boy sighed, steam came out of his body, and spoke once more. "Ronin Makiri. Insert legendary destiny mix by Skillet, and I won't interrupt you anymore." The white-haired boy felt scared. He wasn't even sure why, but seeing the boy do this, he had the feeling that his legs started to tremble, so by instinct, and without hesitation, he launched all his monsters towards the green-haired boy, who opened his eyes, showing the emerald color that they had and which burned with intensity. The attack was fast, and in a matter of seconds both the hair stakes and the monsters crashed into a wall without the rival noticing. The white-haired boy had believed that he had won. His attack had raised a curtain of dust which took a long time to dissipate, but when it did, it only showed that they had all crashed into a wall without hurting their target. The white-haired boy was incredulous by this, but unknowingly Izuku was behind him. "Hio, no, it can't be. Oh, what time do I dodge? No, it's impossible. Nothing is that fast, much less that powerful." The green-haired man just smiled and spoke with amusement. "Ronin, wanna bet?" The white-haired boy turned quickly, only to receive a blow to the face from the boy, who hit him with enough force to push him towards his creatures who took him. The young villain had blood coming out of his nose, but furiously sent all his monsters against the boy, who threw himself at them in the same way. The green-haired boy had the sword in his hand, but surreptitiously put the other hand into his vest and took out more of his weapons. Without thinking, he threw his sword and used both hands to hold the kunais and shurikens. The sword came down quickly, but the mask he had on his face retreated, and when his sword was about to touch the ground, Izuku took a big jump, and with a kick he threw his katana towards the deer, and then turned on his gaze. At that same moment the katana did the same, starting to burn the animal. The other creatures turned to throw themselves at the boy, but he was already prepared. He prepared his weapons and put his arms in an X, and then extended them and threw them with force, giving the monsters that he was close, causing some to burn and others to explode. The freckled boy took out his black whips and threw them at the monsters, breaking their necks or tearing them out directly. The boy fought at an incredible speed. The enemy was surprised by this and violently tried to get more monsters, but Izuku wouldn't make it so easy for him, so using his speed he managed to cut the hair. The white-haired boy was upset. His monsters couldn't even touch the green-haired boy, much less get close, but even so he wouldn't give up, and seeing the boy's suit he had an idea. "Hio, wow, I see you're very strong. But your suit, it looks interesting. We'll see if my quirk works as well as my father's." The white-haired boy smiled and launched his attack against the green-haired boy, but the boy only frowned, and with his telekinesis he released the spear when it was a few centimeters away from him, and immediately took it with his hand from where it began to release steam. "Ronin, oh, you know something? I remember better. Your father faced a friend of mine. I think you must know him. Blonde. A grenade with legs with a fearsome anger management problem. I think if he were a dog he would be a Pomeranian. Maybe you know him as Dynamite." I know. It sounds ridiculous, but he was the one who named him Dynamite." "Not me, hee, but anyway, the fact is that they fought. Your father tried to control his stupid grenades, and by magic Dynamite was released. The truth is that thing about the grenades is what I don't understand, but it doesn't matter. He freed himself and defeated your father. Now I'll ask you this, kid." The green-haired man gripped the lock of hair tighter. The white-haired man turned to look at his creatures, realizing that his locks were in pieces and almost all of his locks were burned, making them useless. "Ronin, if someone like Dynamite could defeat your father, whether by divine luck or because the script was on his side, what do you think would happen to you who are facing me?" The green-haired boy clenched his fist tightly, and using one for all he pulled the lock of hair, attracting the boy towards him, and with his knee he gave a strong blow to his enemy, raising him a few centimeters, but then using that same lock of hair he pulled him towards him, hitting him again, now in the face. The boy wanted to free himself, but now Izuku had him tightly grabbed. "Ronin, you've already wasted enough time for me. The green-haired boy let him go and lit his fists, as well as covered them with his whips, and then threw himself at his enemy, who with fear and terror only saw darkness. After a long while the fight finally ended. Izuku was standing. The rain began to fall, cleaning the blood from the floor and putting out the flames. His enemy was at his feet. The green-haired boy had made sure that he would not hurt anyone else again. When the police arrived, they found the criminal tied to a post with strands of his own hair. The police tried not to laugh when they saw that the villain was now completely shaved and with a note that said, "Merry Christmas." The agents didn't have to think about it much. They knew it was him. The officers imprisoned him, put an anti-Quirk collar on him and handcuffed him, cutting the locks with which he was tied. Others went to the people on the plane explaining the situation and taking their statements. In the end, what Izuku wanted happened. They didn't make much of a fuss, and after a couple of minutes people were able to continue with their shopping, hurrying more and more. They didn't want another surprise like the previous one. But without them noticing, because of the rush, mixed in with the crowd, the green-haired man, now stripped of his suit, walked among the people with his hands in his pockets. Izuku walked towards the building where he had left his suit and other gifts. The boy had done this to patrol a little more as a civilian, in addition to taking the opportunity to surreptitiously burn the strands of hair that might have been left scattered. The boy had sent a message to his wife so she wouldn't worry about him. The brunette, now calmer, accepted his guard but told him it wouldn't take long. He still had to take his children's gifts. The green-haired boy walked through the streets until he passed through an alley and heard noises. The green-haired boy stopped and turned around to be on guard. The boy saw that the alley was dark, so he quickly generated a sphere of fire both to illuminate and to attack. But then he heard a high-pitched scream followed by cries and noises that got deeper and deeper into the alley. The green-haired boy, intrigued, took a few steps but heard a voice coming from inside. "Please, no! Please, I beg you, don't hurt me, I beg you." The green-haired boy was now intrigued by what he threw the light towards the end of the alley and extended it, showing that at the end of it there was a girl. 11 or 12 years old maybe. Insert Scared of the Dark by Lil Wayne, Ty $sign and XXXDNTCION, and read. The boy opened his eyes surprised and looked around. There were broken boxes, empty cans of comics. The boy looked closer and saw that it was cat or dog food. The boy kept looking. There were blood stains, stains of fire signals or explosions. Something had happened there. The green-haired boy saw the girl. She wore ragged clothes. Her shirt was gray. It was dirty with blood stains and other liquids that Ronin did not want to know the origin of. It seemed that before it was blue and had prints, but now it was just a shadow. Her pants were torn. He could not even distinguish what material they were made of before. The cuts seemed to have been forced in specific places. She was barefoot. Her brown hair was stuck in several sections with a scab of days. Her face was dirty, but you could see that she had a cut on her cheek and a black eye, as well as other blows in different parts of the body. The boy could not stand it anymore. That was an image that I wanted to see. The freckled man came closer, but the girl screamed and backed into the corner. "No, please, I beg you, no more." The green-haired man stopped, and then got on his knees. "Ronin, hey, calm down, little one, I'm not here to hurt you, tell me what's going on, I'm here to help. Don't go away, please, no more, I beg you." The green-haired boy approached the girl carefully. The boy took out his hands so that the little girl could make sure that he was unarmed, but before he could do anything else he heard footsteps behind him. The green-haired boy quickly moved to a place where he was covered by the shadow of darkness. Izuku quickly turned his gaze, observing that it was 3 subjects. "Hello, little one." 2. We are your parents. 3. We came to play. The green-haired man growled in annoyance. Now he knew why the girl was so terrified, and to top it all off, he had told them where to find her with his sphere. 2. Hey, old man, look, pointing at the sphere. It seems someone came before. The first subject saw the sphere of fire and became enraged. "Stupid hitch, have you forgotten who you belong to?" The annoyed guy ran into the alley. The freckled man instinctively turned off the sphere and took refuge in the shadows. The girl screamed. Izuku stood up. Seconds passed. She heard how they took her, and the first guy opened his belt and lowered the zipper. The girl just closed her eyes. It was the only thing she could do. But that day there would be a big difference, and that is that Ronin was there. "This will teach you to know your place." The girl heard the man opening his door. She knew what would happen next, but then she heard a scream, a terrifying scream that made her open her eyes. When she did, she saw that there was no one in front of her anymore. The other two subjects immediately released the girl and activated their quirks. One of them formed a spear with his arm and the other a baseball bat, but it was no use. Suddenly a light turned on above them, warm. The girl could see how a subject began to hit the other two guys without limiting himself. The strange crashed to the subjects of the heads, ending thus the fight. The girl was surprised because she did not know what was happening. The little girl got out of the trash can carefully. Her feet hurt. Each step was like stepping on knives. Slowly the girl approached that stranger who was shaded by the light. Without touching him, the girl looked to the side, seeing how the leader of the trio of subjects had been killed. They had made a hole in his chest. His face reflected great fear. The other two were unconscious, but the little girl saw how both subjects had their pants down, and a large pool of blood because they had taken away that which made them men. The girl turned to see the subject who took one from the trash cans. He took out what appeared to be a blanket, and covered the men, and then took out a small button from his jacket, and pressed it. The green-haired man turned to see the girl, who took a few steps back in fear, but the boy just extended his hand, making the girl stay still somehow. "Ronin, calm down, girl, I won't hurt you. I know it's hard to believe after what you've been through, but believe me, I've already taken care of the real monsters." The girl looked up, seeing that the light now illuminated Izuku's face, who smiled slightly. "Ronin, what is your name?" The girl didn't respond. Izuku understood. The girl couldn't even speak. The green-haired man looked at the sky. "Ronin boy, it's late, you know. Wait here. I won't be long, I promise." The green-haired man said this and bent down. The girl thought he was about to touch her, but she was wrong. The green-haired man turned on in a green light, and in a blink of an eye both he and the other subjects disappeared. The girl was confused. She didn't know what was happening. The sphere had disappeared. The darkness had returned. The girl now felt alone again. Fearing the worst, she headed towards the corner where she was. There a few minutes passed. The poor girl didn't know how much time exactly. It could be hours or minutes, maybe seconds. For the small female it could even be an eternity, so with no other option she tried to close her eyes, but before she could do it she saw something fall in front of her. Scared, she stood up only to see now in front of her was a subject in a black suit, which released green rays. The girl didn't know what was happening, but the subject turned to look at her, making her startle. The boy took off his hood and his mask fell back, showing the girl that it was him, same one who had saved her. "Ronin, I said it wouldn't be long." The girl was speechless. She didn't know what was happening. Izuku for his part got on his knees again, and without saying anything he put his hand behind his back to take out a stuffed bear. "Ronin, here, yes, I know you shouldn't trust strangers, but you know, it's Christmas, although I would understand if you didn't." She didn't know why, but the girl took the initiative and ran towards the bear, grabbing it tightly as if it were the most valuable treasure in the world, surprising the boy. "Ronin, well, that's something new for a girl in your situation, and send." "Ronin, excuse me?" "Aiko, my name is Aiko Akiko." Izuku sighed. The girl spoke. That was progress. The green-haired boy only smiled slightly before speaking again. "Ronin, nice to meet you, Aiko. My name is Izuku." "Aiko, are you a hero?" The green-haired man smiled, and after a couple of seconds of hesitation, he shook his head. "Ronin, I'll go ACI." "Aiko, why did you help me?" "Ronin, why? That's my job, little one." "Aiko, several heroes have passed by here and never did anything. Even an ash-haired hero pushed me. He said I was only hindering her." "Ronin, yes, I think I know who you're talking about, but no, I help everyone I can. No one should suffer, little one, much less someone like you." The girl saw the boy's face. She remembered him from somewhere. The girl didn't take long to realize. It was that boy who had been on the news, the one who almost died saving everyone. Now she understood why he gave her so much security. If he had saved everyone, then he was definitely someone who could be trusted. The little girl took the boy's hand tightly, showing Izuku that the girl Yuji was not lost. They had a great force of will within her, the desire to survive. The little girl for her part saw the bear. The water continued to fall, wetting both of them, but even so the girl spoke again. "Aiko, what shall we do now?" "Ronin, the first thing is to give you this. I think yours doesn't look very comfortable." The green-haired man extended a package to the girl who, slightly scared, took it, seeing that it was new clothes. The little girl looked up at the green-haired man who had turned his gaze away. Ronin, I'm not the one who should change you. I know you don't trust me. I don't blame you. Go ahead, take your time. The girl took the package. She didn't remember when was the last time someone had given her something, but grateful she hid again, and then came out with the new outfit even though it seemed a bit big for her. Ronin, sorry, I didn't know your size. Aiko, hi, did you do this for me? Ronin, well, I don't see another little one around here. The little girl then began to react, and tears began to flow from her eyes, which later turned into crying that alerted the boy. Aiko, because you did it. The green-haired man took her by the head, making the girl hug him. Ronin, for the same reason I already mentioned, no one deserves to go through this, Aiko, and if I can save you from this damn hell, I swear on my soul that I will. The girl hugged the green-haired boy. She had never been able to feel something like that before. Warmth, security, now she knew she was finally safe. The green-haired boy, knowing that she was okay, carefully returned the hug and then separated the girl. Ronin then. Aiko, where are we going? Fearfully. Ronin, your bad luck is over. I'll take you to a better place. I know the people there. They'll treat you very well, I promise. The green-haired boy stretched out his hand and the girl took it carefully. After this he took her. Nobody noticed. Nobody saw them with all the hurry. The boys got lost in the darkness. After a long time walking, both finally arrived at their destination. The girl was walking calmly, although when she saw people approaching she attached herself to the green-haired boy who never left her side. Aiko had some food in her pockets courtesy of Izuku. The girl was drinking tea like the green-haired boy. Finally they arrived at the residence that was waiting for them. It was the same place where Izuku had donated his Almight items so many years ago. As they got closer they could see how there were two women outside waiting for them with warm clothes. Ronin, good evening. Sorry for the delay and sorry for the time. It's okay. When it comes to you, you're also a hero, bless you, Izuku. Ronin, there's no need for so much formality, Yukio. The green-haired man smiled, as did the woman who had spoken first, and immediately the other woman quickly went back into the room. Yukio, well, I see you're coming with a visitor. Ronin, yes, she is Aiko Akiko. The little girl saw the woman. She didn't look old, approximately 40 years old, with blonde hair. The girl felt the green-haired man move away a little so they could see her better, but on impulse she hid behind him again, making the green-haired man and the blonde laugh. Ronin, don't worry, she's also one of the good ones. Yukio, what did I tell you about pigeonholing people, Izuku? Ronin, hey, don't blame me. By the way, how is Ibara? Yukio, well, thank you. He comes very often, you know how he is. Izuku, yes, this is. Yukio, but don't stay there in the cold, come in, come little one, we were already waiting for you, we put chocolate for when you arrive so you'll be warm. The green-haired man began to walk and behind him the girl who did not let go of his hand. Once inside, the green-haired man and the woman talked for a while. The girl for her part was surprised. There were many things, books, toys. The little girl, amazed by this, carefully released the green-haired man, and one of the women who were there approached, carefully managing to slightly gain the girl's trust, and then began to guide her through everything that was in the place. Not much happened when Izuku had to explain everything to the little girl. That would be her home from that day on. The girl obviously put a little objection, but after talking with the anti-hero she knew it was necessary. The girl was 12 years old, she should be studying. Apparently her parents abandoned her. Her quirk was a mystery because they never let her use it, and those guys tortured her daily. There would be no other way. They didn't even let her. Izuku hugged her. The day was about to come. He had to go. The girl had already accepted her new home. The women who worked there had already begun to treat her wounds. The girl was already safe. Now she knew it. Izuku approached the little girl and hugged her, but before leaving he knelt down again. Ronin, my house isn't far away. I'll come visit you whenever I can. The people who work here will inform me of your progress, and I want you to do the same. Is that okay? Aiko, I'll see you again, right? Even if I'm not here? Ronin, I make you a promise, Aiko, no matter how far away I am. If you need me, I'll be there, always, little one. No matter what happens, a hero protects his own. Aiko, even though you're not one of those? The green-haired boy smiled and stroked the girl's hair. Ronin, yeah, even if it's not one of those. The boy hugged the girl, and after a while he left, using his wings, moving far away and surprising the girl. The next morning at home, his family found the promised gifts. Izuku had prepared breakfast and also got a scolding from Momo for taking so long at night, but also a hug for what he did. At the end of the day, the others arrived for dinner. Izuku had prepared a banquet for everyone. There was an exchange of gifts, and they watched the news a little. There were reports of what happened the night before, but nothing of what he had done. Izuku was surprised by this, but after a while he did not give it importance. Finally, already at night, and once they finished dinner and shared a new and nice memory more, everyone left the Midoriya home, leaving the boy's family alone. Izuku was about to put on a movie when he found under his tree one last gift. There was no name or anything. It seemed as if it had always been there. It was long, light, and had only a note without a name, but it was for Izuku. The green-haired boy took the note and raised it to read it with a face clear of confusion. You haven't lost your touch, have you? Castrating those idiots was a good move, but you went soft. You should have left them worse. Their lives aren't worth much after all. By the way, don't worry. As far as the others are concerned, the Garu monster killed again. I hope the hunt begins, haha. I have some scores to settle with some heroes. And since we're on the subject of violence, I want to tell you, nice fight. Although, stop being an idiot and don't underestimate your opponent. By the way, you're welcome for helping me cut off some locks, shorty. The green-haired boy smiled a little, managing to recognize the handwriting, and thus amused, he continued reading. But anyway, I just wanted to say hi. Your son is very similar to you. You've raised him well. Tell him thanks for helping me put your present away. You've grown up very well, Izuku. I'm proud of you, and I know Stain would be too. By the way, tell Chisaki that he still owes me money. Merry Christmas, kid. Remember to rest for today. Your family needs you. If I see you in your hero suit outside, I'll send you back to your house in a body bag. Understand? The green-haired man smiled and turned his head negatively, but saw that the note still had a postscript. PSI, by the way, I hope you don't mind your gift. I know you already have a sword, but two never hurt. You know that, Stain, and I almost never agreed, and this time couldn't be the exception. Use it wisely, boy. The note closed there. Izuku felt the threat of a tear coming out, but quickly wiped it with his arm. The boy put the note in his pants pocket and picked up the box. It wasn't heavy. Izuku sat contemplating the simple wrapping. Momo saw this and surprised approached her husband. Yaoyorozu, are you happy? Ronin, I think so, darling. Yaoyorozu, what is that? Ronin, you want the sarcastic answer? Yaoyorozu, you haven't changed at all. I mean, it contains. Ronin, I guess that's what we're going to find out. The green-haired boy took the package and opened it carefully, revealing a perfectly made wooden box. The confused boy didn't know what was happening, but when he saw that it had 2 locks, he placed it on the table, lifted both locks, and after that he lifted the lid, surprised by what his eyes saw as well as the jet. The inside of the box was lined in an incredible way in some kind of wine-colored fabric. It didn't seem to be velvet, and it was certainly elegant, but that wasn't the incredible thing, but that this fabric delicately cared for a katana whose shine shone with the light. The green-haired boy was amazed, but it was Momo who spoke first. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, it's for you, right? Ronin, you are quite perceptive. Yaoyorozu, it wasn't a gift from you to you, right, love? Ronin, we both know the only person who would give me something like this. Yaoyorozu, do you know that katana is true? Ronin, we almost never agreed. Yaoyorozu-ke? Ronin, my previous katana was a Muramasa. Yaoyorozu, yes, then that means. Ronin, that idiot gave me a Masamune. Yaoyorozu, they were supposedly banned in Japan. Ronin, the other one too, and you saw me use it several times. Yaoyorozu, will you stop using the other one? Ronin, no, it was you and Mei who made it. It's a treasure. But remember Momo many years ago, when I was in Tartaros? Yaoyorozu, Stain trained you, that's why I gave you the other one. Ronin, a combination of 2 swords. I want to see the poor idiot who dares to mess with my family. The green-haired man took his new katana, seeing that it came with a base and its respective sheath. The The sword reacted to the touch of its new bearer, and to the surprise of the couple it also lit up in an intense reddish glow, making Izuku smile, who after admiring it for a couple of seconds put everything back in its place. Yaoyorozu, I think you were the one who did best this year, love. Ronin, jealous? Yaoyorozu, after everything you did? Honestly no, I think you deserve it, hee. Are we going to sleep or are you going to stay staring at the sword a little longer? Ronin, hee, I was going to put on a movie, but now that you mention it I think I know a more private place for you to see another princess sword. The green-haired man kissed his wife, they both put their children to bed, and before the brunette realized it, the green-haired man took her in his arms, carrying her like a princess. Yaoyorozu, Jizuku Midoriya. Ronin, Merry Christmas my love. The brunette smiled mischievously, and after kissing her boyfriend she looked him straight in the eyes. Yaoyorozu, do you want to repeat Christmas Eve? The green-haired boy said nothing and simply took the girl to his room, where after a while and a good round of exercise Izuku was finally able to rest after the previous hectic night. The boy woke up the next day and seeing that there wasn't much movement he stayed home with his wife and children, so they spent until the new year arrived. The family received him in their home, together. A small dinner, hugs and warmth of home was what there was in the Midoriya/Yaoyorozu residence, but duty always calls. Days later the villains decided to start the year with attacks. The heroes launched themselves into the attack. Izuku and Momo did the same. They left Eri in charge of the house and her younger brother and put their suits back on. The children watched in wonder as their parents prepared. Undoubtedly both adults reflected respect and authority. Both were about to leave, but then Toya saw his father's armament, noticing that something was missing, so he quickly caught his attention. Ronin, what's wrong, son? Toya, don't you think you're forgetting something, Dad? Ronin, I'll bring you a souvenir, don't worry about that. Toya, I didn't mean that. Ronin, so? The younger son just smiled and using his quirk generated a sphere of fire above him, which soon took the form of a sword. After a few seconds the fire dissipated, showing a real sword which fell on the hands of the younger son, making Ronin realize what he was forgetting. Ronin, thanks champ, I almost forgot. The green-haired boy walked next to his little one, caressing his hair, making the boy smile, who again created a ball of fire where the sword was, making it disappear. The green-haired boy went to the box, lowered it, opened the locks, and took out the sword, which spun again. The boy took out the sheath and thought about his teacher. Ronin, gracias Garu. Yaoyorozu, my love, are you ready? The green-haired boy smiled, turned around. He had already attached the sheath to his suit, and quickly put away the katana. His mask folded back, hiding the lower part of his face, and then the boy put on his hood. Ronin list. So the couple went out onto the battlefield, proving once again why both adults were the strongest hero couple of all. Insert the Beatles' Golden Slumbers / carry that weight / the end medley and read on. Without a doubt life now smiled on the couple of heroes and their friends. The days went by and all those memories of sadness that they had yesterday stayed right there, in the past, being history. Izuku and Momo were impressed by the growth of their children. Eri and Toya were wonderful. Toya's quirk was fearsome. A firepower as powerful as Izuku's at 100%. Without a doubt he had to train them a lot. But it wasn't just that. Apparently little Toya had inherited the quirk of his father and his mother, although with their differences, and is that the boy, like his grandmother, could create a kind of hologram of anything using fire, although if he wanted he could also harden it and create something solid like Momo, with the difference that he could disintegrate it using his own fire. And although the little one did not inherit the one, for all it could be seen that the quirk did benefit the little one, giving him a quite noticeable increase in his abilities. The boy had an impressive speed as well as a strength and a quite enviable resistance. Finally, Toya also had a healing factor quite similar to that of his father, which although it was good with his wounds, it was also bad because the boy had also developed a quite solid stubbornness, which by not having a predatory sense made him quite reckless, causing that in the training he came out quite hurt, something that cost him a scolding from his parents, who sometime later, and like his former teachers, seeing that crime had dropped quite a bit, they became teachers at UA. Even some of their friends or former classmates followed in their footsteps, with Momo becoming a math teacher and Izuku a sports teacher. On the other hand, little Aiko had grown wonderfully. It took work, but just like what happened with Eri, she managed to recover. The little girl met the Midoriya family and got along very well with the white-haired girl. The orphanage managers gave Izuku a daily report on the progress of the facility because he and Ibra had taken charge of the place to prevent it from being demolished, or something like that. The green-haired girl couldn't feel happier. One day the girl sent him a photo that made him smile, and it is that Aiko still kept the teddy bear that Izuku had given her, with the difference that she had made her a suit that perfectly imitated the boy's combat suit, making the green-haired boy smile. At least the girl was moving forward, and that was good. Said and done, all darkness for Aiko was left behind, and finally the day came when Izuku was told the news. The girl had been adopted. Izuku followed up on this, but after a while he realized that there was no need to worry. Now the girl had a family. So some time passed, and now we are back in the new year. Izuku was heading to a point in the city using his agility. But the boy was not alone. It was night, and the Midoriya family was moving stealthily across the roofs of the houses. Izuku was carrying Momo in his arms while his children were moving forward at an impressive speed. Yaoyorozu, wow, kids have energy. Tuya seems to enjoy this. Ronin, I believe it. After hellish days at the academy, what they like most is going out, hee. Yaoyorozu, exercise. Ronin, hee, you can't tell me that, love. Do you remember all the times we escaped from the academy to go out for at least a couple of hours? Yaoyorozu blushed at that moment when she remembered it, because it was quite similar to what they were doing now, both leaving the house quickly with her husband carrying her as if she were a princess. The girl looked away so as not to agree with the green-haired man, who smiled, knowing that doing this only made her look more obvious. Ronin, I knew you would remember. Yaoyorozu, shut up, blushing. The green-haired man continued smiling as he looked at the front. Then he saw how his son turned his gaze with a mocking smile. Tuya, hey, walk faster, old man. Aren't you going to tell me you're tired? The green-haired boy felt a vein popping in his forehead at the same time he saw his son, who, with the same smile, continued ahead of him. Ronin, old man? We'll see, you disobedient brat. Yaoyorozu, you don't even think about doing what I think you're about to do, honey. The green-haired man smiled, and carrying his girlfriend with his black whips, he took out his second sword, the one that Garu had given him, which lit up in its reddish glow, and he made some movements with it, saying in a whisper so that his son would not hear him. Ronin, we'll see who the old man is. Ryujin no Kenwakuri. The sword ignited and Izuku smiled. On the other hand, the youngest son of Izuku and Momo smiled with victory. He knew that his father limited himself a little when he carried his mother, and that gave him the advantage, but soon that smile faded when he saw how behind him an incandescent light turned on. The boy did not want to turn around, but in any case there was no need, because above him he saw how his father moved forward with great speed riding his great dragon. The surprised boy opened his eyes, but his father turned to see him. Ronin, what's up, brat? You're not going to tell me you're already tired, hee. The boy just smiled and lowered his head. Tuya, how childish you are, old man. The green-haired man threw his black whip, wrapping it around his children's waists, and lifting them up to take them with him. Ronin, do you want to ride? Eri, I didn't know you could do this. Ronin, well, I usually do it to get a little closer, although there were times when I went out with your mother, and this was our means of transportation. There's no traffic up here. The green-haired boy smiled. Momo hugged him and gave him a kiss. The family approached the center of the city where they could see the fireworks more closely. The boy hugged his wife and children while they watched as the countdown almost came to an end. Tuya had created a small rocket for himself and one for his sister, who was ready to throw it. Ronin, are there any better seats than these? Tuya and Eri, no, thanks dad. Yaoyorozu, you are someone amazing. Izuku. Ronin, no Momo, I'm just an ordinary guy who would give anything for his family. The green-haired man kissed his wife when the countdown reached 0. The fireworks rose majestically just like the ones Eri and Tuya had launched. The hero couple broke the kiss as they looked at each other with love, a love pure and unique like them. Ronin, Happy New Year, my love. Yaoyorozu, Happy New Year, darling. Both adults kissed again and were then interrupted by their children as Toya had launched himself at Izuku, starting a small father-son fight that ended quickly as the adult hugged him without giving him any escape, while Eri was hugged by her mother. In the end, after all the hell, this was what could be considered heaven. In the end, it had been a good year. The multiverse, as said before, a place of mysteries. Each land is a new book. There are some unexplored and others that are just days away from opening their pages. Good actions, bad, there is something for everyone, but in the end, a copy of oneself, each one chose their paths. I'm forbidden from showing the new lands. My job this time is simply to give a description, but these are joyful and festive times. Giving you a glimpse will be my gift to you. All the lands there are, choosing is easy. The difficult thing is to see its interior, because many times we don't like what we see, but in these times it is easy to see something good most of the time. For example, in some of these we can see a green-haired boy running in a hurry towards you. I don't even have to say his name because you all know who he is. He belongs to Earth 727-20, one of the few Earths to present a crossover effect along with Earth 199-19. The boy brings many boxes. He could fly and get there faster. He has the strength to do it, but he keeps this hidden because of a promise that keeps him and his family safe and helps him realize many things. A raven-haired girl is waiting for him at the entrance. She smiles and then looks at her watch. Maybe she had arrived late, or maybe too early, we won't know yet. Another example of the sea of lands that we can see is one that few know about, a reborn land, freed from a tyrant, a hunter who was turned into prey and hunted by two strangers from different lands. The efforts were difficult but not impossible. A land where the powers and epic struggles of good versus evil are a thing of the past. Today, all those who once could have been enemies now unite to rebuild their city, and it is on days like these that they are most united. We can see how a jet-black woman walks hand in hand with a young white-haired woman who has a little horn on her forehead. Both females wear warm clothes until they reach a cemetery. The women walk calmly until they find the grave they were looking for. Both kneel down and pray a little. You can see that tears fall from their eyes, but after a while they get up. The little albino girl leaves a few things. After that they both leave. It was a family grave. It was decided that there would be the cemetery because before it was the base of a rebel group that never stopped fighting, as one of their own had taught them. On the graves there were two names, although you should already know that, right? Those names were none other than Izuku Midoriya and Inko Midoriya, mother and son resting at last. Back with the women they headed towards the center of the city where there were several precisely carved figures. All of them were of the heroes who gave their lives for the greater good. These figures guarded large steel plates carved with the names of the victims of a disaster of catastrophic levels but who were now protected in the afterlife by the same heroes. In the center of this monument there were three figures. All of them were of the same character but each one with a different costume. They would never have thought that what happened was real, but those figures and the victory itself were proof that there are more heroes out there, and when they are needed, they will return. The brunette and the albino stood up in front of the main statue. That hero in a green suit who fought to the last consequences. The woman smiled. A tear appeared in her eye, but despite this the smile did not disappear from the woman who after sighing was able to say, "Yaoyorozu, I'll see you again, my love, I promise." The woman was pulled by the little girl who also had signs of tears on her face. Both walked a little further until their attention was caught, and when they looked up they saw that their friends were there. Yes, the group was drastically reduced, but at least they were still together. They were still alive, and all thanks to two heroes who showed them that even the deepest darkness can disappear with the faintest light. The lands are a beautiful thing to see. Some of them give you hope, the hope of a better tomorrow, the hope that everything can be better. Another land was an example of this, a green-haired boy who walked calmly holding hands with a glove and a set of floating clothes. The strange couple had warm clothes, but after a while the green-haired man's companion began to tremble. Apparently the cold was persistent. But not so much for the boy who in a noble act took off his jacket and put it on his companion, who in response to the action gave a kiss to the green-haired man who hugged the invisible girl and carried her. Izuku, he stop being so cute, Toru. Hagakure, no, in fact I'll stop being that way the day you stop being so cute. Both young men smiled as they headed to the academy. As I said, each land can be surprising in its own way. We can find the craziest couples and yet they don't know it. In the world over there, we can see the same green-haired boy sitting on a bench next to his partner while eating ice cream. Suddenly a floating hand touched his shoulder. The boy turned around only to see the floating head of his green-haired partner next to him to give her a kiss. The boy smiled and returned the gesture, and then stained the nose of his now-known girlfriend with vanilla ice cream. In another land we can see that same green-haired boy light a powerful flame by snapping his fingers, surprising a girl in front of him with green hair with thorns like vines. Ibra, you're incredible. Love, you're already improving a lot. Izuku bueno, without you and the others in Class B I wouldn't have been able to do much. Ivy, thank you. The green-haired boy said this and then approached his companion and shared a rather tender kiss. Thus, we can continue seeing worlds. In that one, the same boy discovered how to make objects big and small to surprise his girlfriend. In that other one, the same boy is standing on a stage playing the guitar while he watches a beautiful violet-haired girl sing while they were acclaimed by the public. Once the song was over, the girl threw herself at the green-haired boy and kissed him in front of the crowd, who erupted in joy for the couple. Yes, hope is a beautiful thing, but I think we should also look at the other side of the coin, and although there are definitely other less hopeful ones that at least do not stop having tender moments. Like in the land there, the same green-haired boy, now an adult, wore a camel yellow coat, carried trays of food in his hands. His gaze was serious but serene. His direction was not with any girl in particular, but with two people who were already waiting for him, a green-haired woman who was visibly older and a white-haired woman younger than both of them. The boy was finishing his work round and was getting ready to spend the holidays with his family. In the end, a familiar story, but with a slight change. As I said, there are many options to choose from, even where it seems that joy is not part of the world, like this little glimpse that I can give you, the same green-haired boy but already an adult. We know who the boy is, but the people around him can no longer identify him, now at least. For many he should even be dead, but they are wrong. He is very much alive, although with a companion, a little white-haired girl who followed him while he ate ice cream, trying to keep up with the adult without getting distracted. And since we're in this category, we can't forget this version, a version who doesn't know who he is, doesn't remember anything, and even on Christmas Eve, he finds himself separated from his entire class outside the dorms, hoping and praying one day to find out who he is. Or this other one, condemned to be two things because of the stupidity and carelessness of his classmates, wandering daily in information he doesn't know how to process, a language he shouldn't know how to speak, doesn't know what he is, doesn't know if he can still be a hero. After all, what is he now? A robot or a man? As you can see, the stories in the multiverse are diverse. You can find some very happy ones or just as many depressing ones, but there is a pattern that is repeated, a constant, and that is that for better or for worse it is even a lesson that you must learn, no matter how bad things get. It matters how many times we keep going, because nobody hits as hard as life, but only we can resist, because just as it can get worse, it can also get better. After all, what is life without a little excitement? I am the Watcher, the creator of worlds, the multiversal guide, and I can only tell you to have happy holidays. No matter what day you read it, know that you are important, and yes, I know that maybe you are not going to believe me, but I assure you that if you disappeared, many things would change. Over the years, you have changed people's lives. Who knows, maybe for someone you are heroes. Happy holidays, happy new year, and above all, be happy. Insert all for one theme and the power of all for one, and enjoy reading. In some land, all that was seen was desolation. The sky was painted in a blood-red color, there were destroyed buildings, there were corpses everywhere. Some skeletons with little meat were food for the crows that hovered around the place. But let's focus our eyes on something else, because not far from there people were fleeing desperately, avoiding touching or getting close at all costs to two people who were walking calmly. In front of them was a building that was once white and was now only ruins of its former glory, that building that was once home to great heroes, whose walls housed stories of people who were legends but who now bled as they collapsed one after another. It was none other than the famous UA, that school that was once full of students and now was only full of corpses. In the courtyard of this scattered were some familiar faces: Minoru Mineta, Ashido Mina, Yuga Oyama, Rikido Sato, Mizo Shoji, Nito Monoma, Itsuka Kendo, Setsuna Tokage. Some of these were complete, others were not so lucky. Mineta for his part was decapitated and castrated, Aoyama had a hole in his chest, Mina had part of his own face melted, Kendo had no hands, and Tokage was torn apart. The two subjects passed between the corpses as if nothing One of them, who seemed to be the boss, walked calmly dragging a black bag which was twisting but without speaking. Apparently the victim inside had something that prevented him. On the other hand, his companion walked happily, as if he were in an amusement park. It was a girl with blonde hair and sharp fangs who was jumping happily, showing a rusty knife. The girl stepped on Minetta's head by accident and lifted it from the pool of blood, water and urine where it was and saw her amused. Ha ha ha, who is this? Sir Fragilot? The guy ripped off the doors of the finished academy one at a time and advanced. Toga. We don't have all the time, come now. The blonde lowered her head, listening to the order with a blush. The girl nodded her head and raised the boy's head again, which was an ode to terror and fear. Toga. Well, I can't stay long, but don't worry, I'll come for you. I needed a new candlestick, ha ha ha, don't lose your mind. The girl smiled and threw her head and then kicked it, making it roll on the ground. Both entered the academy, seeing that the scene was even worse inside because there were more corpses of students from both first and third years. Even the three big ones had fallen. Mirio had a stake in his chest. Whoever had done it had concentrated quite a bit because the attack was precise enough to grab him as he appeared, making part of his body remain under the ground and the other in the air. To finish, whoever had done this had broken his neck, which hung down with a blank stare. Tamaki had fallen too. Someone had strangled him with an octopus tentacle and hung him from the ceiling. But the disgusting thing was that they had opened his stomach. His guts hung from his inert corpse. Finally, Nijire, the blue-haired girl, now had no traces of that beauty that had made her win the beauty contest. Her face reflected fear. Pure terror, even though it was deformed by the blows. Her body was on the ground. Someone had broken her bones and had arranged the corpse, making the girl be in a wave shape. The subject advanced without looking at this, as if it did not matter to her. On the other hand, the blonde stopped for a couple of seconds to admire the dead trio. Toga, I must admit, he really showed off with these. So they went through the halls of the academy. They found Aizawa's severed head, which had no eyes and which Toga simply kicked. The subjects entered a room where the subject threw the bag against the desk. The blonde turned back to the interior of the room with a smile because there were more corpses. On a wall was Momo YehosuaHernandez, which had a stake stuck in her forehead and two others in each breast, as well as in her hands and feet. These were the ones that kept her nailed to the wall. Uraraka Ochako, the chestnut, was broken into pieces like Tokage. Tsuyu, like Tamaki, was hanged with her own tongue with a broken neck. Finally, Shoto Todoroki, the bicolor, had the left side of his body completely charred. There were no clothes, no skin, much less muscles. He was on the bones. The blonde looked at this with a smile, licking her lips. But the jackpot was next to it, and had just woken up. It was Bakugo Katsuki. The boy was tied to the chair, alive, but terrified. His mouth was gagged, his feet and hands tied like his torso. He could not escape. At that moment, the strange individual opened the bag violently, letting out his prisoner. A young green-haired man who had suddenly come out of the bag only to be returned to the table with a blow from that enemy in the face. Bakugo, euphoric, wanted to jump into battle but could not. He was well tied. For his part, the captor hit Izuku in the face until he got tired. The boy's face was now deformed by the blows, but surprisingly he was still alive. The stranger remained silent for a few minutes, and then spoke. Haha, yes, Coma, definitely you are Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, what do you want? Why did you do this? Come on, kid, you must already know, right? All your power, all your greatness, everything attracted me to you. And what is it that I want? Wow, that's strange. I think you should already know that. The stranger grabbed the boy by the face and with surprising strength lifted him up and slammed him against the wall with speed, making Bakugo scream louder. I want what you have, I want it all. The subject squeezed Izuku's face as he struggled to free himself. His face reflected the fury he felt as well as the helplessness of not being able to do anything. The green-haired boy even thought about biting his rival, but then everything fell apart. The boy felt his strength begin to abandon him as the grip on his face became stronger and stronger. He felt the fingers of that stranger squeezed his face more and more. He could hear the bones of his face begin to break. That was when he could see it. His eyes opened when he saw how then a white and green light began to leave his body. The boy felt his strength abandon him as well as his life slipping away. He could feel as if his body was a machine and it was failing. His rapidly beating heart began to slow down. He felt like his brain wanted to shut down. The boy wanted to throw a punch, but his body was motionless. He only had one option, but then, and to his terror, his one for all turned on by itself. The green rays, they surrounded his body, but they headed to the enemy's arm, beginning to surround it. Soon it was not just his arm, but the entire body of his captor was being surrounded by the green rays of the boy, who felt as if something was being ripped from inside, breaking, tearing and cracking everything inside. Izuku could not stand it anymore and then began to scream. The boy gave some screams that, even though his mouth was covered, could be heard. Bakugo was terrified. He did not know what was happening, but he wanted to help. The blonde wanted to save his only friend, but he was tied up. Being a spectator, nothing more. The gazes of Izuku and Bakugo joined one last time. Terrified, Bakugo apologized to his old friend for not being able to help him. The blonde began to shed tears, while helplessly he could only watch as the life in the eyes of his best friend simply faded away. After a while, the green-haired boy stopped putting force and simply let himself hang. The strange bored character took the boy and threw him towards Toga, who smiled with a furious blush. "Okay, it's all yours, but remember that." Toga, I know, head intact. The individual approached Bakugo and took out a knife. The blonde threw his head back, but that stranger simply cut his wrist ties. Bakugo had been tied so tightly that he couldn't feel his hands. He hadn't long since he woke up from fainting, and he only did so to see his best friend die. The blonde was furious. The enemy removed the gag from his mouth. He had a mask, so Bakugo didn't know who he was, but that didn't matter to him. He was going to kill him. "Why are you so annoying, Bakugo? You should thank me. I took a pain out of your life. Without Midoriya here, you'll be the next #1. You should thank me. I took the competition away from you, lol." The laughter was chilling, but Bakugo was furious. He didn't care about anything. He was forced to watch his friends die. He was forced to watch Cammy being raped until they drove her crazy and locked her in a cage with poisonous gas that she thought was her quirk. He was forced to watch her cough up blood while asking to be raped more until coughing up emptiness, her insides and lungs slowly died. He was forced to watch Kirishima being tortured by forcing him to use his unbreakable form, and then with hammer blows breaking his armor and tearing off his skin as if they were rocks, and now he saw how they killed the only person he considered a brother. He was forced to watch this, and now this guy said that he should thank him? He was crazy. Bakugo had reached his limit. His mind had broken. He could only think of one thing, and that was to kill that shit in front of him. The boy charged all his strength. One last explosion. An explosion that could blow his arms off or maybe even kill him, but it didn't matter as long as it also killed this guy and the toga hitch. The boy gathered all his strength and then turned his now freed arms to launch the explosion. The boy smiled while he did this and closed his eyes, but nothing happened. The boy, surprised, slowly opened his eyes, seeing how his arms ended in a stump. That's why he didn't feel them. It wasn't that they had cut off his circulation, it was simply true. Someone had taken his best weapon. Someone had cut off his hands. The desperate blonde saw the two stumps, which were clumsily sewn with a red thread and another beige one that he knew perfectly. It was Cammy and Kirishima's hair. The blonde looked up, and then his captor burst into an insane laugh. A laugh devilish that terrified Bakugo and made him fall deeper and deeper into despair. "What's wrong, Bakugo? Didn't you like my gift? What's wrong? Won't you say anything? I cut your hands, not your tongue, ha ha." The blonde couldn't answer. He was in shock. His mind didn't respond anymore. It was as if everything in him had turned off and on abruptly. The stranger took Bakugo by the hair and forced him to raise his face. Then he raised his other hand, which began to let out steam. "Don't worry. If it's any consolation, this isn't real. It's just a nightmare. And yes, I know, it doesn't seem like it, but it is. It's more like, since I like you, I'll help you wake up. There are two options. One would be to throw yourself off the building and pray that you wake up safe, but there is no roof anymore, ha ha ha. Sorry about that. But oh well, the other is easier. Don't worry, you won't feel a blow that will break your ribs and the pre-death agony for a few seconds. It's much faster, in fact. I'll show you." The subject put his hand in front of Bakugo, who had a lost look. The hand of that subject began to heat up, and in less than a second the head of the blonde had exploded, as well as part of his torso. The blood had splashed everywhere, even staining Toga, who, covered in blood and brains of the blonde, approached her companion. "Toga, I already took his head off." "Well, anyway, we're done here." "Toga, can't we stay a little longer? I love what you did with the place. Plus it's been a while since you've been hitting me hard like the hitch I am, hee hee. We could take advantage of the fact that we're alone. I highly doubt the kids will say anything, or would they? A deathly silence was what the blonde received in response, who began to take off her clothes, making the older man smile under that mask. Damn, that desk is covered in toga blood. The naked blonde walked over to the place and bent down a little, throwing the bag and opening her buttock, showing her privacy to her partner. The blonde slapped herself hard and sat on the desk, staining her skin with the red liquid. Then she opened her legs, showing her treasure to the man once again. The blonde was very excited, and that was obvious. Toga, yes, but you know that blood and I get along well. Are you really crazy? Toga, in all the worlds we've visited you've never complained. The man just shrugged his shoulders, dismissing everything. Toga, and tell me, what are we going to do with that? The blonde pointed at Izuku's head, which was next to Uraraka's, making the blonde smile at the irony. We'll stay a few days and then we'll put it with the rest. Don't forget it's Christmas, and it's almost time to give them their gift. The stranger approached the blonde while outside the academy not far away you could see a large, perfectly sealed wooden box whose interior was a collection of heads and decapitated bodies, all belonging to the same person, Izuku Midoriya. A new threat arose for the multiverse.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.